Joining us now is my colleague Akhilesh with more details on the story. Akhilesh, tell us about this dinner. Is this something that happens every time a Lok Sabha ends? And also tell us a little bit more about this 5th of June dinner that the President, Draupadi Murmu, is going to host for the outgoing cabinet.
Well, it's a tradition by the President that every time once the counting is over, the President invites the entire Council of Ministers for a farewell dinner. And this time around, this is going to happen on 5th of June at 8 p.m. at President House, where all the ministers led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be attending this dinner, which will be hosted by President Draupadi Murmu. And this will be a farewell dinner for the entire Council of Ministers. It's a tradition because the Council of Ministers report to the President, and normally it happens that once the term gets over, the President gives a farewell dinner. So the tenure of the 17th Lok Sabha is ending on 16th June 2024. So naturally the next government has to be formed before that. So it's a tradition that all the Council of Ministers will be given a farewell dinner by the President.
Right. Thank you, Akhilesh, for joining us with those details. A farewell dinner hosted by the President, President Draupadi Murmu, for the outgoing cabinet will be held on the 5th of June, a day after the results get announced. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Co-present.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर. ओरिएंट एरो सेंस विद वॉइस कमांड. एलेक्सा, स्विच ऑन द फैन. ओरिएंट BLDC फैन, द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other. And NDTV covers elections like no other. When India votes, you can count on us.
दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र का वो चुनाव जो देश और दुनिया को बदलने की ताकत रखता है. सरकार बनाएंगे करीब 100 करोड़ लोग, जिससे तय होंगे पीएम, पॉलिसी और फ्यूचर. इस सबसे बड़े चुनाव की बड़ी बातों को डिकोड करने के लिए मेरे साथ होंगे देश के जाने माने एक्सपर्ट्स. देश के चुनिंदा शहरों से NDTV की सबसे बड़ी पेशकश बैटल ग्राउंड देखिए मेरे साथ सिर्फ NDTV पर, क्योंकि चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
मैं सरकार दोबारा बनाने के लिए सरकार नहीं चलाता, मैं देश बनाने के लिए सरकार चलाता हूँ.
बार बार ये विपक्ष का कहना है कि साहब चाइना जो है हमारे यहाँ घुसा है.
रक्षा मंत्री होने के नाते आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूँ, भारत की 1 इंच जमीन पर भी कोई कब्जा नहीं करने पाएगा.
Battle for 2024.
केजरीवाल झूठ की दुकान खोल रखी है और झूठे बातें करके लोगों को बरगलाने का काम करता है.
क्या शांतिपूर्ण चुनाव हो रहा है? शुभेंदु अधिकारी कहते हैं तृणमूल जो हिंसक घटना हो रहा है उसके लिए जिम्मेदार है.
In the last lap.
काफ़ी बड़ी रैली हुई, सारे ऑपोजिशन लीडर्स उस पर आए थे. तो आपको क्या कहना है, किस तरीके से परफॉर्मेंस रहेगी इंडिया ब्लॉक की?
NDTV has kept you ahead with extensive ground coverage.
शायनी घोष जो तृणमूल कांग्रेस के जादवपुर कंस्टिट्यूएंसी से उम्मीदवार है.
Not just studio noise, but ear to the ground.
फिर से आपके चैनल पर कहना चाहता हूं, हम 400 पार करेंगे और शेयर मार्केट भी बढ़ने वाला है.
Elections is equal to NDTV.
After 5 years, we are again getting an opportunity to exercise our right to vote. This is a right which has been earned after a very long and hard struggle by our great leaders. We must not waste this opportunity. I have pledged that I will vote. I have appealed to all my family members and friends to come out and vote for the development of our great nation.
Welcome back. India's Lok Sabha elections are all set to conclude today with polling on for the 7th and final phase. As many as 57 parliamentary constituencies across 7 states and the Union Territory of Chandigarh are voting as part of the last round. All 13 seats in Punjab, all 4 seats in Himachal Pradesh are also part of the last phase of elections. The other states that are voting today include Uttar Pradesh, Bihar and West Bengal. These are states where polling was held across all 7 phases. And of course, Jharkhand and Odisha, is where assembly polls are also being held simultaneously. I have my colleague Gurpreet joining us from Punjab, Chandigarh. Gurpreet, 13 seats of Punjab are voting today. This state is extremely critical. It's a border state. We saw the Prime Minister also campaign there. BJP is fighting to retain the Hindu-dominated seats of Gurdaspur and Hoshiarpur. There's Aam Aadmi Party. There's Congress hoping to retain the 9 seats that it won before the Aam Aadmi Party swept the assembly polls. And of course, there is Akali Dal hoping to make a comeback. So tell us, how is this four-cornered contest looking like in Punjab?
Well, yes, of course, all the parties having the big stake in Punjab politics, and specifically if we can talk about Aam Aadmi Party and Congress. One side we have seen they had forged the lines for India bloc, and in Chandigarh they had given a ticket to Manish Tiwari from India bloc, whereas in Punjab the situation is totally different. Both the parties, they are attacking on each other, and in Punjab there is no alliance. If we can talk about the BJP is trying to eyes on these urban voters, and Prime Minister held multiple rallies at urban area, whether it's Patiala, it's Jalandhar, it's Hoshiarpur, it's Gurdaspur. But now it is yet to be seen today. We have seen the voting is already underway, and from most of the booths, everything is peaceful, under control, which is happening at this point of time. And now it is yet to be seen Prime Minister rally has really leave impact on the voters of Punjab or not. And similarly, we have seen Priyanka Gandhi from Congress and Aam Aadmi Party Supremo Arvind Kejriwal, they held multiple road shows. But it is yet to be seen that which party is going to leave impact on the voters and how many votes they will be able to get from this election. If we can specifically talk about Chandigarh, we are reporting from Chandigarh at this point of time. I'll request my Vijay to show. We are at a polling booth where we can see the people still they are coming here and casting their vote. In Chandigarh, we have seen the trend is totally different. One side we have a Aam Aadmi Party and Congress alliance. So we will also talk to some of the voters who are just coming here. तो क्या issue लगता है कि क्या main मुद्दा है जो आपको लगता है कि चंडीगढ़ में जो भी candidate हो हल करे?
चंडीगढ़ में तो मेनली क्लीनलीनेस और पानी का है जी. बिजली तो फिर भी आ रही है, लेकिन पानी बहुत गंदा आ रहा है, मिट्टी वाला पानी आता है बिल्कुल. और जो दूसरे उधर के नॉर्दर्न सेक्टर्स हैं उनमें तो बहुत ज़्यादा काम ख़राब है.
तो आपको क्या लगता है कि क्या
she has today arrived from Delhi just to cast her vote.
Okay, she has come from Delhi to just cast her vote. तो you are exercising your right. आपको क्या लगता है कि कैसा कैंडिडेट होना चाहिए, those who can remove the problems of Chandigarh people?
I think any candidate who's not divisive in their ideology is the one that I'll be voting for. Any kind of fascist ideologies is something that I can't stand for. Yeah.
So, well, we can see that lot of people there are giving response. So, sir, what was in your mind before casting the vote? But what type of problem is in Chandigarh you want that should be resolved if any candidate is going to?
It's just not about Chandigarh, it's about India. So you start from where you can and you do your part. So I voted thinking that. Thank you.
So, some of the people, they say that they are thinking about the national politics. It's not Lok Sabha is related to the local angle. But yes, of course, they demand, they expect that there should be development in Chandigarh. And Chandigarh is a city beautiful, that beauty should be retained. Back to studio.
Right. Gurpreet, you're also tracking Himachal Pradesh elections for us. Himachal is extremely critical for the Congress because its state government is sort of fragile there. And of course, it's very important for the BJP because the BJP president comes from Himachal Pradesh. And you have this very interesting fight, not just for Anurag Thakur, who's a central minister, but also it's Kangana Ranaut versus Vikramaditya Singh, which has become a prestige fight. So how are the parties looking at Himachal Pradesh and what are the issues that are on the minds of people there?
Well, we all know in Himachal Pradesh, Congress is ruling in the state at this point of time. They have already put everything on the stake. They say in the flood hit areas, they have worked a lot and people know their work and development for the last so many years since they are ruling in the state. At the same time, we have seen the BJP was able to win all the 4 Lok Sabha seats last time also, and specifically 2 hot seats. One is Kangana Ranaut, from where the Congress Neta Vikramaditya, he's contesting there. One side, Vikramaditya is enjoying the legacy of his own father. On the other hand, Kangana Ranaut is enjoying the Bollywood status in that area. But we have seen in the road shows also, and today also, we have seen a lot of people. They are being gone towards Kangana Ranaut. But that will be once clear that how these crowd pulling will be turned into votes or not. So these are the main points which needs to be addressed by the local leaders also. So let's see how if the Congress Vidhan Sabha and specifically the state level development the people are keeping in the mind, they will definitely get the benefit. But at the same time, the last time BJP was able to win the election from this Himachal Pradesh, and that is also strength of the BJP at this point of time. Back to
Thank you, Gurpreet, for joining us with those details and also voices from the ground. Moving on, Delhi Rouse Avenue Court has reserved its order till the 5th of June on the interim bail to Arvind Kejriwal, the Chief Minister of New Delhi, in the money laundering case. Remember, Mr. Kejriwal is out on interim bail. He was in Tihar and he was jailed on the 21st of March, and he was out on bail for 7 days, interim bail for 7 days, and he was allowed to campaign for Punjab, New Delhi and Haryana elections. Elections get over today and he's back in jail tomorrow. He had sought interim bail on medical grounds, and remember, his earlier his regular bail plea was also deferred. I have my colleague Aishwarya joining us with more details on this. Aishwarya, this is a reminder of Mr. Kejriwal's earlier plea which he had filed. That was also deferred, and now of course the court has reserved its order. What more do we know on this?
Well, certainly that means that it's a setback for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, as he has to surrender tomorrow on June 2nd, and he has to go back to Tihar jail. Remember, the Supreme Court earlier gave him an interim bail for almost 20 days where he was campaigning throughout the country for the Aam Aadmi Party. It was also stated during the arguments by Kejriwal's counsel that for these 20 days it was Arvind Kejriwal who had been given a chance to campaign for his party, because it's the national political party, that is the Aam Aadmi Party, and he's the star campaigner for it, and for free and fair elections the opportunity was given to him. And in these last 20 days he was not he had not got any time for conducting the PAT CT scans that he was mentioning. Remember, this was an interim bail plea which is now being deferred for June 5th. But interesting, 2 things happened in the court while these arguments were taking place. Number one, a video was showcased of Arvind Kejriwal inside the courtroom, where Arvind Kejriwal was walking in the India block meeting, and was stated by the Enforcement Directorate that, look, a person who is telling the entire nation that his weight has been reduced by 7 kilograms, his ketone levels had been increased by +15, and this can have a serious ramification as far as his health is concerned. This man is roaming around and campaigning for his party. Now, 20 minutes back, he is getting into the meeting. So clearly, after all of these arguments, it is June 5th when the interim bail hearing will take place. But tomorrow he has to surrender before the court.
So that's a setback for Arvind Kejriwal. Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. Time for a short break. More news and updates.
This tip is about WhatsApp.
मैंने ऐसा आज तक एक भी इंसान नहीं देखा जो एक स्मार्टफोन यूज करता हो बट व्हाट्सएप यूज ना करता हो. दैट्स हाउ डीपली पेनिट्रेटेड व्हाट्सएप इज. एंड द टिप इज जस्ट टू मेंटेन योर प्राइवेसी ओवर सम चैट्स. नाउ अगर आपके व्हाट्सएप में देयर आर अ फ्यू चैट्स जिनको आपको लॉक करना है, यू वांट टू मेक देम प्राइवेट, नाउ यू कैन यूज दिस ऑप्शन ऑफ चैट लॉक. दिस इज नॉट न्यू, ये काफी टाइम से है, बट देन not many people are aware about this. So if you want to lock any particular chat, आप सीधा उस chat को open करने के बाद में when you go at the options, you can lock this chat so that वो केवल आपके fingerprint या आपके face से या किसी password से ही open हो. Becomes very convenient अगर आप अपना phone किसी को देते हैं and you don't want them to open your WhatsApp and then open a particular chat and then scroll all the way up. मतलब you know the drill. So you can use चैट लॉक अपनी चैट्स को प्राइवेट रखने के लिए.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The 18th Lok Sabha Elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground.
With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide?
Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion?
Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revant Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Jaggernaut be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan?
Can BJP win back its only stronghold in the south? Or will it be a Congress consolidation?
Can BJP make a dent in the Dravidian den?
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Welcome, you're watching NDTV and we're now in the final hour of polling in this long Lok Sabha election. Today the final phase, the 7th phase taking place. It's going to end in just about less than an hour from now, and then we'll be through with the 18th Lok Sabha elections, and then Raghav, it's going to be all about the exit polls.
That's right, the last few votes though. Let's wait for the last few votes to be cast. I'm not sure exit pollsters take the last few votes into account because they'll be running to get the results up. We'll try and get those results and give you all the poll of polls starting whenever we get the numbers, but
not
for
before
the moment,
6:30 of course, but
waiting
we have to
for the last few voters to finish casting their vote.
That's right. So today you have polls taking place across 57 constituencies, across 7 states and 1 union territory. Well, let's take a look at the headlines that we're tracking right now, and the final countdown really as the final hour of the 2024 battle is underway right now. Polling taking place across 57 Lok Sabha seats, and till 3 p.m. the voter turnout was slightly low, 49.7%. The president will be hosting a farewell dinner for the cabinet on the 5th of June. That has been announced shortly. So a dinner for the outgoing cabinet will be hosted by the president after the election results on the 5th.
Meanwhile, the India bloc held a crucial strategy meeting in Delhi as the Lok Sabha elections draw to a close, and sources indicate that the focus is on keeping the flock together. Mamata Banerjee not there. She'd already said Trinamool would not be attending given the last phase of elections and also the aftermath of the cyclone. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea for regular bail has now been deferred to the 7th of June, while the court has reserved its order on his interim bail plea, which means that Arvind Kejriwal will be going back to Tihar tomorrow. And more developments in the Pune Porsche crash case. Now the mother of the teen who was driving the speeding car has been arrested, and it's suspected that she gave her blood sample instead of her son's. In an exclusive interview with the victim's family, they've demanded that every name involved in the cover-up should be revealed. All right, so those were some of the headlines we're tracking right now, but really the focus is on the last hour of the elections and also waiting for the exit polls to start trickling in, and by when, by around 6:30 is when we can expect some numbers coming in.
Who knows by what time the numbers will come in? Who knows when the credible ones you'll get the numbers in? But between now and June 4th, we'll only have these numbers to deal with, guys.
That's right, and it'll all be about, getting an idea of or an indication of who may come back to power. It's been a very hard-fought, long election. It started with Viraghav, the whole slogan of 400 par, and then it went into various other directions. We saw a lot of other issues coming up as well. From wealth distribution to inheritance tax. It went into quotas as well in a very big way. And then, we saw that the focus was also on the turnout. That has been something that has been a bit of a talking point. First two phases, a lot of worry was expressed about the voter turnout, the parties not getting the voters into the polling booths, and also whether the cadre on the ground were being lackadaisical, especially if it comes to the BJP, were they being a little lackadaisical, thinking of 400 par ka slogan is there. So lots of theories were there.
Very different things, different phases. Of course, the first couple of phases, the talk was about the voter turnout and the fact that the numbers were out. We also have our experts here this evening, Amitabh Tiwari and Sandeep Shastri, joining us here in the studios to take us through what the methodology of an exit poll is, how to make sense of all this. Well, they'll have the last word, but only till the 4th of June. After 4th of June, well, we'll put all that you say to test after the 4th of June. But for the moment, we'll just try and understand how this exit poll methodology works with Sandeep Shastri and Amitabh Tiwari in a bit from now.
That's right. First, we'll go across to our reporters, if we have them. Saurabh Gupta and Tanishq joining us. As West Bengal and UP have both been polling in every phase of the election. It's been a long election for them as well. Well, let's go across to Saurabh first. And Saurabh, there were instances of poll violence also reported today. In one place, the EVM machine was also thrown into a pond. But all in all, this election in West Bengal has, gone off fairly, without too many instances of violence taking place. All right, we will try and establish that line with Saurabh, but let's go across to Tanishq now, who joins us from the big talked about constituency, Varanasi, of course, and with the eastern UP going to the polls. And this has been, the big, the constituency that's had the eyeballs, given that the Prime Minister is contesting here for a third time. And Viraghav, really the talk has been more about, how much of a margin is the Prime Minister going to win by.
But first to you, Tanishq, finally you must be glad that it's done and over. You've been working very hard from phase 1 down till now.
Yes, definitely. It has definitely been a long, drawn-out election over more than a month. But yeah, I would just like to do a roundup of all the phases that went. In the first, 7 phases in total in Uttar Pradesh, 80 seats. The BJP's narrative in the beginning, of course, was we want to achieve 400 par. We have to win all the 80 seats here in Uttar Pradesh. We also saw, changing of alliances, RLD joined the NDA bloc, which of course was a major setback for the Samajwadi Party, especially when we talk about the western Uttar Pradesh. But then, you know, finally the seat sharing talks between the Samajwadi Party and the Congress took place, 63 and the 17 formula, and they, you know, somehow managed to show a united front all throughout the elections as well once the seat sharing was finalized. So, of course, 80 BJP is target of 80. It's a near impossible target of 80 seats. In 2019, the BJP lost. Lost somewhere in parts of western Uttar Pradesh, somewhere in parts of eastern Uttar Pradesh, and that is where, you know, India bloc is expecting to gain more. And for them, of course, to make more dent, they have to also target the seats in central Uttar Pradesh as well. But yes, talking about Varanasi, Gargi, as you mentioned, it is the Prime Minister's constituency. They are not just eyeing a win, but a record margin win from Varanasi this time. But at the same point of time, as I mentioned earlier, the India bloc has also tried to give a good fight with, you know, all the Dimple Yadav, Priyanka Gandhi holding a joint roadshow, Dimple Yadav, Priyanka Gandhi holding a joint roadshow, and then Akhilesh Yadav, Rahul Gandhi holding a joint public meeting. So, of course, very interesting to see. But what happens is that, you know, in 2019, the mark was at 64. How will it increase for the BJP? Will it decrease for the BJP? That remains to be seen this time.
Right. Clearly, Gargi, Tanishq is not tired out reporting. He is, with all his political analysis, bracing. We'll put all that to test, remember, Tanishq, on the 4th of June.
Well, let's go across to Saurabh now to, the latest from Bengal. And Saurabh too has had this long election, and each and every phase he's been, traveling the state. And finally, Saurabh, today you had 9 seats going to the polls. All of them were with the Trinamool Congress, and, the big prestige seats of Kolkata also going to the polls. Some instances of violence, in one case an EVM even being thrown into a pond, stone pelting as well. But all in all, it's been incident-free after that?
Largely a few incidents reported from Shandesh as well. But, Gargi, firstly, I'd like to say thank God it's over. It's been the most long-drawn election that we've covered, in the sense that it's been spread across so long in this heat that there is a certain amount of election fatigue. And this is something that seriously needs to be considered while scheduling elections, even if there are law and order concerns, security concerns that can be managed. Obviously, such long-drawn elections are a problem for many. Having said that, 9 seats are voted. None of these 9 were with the BJP earlier. This time around, the BJP is hoping to change that. But the Trinamool is very confident that in these 9, which are its strongholds, there's no space for the BJP. In fact, the Trinamool is even going on to say now that in Shandesh block, in Boshirhat Lok Sabha seat, they will give a lead. So that's the kind of confidence the Trinamool is exuding. We saw a smiling Mamata Banerjee cast her vote. Her body language was obviously one of confidence. Abhishek Banerjee came earlier. But then all of this confidence will be put to test, like you were saying, on the 4th of June when those actual results come out. Now, Bengal, 42 seats. Odisha has a huge number of seats. And this entire block of Bengal, Odisha, Assam and the Northeast is something that the BJP has seen as a catchment area to make up for losses that it may suffer elsewhere. But has it been able to do that? The Trinamool says absolutely not. The BJP says we are confident we have been able to change that. But there are also certain pointers on the ground that leave reporters like us confused, because you can pick up a wave, and in the absence of a wave, an election becomes extremely, extremely difficult, even for us to cover, because everybody keeps asking you who's winning, and there's no answer to that till the 4th of June.
Right, but Saurabh, we may not be able to pick up a wave, but what you can pick up now, my friend, is nice puchka and rasgulla for this evening, because work's over, election's over. Now we'll have to leave it to the analysts and the pollsters to keep us occupied till the 4th of June. And in our studios, we have Sandeep Shastri and Amitabh Tiwari. Professor Shastri, veteran of many, many elections. Exit polls, do you take them always with a pinch of salt? Take us through the methodology.
Yes, I do take them with a big pinch of salt, though sometimes I do add some sugar in that also. Broadly, at least those who declare their methodology to us, because that itself is a big question mark. Yeah. Among those who declare their methodology to us, I think there are two approaches. One is the typical approach of standing outside the polling booth and randomly interviewing people as they come out every 5th, every 10th, and getting your numbers together. Lokniti CSDS, we tried that the first time and the only time we did exit polls in 1996, and then abandoned it because we realized our focus was to get a representative sample, and that did not allow it to happen. But Election Commission came to our rescue because we have so much gaps between days of voting that after voting and before counting, we did our post-poll, where we did the same thing, asked people with other questions, whom did you vote for? And by the time the last day of voting happened, we were able to share what is called a post-poll result. So there are two methodologies which I know of. The second, which I suggested, is more authentic according to me. But then it also involves a lot of effort. And Veera, I'll go back to one point you made at the beginning. In all exit polls, the biggest challenge is the last date of polling, like today.
That's right.
Because most of these exit polls will try to get their numbers ready by 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, where voting is still going on that day. So the last day of polling is always the one which is difficult to
But that's because
bring
the
into your
pressure is
exit
to
poll.
bring it by the evening. Everybody wants
because
to
you want the
reveal.
program at 6, by 1 o'clock you need all your data in.
Let's blame the error margin on television channels and their demand for the results. But Amitabh Tiwari, to your mind, possibly the worst, the one reason why all of us should be wary of exit polls, and the one exit poll because of which you believe that exit polls do get things right directionally, and they have really improved over the years with technology as well as data.
So if you see 2004, most of the exit polls got it wrong, both directionally and in terms of numbers. But if you see since then, in 2009, most of them got the direction right, but they tally wrong. In 2014, most of them got the direction right, but tally only one pollster got it right.
Yes.
And in 2019, most of them got the direction right, but only 2 or 3 people were able to break the tally correct.
Closer to the
So
numbers,
exit
yes.
polls are not exact polls. If it's a tough contest, like let's say, if the election is going to be decided in phase 7 itself, then it's going to be trickier, because as sir is saying, you have to give your results and samples by today, because in 2019 by phase 6, BJP had won 278 seats, 5-10 seats here and there. You move into phase 7, which becomes the decider and a big headache for the exit polls. But I would say they are like popcorn. They satisfy our adrenaline during a movie, during a movie, and the voting has happened. Now it is the interval period where you have popcorn and you satisfy your adrenal rush, and now there will be counting on June 4th, where we will get the exact results. Directionally, they get right, but in December 2023, we had a 50-50% strike rate of famous pollsters getting it right and wrong in the 3 Hindi heartlands. So it is trickier. The voter psychology is getting trickier. It's not easy to decipher.
In fact, I wanted to ask about, the Madhya Pradesh, what the exit polls had predicted. But before that, Professor Shastri, one question that one gets asked, and I'll ask you also, Amitabh, is why exit polls? We do know that the Congress has refused to participate. They're saying we're not going to add to TRPs. And of course, for us, it is the TRPs.
It's for us, the exit polls.
But a lot of, for the general public, if the viewers are watching and they're wondering, but why do we indulge in this exercise, which we may or may not get right? Why exit polls?
Traditionally, an exit poll was to provide a dipstick as to what is the temperature like and what is likely to happen. But more recently, I think it has a lot to do with the fact of a 24/7 media, which wants something to project as things go forward. So I think media has a big role to play in the excitement that has come up about exit polls. But maybe I should correct my word. It's not excitement, but curiosity. That what do different people say is likely to happen.
Because there's also a large financial aspect involved in terms of the markets and others being extremely interested in knowing what's going to come out on the 4th of June. And I'm sure possibly the one difference over the last 2 decades, and when we're not just talking of exit polls, the fact that you do polls at every phase of an election to understand and determine your campaign strategy. I mean, maybe it's great to meditate post the campaigning is over and voting is over and wait for the final results. But during elections, During a 8-phase election or a 7-phase election, you'll have a lot of parties looking at polls very, very carefully to calibrate their strategy.
Undoubtedly, undoubtedly. And remember, last few times we have had exit polls either on a Friday or Saturday that doesn't affect the market immediately.
Thankfully,
because the market is closed over the weekend, it makes it useful to have it. And this time also it's on a Saturday, so the market will not
so
react
Amitabh,
to it
if you can
immediately.
also add to that, why the exit polls and also, how they have improved over the years, how we've managed to, at least refine it somewhat in getting to those numbers.
See, as we've been discussing, I think a lot depends on how transparent are we about the methodology we use. Now, if I have to gain confidence in an exit poll, the first question I would ask is not what are you projecting? How did you draw your sample? Not even how many did you interview? That's irrelevant for me. How did you draw your sample is what is more important to give me the confidence that you are actually representing the universe that you are talking about.
In fact, many years ago, and in the initial days, people used to say that a larger sample doesn't necessarily mean a better quality sample. It could increase the error margin. Tell me, in terms of AI tools and so much technology coming in, Amitabh, what's possibly the one defining feature of 2024 exit polls and pollsters overall that you noticed this time, which was possibly distinctively different from 2019? I'm sure a lot more money is invested in the polling process now than what it was, let's say, 5 or 10 years ago.
See, essentially, as Sir has said, what has happened is that the approach has evolved over the years. Earlier, it was a top-down approach. You estimate the vote share and then you do an extrapolation of the seats through a vote share to seat share multiple. But now, due to the entry of certain new players, what we are seeing is a bottom-up approach. Earlier, pollsters did not used to go on each and every seat. They used to go on swing seats or swing states and then project of the 544 seats. Now, most of the pollsters are going on each of the 543 seats, taking samples from each of the 543 seats and then building up the national number. So that's a big difference which has happened over the years, and that is what perhaps led to the increase or improvement in the accuracy. However, this industry is fairly unregulated. You see 4 or 5 names, new names in every elections. Who owns these exit poll companies? What is their methodology? What is the size of the sample? We do not know, and they just get disappeared.
And there's lots of allegations which actually make it a little, it muddies the waters, as it were, and puts a big question mark on everything, given, as you said, there's these new ones that have these very strange results sometimes, especially when the final results come out. But talking about, last year in Madhya Pradesh and the results that came, especially that is the one state that barely anyone got right.
The question really, Gargi, given the point that you make, and I want to put this across to both of you, we are not doing an exit poll at NDTV. We're doing a poll of polls. Is a poll of poll a smart thing to do? I mean, do you believe that can?
Or we're also showcasing all the poll.
Yeah, you're putting out all the polls, and you're doing an average out of all the polls. Is that a right way to go about it, or are there?
Let me take both the issues. The one on what you talked about Madhya Pradesh last time, which is symptomatic of a lot of polls. Madhya Pradesh saw a projection that this is a neck-and-neck race. And then suddenly that neck-and-neck race turns out to be a sweep for one party. And whenever such a trend happens, it's quite common that your exit polls or your post polls get it wrong. Because you are anticipating a trend. Because remember what Amitabh ji said.
Even the BJP couldn't believe it, the numbers. They still can't understand how those numbers
came. Percentages may be correct. But how do you extrapolate that percentages into seats? And there, to a large extent, what you anticipate as the trend becomes the factor. And to your, I forgot what.
Poll of polls was my question.
Is poll of polls effective? Now, I would be a little cautious in saying average all the poll of polls and then say this is what the average says, because I would like to develop a level of confidence in what all those polls are saying, rather than simply averaging them.
So we will look at each one of them as well.
If I were to do it at a more personal level, I would take those polls which I feel have had a better track record in the past and look at what they together are indicating, rather than simply...
Direction-wise, you say that it picks up, but the other question is also that for instance, if let's say one of the polls that a lot of people got wrong was 2016 Tamil Nadu, when people believed that the DMK was actually going to pip the AIDMK, but unfortunately the DMK was just 1% lesser than the AIDMK, and the AIDMK won the election. Now, in an election, and that was right, coming back after a 2G election, right, when the DMK got swept out. So the DMK did make up a huge amount, but was not just enough to, get past the post. In that sense, when it's a 1%, 2% kind of difference, and where you see there are going to be seats where, this time there is a general consensus that the opposition's vote share at least is going to increase, definitely. We don't want to go into any projection. How difficult is it for an exit poll to actually get that accurate number right? And sometimes the ranges are 30, 40 seats as a range, which doesn't really make sense, Amitabh.
It is fairly difficult because the margin of error of exit polls is 2 to 3%. Those who declare their methodology. So if the vote share difference or the gap itself is 1%, they are in for trouble. So in those situations, exit polls which have got their sample right, perfect sample, which is representative of the entire population. And we also have a problem that we do not have a caste census, mind you. So the pollster does not know what is the exact caste position of a particular seat. It is estimates, correct? It is estimates. It is estimates. And then what happens is also that you mentioned about Madhya Pradesh. Now in Madhya Pradesh, it was not a close election in the end. And we had very divergent predictions by top of the pollsters. So that was not a case of a close contest getting wrong. It was a 8-9% vote share gap, and pollsters top of the charts getting it directionally opposite of what the result was.
Right.
If I could make two quick points as a supplement to what Amitabh ji said. First, this whole question of margin of error. When you have a tough fight, 1% difference, 1.5% difference, and you say margin of error of 2% or 3%. Now, that margin of error is like an insurance policy you take to say it could go this way or that way. And secondly, today we are talking of band. 220 to 240, 230 to 260. Now, that is also a moment of caution that it could be here also, it could be there also.
No worries till the 4th of June. The problem will start on the 4th of June when all this margin of error message comes in. But then by that time, usually, Gargi, right, the news takes cover, the exit pollster leaves.
People forget.
You've entertained for 2 days.
We've kept ourselves busy during that time and being news channels. But with that, we'll just slip into a short break. More on the other side. We're also going to focus on voter turnout because that's been a big talking point in this election as well. Stay with us.
Co-present. Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
This is a Samsung phone और इसमें Android है. You know what happened? सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे अगर हम रिवाइंड करें about the history of Android. Well guys, the creators of Android जब उन्होंने बना लिया ये operating system, they went to Samsung because they wanted कि Samsung उस Android को खरीद ले. So they all went to Seoul in South Korea. They met with the Samsung people, but Samsung was not that impressed. And Samsung said no. और उसके बाद क्या हुआ? Just weeks later, Google in fact bought Android for $50 million. Imagine करो अगर Samsung ने उस टाइम पे Android खरीद लिया होता, would have been the case that Android would have been Samsung's own exclusive operating system. Like today we see how Samsung is the king of Android. They basically rule the Android market, but वो
Welcome back. We're counting down to the end of this Lok Sabha elections as the polling is still underway for the next half hour, and then after that the focus is going to shift to the exit polls as we finally come to the end of this very long 7-phase election in the middle of the summers, and polling taking place across 57 seats right now, and soon, as we said, that is going to come to an end. The focus has also been, Veera, on the voter turnout. I think from the first 2 phases there was a lot of concern that the voters were not coming out.
And from phase 1 on, apart from this, the focus has also been on the mercury, the temperatures, soaring record temperatures across the board. In fact, even in states like Kerala and Gargi in phase 1, it was hot till voting day was over. Even Bengaluru was sweltering on voting day, and after that we had the rain set in that bed. So
In fact, even today with UP elections, yesterday there was information about polling officials dying because of the heat.
Yeah, feel good when you look at the Iran temperatures and then just say, no, we're a little better off at the moment at least.
No, but definitely something to think
Professor Shastri, the heat and the conditions, or is it voter fatigue, the intensity, the fact that, what would you attribute to some states, especially states like Kerala, having a huge dip in their voting turnout? And overall, how do you see the voting turnouts?
I think the physical temperature was keeping pace with the political temperature in important ways. But specifically, I think one small caveat I would add is we are doing all our comparisons of the voter turnout with 2019.
Yes.
And 2019 was a very unique election. And if you do the comparison with earlier elections, it's not that bad a turnout. That's one aspect. Secondly, I think in certain states where people saw that.
So you mean that that was a wave election, 2019 coming after Pulwama,
right.
There was a lot of enthusiasm to get to the
So that is one factor, I think. And let's also remember that there was a feeling in several states that this election is more or less settled and done. But again, last point, Veera. We had this discussion when we were at Varanasi on Battleground. The point was made that in a state you may have had a lower voter turnout. You look at key constituencies, actually the voter turnout was high in those key constituencies where the fight was tough.
So your point is that there could have been mini waves in some key constituencies, like for instance in Tamil Nadu there was a sudden surge in, let's say, Kallakurachi or Dharmapuri. I agree with that point of view.
Or in Karnataka, in Mandya,
yes,
the sudden surge.
Amitabh, would you by and large classify, this is an argument that's been put across, this was a waveless election. There wasn't a surge on both sides, or would you believe that this was a different kind?
Saying, yes, that there wasn't
different
much of
kind of thing, Amitabh?
I differ here with Sir, and this happened in the Battleground also. A wave election, whether it is a wave election or not, will be determined only after the results. So let's say if BJP, for example, is sweeping the election again, will it be called a wave election or not? So waves are not visible during the phase of the election. It is visible largely at the end, because a lot of the analysis which we are doing is post-mortem analysis now in a very, very complex scenario. We have voter turnouts on 1/3 of the seats of BJP, which NDA had, voter turnout has increased. 1/5 of the seats of India bloc, the voter turnout has increased. So there has been disparities. On some seats decrease and on some seats increase as well. But if you see 2019 figures of BJP, the 282 number, on 190 turnout increased and 90 declined. But in both the cases, the strike rate of BJP was 90% plus. So there is no direct strong correlation of turnout with electoral results. Of course, heat has been one of the key factors. Kerala, perhaps lack of competition, because who is going to win? Whichever party wins, there is part of the India bloc or which is an anti-BJP vote.
That's right. The India bloc has just finished its meeting.
That's right. In fact, a meeting was held in Delhi of all the parties, all the leaders that part of the India bloc. Ostensibly, there you can see after that meeting took place, Arvind Kejriwal there right in front. He will be returning to Tihar tomorrow. But let's listen into what Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge said after this meeting got over.
इंडिया गठबंधन कम से कम 295 सीटें प्लस 295 से ज़्यादा आएंगे, कम तो नहीं आएंगे। ये हमने आकलन किया कि सभी हमारे नेताओं से पूछने के बाद ये एक आंकड़ा हमारे पास मिला है और इस आंकड़े में कोई बदलाव नहीं है।
All right, well, let's now go across to our reporters, and thank you so much both for being here in the studio to talk about, the upcoming exit polls as well as the voter turnout. And this is really the final few minutes of this election, and we're joined by our reporters who've been bringing us all the, latest from the ground. Prabhakar there joining us. Neeta is the only one enjoying herself in Himachal Pradesh, and Tanishq and Gurpreet as well. Prabhakar, first to you, tell us about, 8 constituencies in Bihar going to the polls today. What has the talk been? What has the turnout been like?
Rather than talking about just the 8 constituencies of Bihar, let's talk about 11 constituencies of Bihar and Jharkhand, because the 3 constituencies of Jharkhand are also equally important. You have Sita Soren from there. It's a Soren versus Soren fight, and she's a Soren Bahu actually from the Soren family. She is contesting from the Dumka seat. Then you have Nishikant Dubey from Godda seeking re-election for the 3rd term from Godda, very important. But the real battle is being fought in Patliputra. This is where Misa Bharti is contesting on the RJD ticket. She is trying to seek re-election for the 2nd time. She had failed. She had failed, and this is the 2nd attempt she is trying to make from Patliputra, pitched against Ramkripal Yadav of BJP, who is a sitting MP from here. Then you have Ravi Shankar Prasad from Patna Sahib. You have RK Singh, the Union Power Minister from Ara. And the most interesting contest is at Karakat, where you have Upendra Kushwaha, former union minister. An entry of Pawan Singh, a Bhojpuri superstar, has made this a very interesting triangular contest. So many big names in fray in this particular phase, right from Ravi Shankar Prasad to RK Singh to Misa Bharti to Ramkripal Yadav and Soren family, of course, and around 11 seats, and most of the seats were retained by NDA, so it's basically the ball is in the NDA's court to defend the numbers.
Right, interesting that you say that, Prabhakar. Obviously, Bihar will be a crucial state for both sides in terms of results, and perhaps several political futures would depend on the outcome in Bihar. Neeta also joins us from Shimla. Neeta, you're the lucky one. Cool weather there. What do the hill politicians of Himachal do after 6 p.m? Are they going to be glued to television sets watching exit polls, or are they going to have a spirited evening in the mountains?
See, as far as Himachal Pradesh is concerned, as per the data, till 3 p.m, the voting percentage was about 58.4%, and Mandi was topping the percentage. Mandi, as many as 61% people came out and to vote. As far as Shimla is concerned, 59.8% people came out to vote. Kangra, 55.9% people came out to vote. And Hamirpur, 57.72% people came out to vote. As far as Shimla is concerned, right now where we are, Congress Vinod Sultanpuri is contesting against BJP Suresh Kashyap, who's the sitting MP. Now let's talk to some of the voters and find out what are the real issues. So what are the issues? आपको क्या लगता है कि मुद्दे क्या रहे इस बार चुनावों में शिमला के लिए?
अब मुद्दे तो देखिए इट डिफर्स फ्रॉम पर्सन टू पर्सन और एरिया टू एरिया अकॉर्डिंग टू मी और जो कुछ सिचुएशन चली हुई है द मेन जो इशू है अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का इस देश में है पहले भी होगा अब भी है नंबर 2 बेरोज़गारी जो है वो वही बोल रहा हूँ मैं और एक मैंने इशू पहले बताया था आपको कि आप शायद मैं भूल जाता हूँ वो भी एक इशू है महंगाई जो आम आदमी को इफेक्ट करता है दीज आर ऐसे तो बहुत सारे इश्यूज है लोकल इश्यूज हो सकते हैं कोई पर्सनल इश्यूज हो सकते हैं बट आई थिंक दीज 2 इश्यूज should be
main issues.
They are the main.
Main issues.
This should be looked into by any government, जो भी आती है.
As you know, as far as Mandi is concerned, till 3 p.m., as many as 61% people voted. But as far as the bypoll election was concerned in 2019, the total voting percentage in Mandi was 57%. So, keeping that in mind, we now know that people are coming lots in numbers as far as Mandi is concerned, because it's a hot seat. Two superstars are fighting there, the Bollywood queen Kangana Ranaut, and as far as the royalty is concerned, Vikramaditya Singh is also contesting from the Congress ticket. The present sitting MP in Mandi is his mother, Pratibha Singh. She won from a very narrow margin of about 7,000 votes. Apart from what Mr. just told us about what are the issues, other than that, the financial package received by the Himachal Pradesh government last year, when calamity had struck Himachal Pradesh, flood fury was here. That is the main issue. The sitting CM, Mr. Sukhu, has been raising that how centre had not sent them adequate aid. Vikramaditya Singh, who is the present sitting PWD minister from the state, is also raising the issue. But as far as BJP is concerned, they are wanting a clean sweep. They are looking for a hat-trick, because in 2014 also they won all 4 seats. In 2019 also they won all 4 seats, and now they are looking towards a hat-trick, and they feel that the Modi popularity or Modi guarantee would ensure them that.
All right, in that interesting contest between, with Vikramaditya Singh also there, and given that he has tension with the Chief Minister, Sukhu. Thanks so much, Neeta, for joining us with that. And let's go across to Gurpreet, who joins us from Chandigarh. And of course, the issues in Chandigarh very different, Gurpreet. 13 seats of Punjab also going to the polls. And this time, as we've been discussing, the fact that it's four-cornered has been something very different, something Punjab hasn't seen in a long time, with the BJP going it alone in this election as well.
Well, yes, of course, if we can talk about Punjab, there is a challenge, because what we have learned till 3 p.m., 46% voting has been done. But in most of times we have seen in the Punjab, in the last leg of voting, we have seen a lot of voters, they are exercising their right. But if we can talk about Chandigarh, 52% votes were being polled till the time of 3 p.m. And right now we are also reporting from one of the polling stations. Chandigarh city is an educated city, and we have seen the most of the people in this area. We are reporting from north area, where they had already exercised their right. We have seen some of the NSS students, they are also been deployed here to help the people who are not able to walk. They have a wheelchair. Since morning they have been doing and performing their duty, so that the right of exercising vote should be done, or if there is any problem, they will be able to resolve this thing. If we can talk about if we can talk about the Chandigarh seat, we have seen outsider versus the hometown candidate that is going on, and still what we can see here, there is a neck-to-neck competition which is going on, and same situation which we can also observe in Punjab. 4-corner contest. Akali Dal is trying to revive or survive. At the same time, BJP is looking for the new ground, and Aam Aadmi Party, so many months and years, they have been claiming that they are running a development agenda. They are trying to woo the voters on the development agenda. And if we can talk about the Congress is trying to encash anti-incumbency votes. So let's see what will be the result in the coming days. But as of now, it seems that it's not a cakewalk for any of the party. Yes, of course, we have seen the Congress was able to put their things in a proper perspective. Back to studio.
Right, and interesting to see Congress and AAP together in Delhi for that India bloc meeting, given that, they're rivals in Punjab just now. But then final word, Tanish, to you, your first big election that you've covered, and, each and every phase of the elections and final phase here in Eastern UP. And just wrap it up for us now, given that these are the last few minutes really of polling for this Lok Sabha election.
Well, of course, Gargi, I would just first like to show you I'm outside the polling booth here. And of course, this is the last 15-20 minutes of the polling before finally the great Indian elections come to an end. But as of now, we have the 3 p.m. voter turnout. That is around 46%, the average voter turnout of Uttar Pradesh. We all were talking about the voter turnout. So initially in the first two phases, we saw voter turnout really low when in comparison to 2019, it was low. But of course, as it progressed, the voter turnout slightly improved. But you know, the urban apathy did continue. We saw low voter turnout in Kanpur, in Allahabad, all these cities, all these districts, Lok Sabha constituencies saw slightly low voter turnout this time as well. But you know, talking about the campaign, of course, Uttar Pradesh, the most important, the crucial state. You know, it is of course said that the road to Delhi leads through Lucknow, and of course, to win at the center, you need to win Uttar Pradesh as well, because it of course carries a mega chunk, around a total of 80 Lok Sabha seats. This time it was, of course, NDA versus INDA NDA versus India bloc. It was a battle of alliances, but there was a special focus on those who were fighting solo, like the BSP, which of course played a very important role, especially in the western part of Uttar Pradesh, where we saw a heavy campaigning by BSP as well.
Right. Well, Tanish, we're completely out of time, and thanks so much for joining us. Tanish, they're reporting from one of the big high-profile seats, the Varanasi seat, from where Narendra Modi is
Tanish was talking about Lucknow. We don't know in the last decade, but the road to Delhi has come through Varanasi. You know, so I guess that's all we have time for on the show right now. But of course, our exit poll coverage and our post-poll coverage will all continue right here on NDTV. So stay tuned.
Do keep watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर. ओरिएंट एरोसेंस विद वॉइस कमांड. एलेक्सा, स्विच ऑन द फैन. ओरिएंट BLDC फैन, द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस.
Okay, so दोस्तों अभी जो सेक्शन आ गया है, you all know it's my personal favorite because यहाँ पे मैं जवाब देता हूँ all the questions जो आपने पूछे होते हैं उन सभी के. The section is known as Ask TG. Let's see what we have this week और क्या-क्या अलग-अलग सवाल हमको मिले हैं regarding अलग-अलग gadgets.
मैं अपनी बिटिया के लिए फ़ोन लेना चाह रहा हूँ. उसको फोटोग्राफी का अच्छा शौक है और साथ में उसकी पढ़ाई के भी काम आएगा. तो 25,000 तक कोई बढ़िया सा मोबाइल सजेस्ट कीजिए.
Okay, I'll just give you one recommendation for your daughter. If the budget is rupees 25,000, I strongly recommend that you get her the OnePlus Nord CE4. It's a great device, packed with performance, has all the features, battery काफी अच्छी.
Welcome back. Well, it's the final few minutes of the Lok Sabha elections as polling is still underway at 57 constituencies across the country, and this brings us really to the end of this Lok Sabha election. This very long 7-phase Lok Sabha election.
It's not over till the results. So it's come to the end of what the voting and the campaigning and all that's over. Now it's all time for the results. In about 6 minutes from now, NDTV special coverage of exit polls and poll of polls that we'll come up with over the next 3 hours will begin.
And that's going to be the big talking point till the actual counting takes place on the 4th. But do stay tuned for our special coverage of the exit polls. Stay with us.
Go.
Elections क्या है?
Election is basically a reality TV show जिससे बिग बॉस चुना जाता है. The biggest festival of democracy.
मेला है मेला.
हमारी आवाज.
Youth की आवाज. They make hashtags become a voting trend. They communicate their political views with memes. They turn their real ideas into reels. Youth makes elections a lot more fun, and we have just the right election shows for them. As India goes for its 18th general elections, join me, Arun Singh, for 18 Ka Vote only on NDTV. First-time voters, share your hopes and expectations from the leaders in the form of a video message. We'll feature select videos on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र का वो चुनाव जो देश और दुनिया को बदलने की ताकत रखता है। सरकार बनाएंगे करीब 100 करोड़ लोग, जिससे तय होंगे पीएम, पॉलिसी और फ्यूचर। इस सबसे बड़े चुनाव की बड़ी बातों को डिकोड करने के लिए मेरे साथ होंगे देश के जाने माने एक्सपर्ट्स। देश के चुनिंदा शहरों से एनडीटीवी की सबसे बड़ी पेशकश बैटल ग्राउंड देखिए मेरे साथ सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर, क्योंकि चुनाव मतलब एनडीटीवी।
मैं सरकार दोबारा बनाने के लिए सरकार नहीं चलाता, मैं देश बनाने के लिए सरकार चलाता हूँ।
बार बार ये विपक्ष का कहना है कि साहब चाइना जो है हमारे यहाँ घुसा है।
रक्षा मंत्री होने के नाते आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूँ, भारत की 1 इंच जमीन पर भी कोई कब्जा नहीं करने पाएगा।
Battle for 2024.
केजरीवाल झूठ की दुकान खोल रखी है और झूठे बातें करके लोगों को बरगलाने का काम करता है।
क्या शांतिपूर्ण चुनाव हो रहा है? शुभेंदु अधिकारी कहते हैं तृणमूल जो हिंसक घटना हो रहा है उसके लिए जिम्मेदार है।
In the last lap.
काफ़ी बड़ी रैली हुई, सारे ऑपोजिशन लीडर्स उस पर आए थे, तो आपको क्या कहना है, किस तरीके से परफॉर्मेंस रहेगी इंडिया ब्लॉक की?
NDTV has kept you ahead with extensive ground coverage.
शायनी घोष जो तृणमूल कांग्रेस के जादवपुर कंस्टिट्यूएंसी से उम्मीदवार है।
Not just studio noise, but ear to the ground.
फिर से आपके चैनल पर कहना चाहता हूँ, हम 400 पार करेंगे और शेयर मार्केट भी बढ़ने वाला है।
Elections is equal to NDTV.
शेयरिंग से याद आया, sometimes it's a thing that we need to share our Wi-Fi network. घर में कोई दोस्त आया हो, maybe there's some guest coming in and you would want to share your Wi-Fi. The problem comes if your password is very complicated or maybe you don't want to say it out loud कि आपका password क्या है। ऐसे में आप Wi-Fi network कैसे शेयर कर सकते हैं? Well guys, it's a very interesting method. बहुत आसान सा टिप है। Just go into your phone's settings. वहां पे जहां पे आपको वाईफाई का नाम दिखता है, just next to it or maybe if you go deep into settings, आपको एक ऑप्शन मिल जाएगा wherein you can share your Wi-Fi network just by using a QR code. आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे QR कोड आएगा, the friend or the guest just needs to scan that code and he can connect to your Wi-Fi network without even you telling the password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 or whatever it is. अगर आप चाहें तो इसी QR कोड का एक प्रिंट आउट लेके अपने घर में कहीं लगा सकते हैं so that anyone coming in can just scan that QR code and वो आपके वाईफाई से कनेक्ट हो जाएगा। Quite easy, quite convenient and quite time saving as well. कैसी लगी ये टिप? मुझे जरूर बताना। You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
Elections क्या है?
Election is basically a reality TV show जिससे बिग बॉस चुना जाता है। The biggest festival of democracy.
मेला है मेला।
हमारी आवाज।
Youth की आवाज। They make hashtags become a voting trend. They communicate their political views with memes. They turn their real ideas into reels. Youth makes elections a lot more fun, and we have just the right election shows for them. As India goes for its 18th general elections, join me, Arun Singh, for 18 Ka Vote only on NDTV. First-time voters, share your hopes and expectations from the leaders in the form of a video message. We'll feature select videos on NDTV.
I have a right to decide who will run my country for the next 5 years. And for that, I need to vote. So I pledge to vote, and I encourage all my family members, all my colleagues at Hyundai Motor India, and of course, all the citizens of my great country to go ahead and vote. Vote now and vote forever.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. And drive.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Good evening and welcome. It's crunch time in elections 2024. Voting is now ending for the elections. The first exit poll numbers will be out any moment now. Before the actual results on the 4th of June, exit polls, of course, show trends. No exit poll can be considered definite.
Yes, and the big sense that we'll get from the numbers which will start coming in post 6:30 p.m. is the direction in which the country would be heading on forth. If you look at 2019 and also 2014, the previous Lok Sabha elections, directionally most exit polls got it right, but the range differed. In fact, some of those exit polls, particularly Chanakya, Vishnu, and Axis, got the numbers in the range of 10 plus, more or less correct. Yes. But overall, this is, NDTV is not doing any exit poll.
And there were massive outliers last time as well.
So NDTV isn't doing any exit poll, and Vishnu and I over the next few hours will be looking at these numbers which will be coming in from various pollsters to try and imagine that do they really match with the anecdotes that we picked up on the ground during the course of the travel.
That's right, Maria. We'll understand what goes into exit polls as well, how reliable they are. We'll also bring you the buzz on what is happening through our poll of polls, which is an aggregate of exit polls being conducted. Well, let's quickly move on now. And the two states that have polled in every phase of elections have been UP and West Bengal. Today, in the final phase, 9 seats have polled in Bengal. Very, very crucial indeed. We'll be looking also in all of this as far as that 7th phase is concerned. Remember, as far as Bengal, which is such an important state, from phase 1 to phase 6, the BJP were actually ahead of the Trinamool Congress. It was then 9-0 in the 7th phase for the TMC. So is that going to be something that takes place in Bengal? As a Bengali, I'm very closely watching what happens over there. But let's quickly introduce our panelists. Dr. Pooja Tripathi of the Congress Party, Temje Nimna Along, Tourism and Higher Education Minister of Nagaland, and the former president of the BJP joins us as well. Aarti Jairat will be joining us in the studio. Nija Chaudhary with us. Professor Sanjay Kumar will be with us, cephalogist and professor at CSDS, and Nishtha Gautam with us, senior journalist with us in the studio.
So let's begin with...
Now, Maria, surely...
I would say...
Now, is this going to be a... Let me ask you, is this going to be a close one in the next little while, or
I think,
having travelled as much as you have?
Yes, so I think people of India in recent elections have given very decisive, clear mandates. So this election also, the BJP managed to change or shift the goalpost. Till about the 2nd or the 3rd phase, we did not hear about 272. That is the majority number. It was all about 400 par. And the opposition again today is interesting, Nirja, that the India bloc meeting which was held, and the press conference is going to begin any moment now. They were emphasizing on their own number. Mallikarjun Kharge's number is 295 for India. How believable is that?
Can I just ask you that same question? In fact, Maria just asked that, and we'll get into detailed analysis later. Do you believe that this is going to be close? What's your gut? Or do you believe it's going to be a sweep in favor of the BJP, or somewhere in between?
I think my gut is that it's going to be a clear majority for the BJP.
Right.
India, the opposition has put up a good fight,
okay,
and got their seat adjustments right, barring Punjab and West Bengal. And the rallies have been big in Uttar Pradesh. They've managed to extend the MY, Muslim Yadav, in both UP
Okay, we'll get to the analysis in a moment.
So
Gut feel.
they've done well.
All right, Nishta, gut feel. Is it going to be close, or is it going to be sweeping for the BJP, or somewhere in between?
No, it's not going to be close at all. I think it's going to be a sweep this way or the other, but my gut
This way
says,
or the other?
Yes, because everybody seems to be saying, if one were to listen to the Congress party leaders, they are forming the government with majority. India is coming to power, but I think it's going to be decisive. I think unless there is a subterranean anger which nobody is able to take a look at, it's going to be the BJP.
Aarti, gut feeling, not based on anything but gut feeling.
Do you really want me to stick my neck out?
And today is perhaps the right day.
Today is the right day.
Yeah.
Because
Hopefully
I
by
suppose
June
given
4th,
how wrong
everybody will
exit
have
polls
forgotten.
go, you can be wrong as well.
And then by June 4th, we can all forget what I said today, right?
Absolutely.
So I feel that, listen, obviously the BJP is going to be the single largest party and will form the government. The question is, I think in my mind there is still a doubt whether they will touch the 272 figure or not.
The BJP
there is
alone
a doubt.
or
the
the
BJP
NDA?
alone.
The BJP alone.
Yeah.
And I think we should
So you
ask that
feel
question.
with the NDA, so, I'm so sorry.
Yes, please.
So with the NDA, you feel that they would cross the mark. You're saying they need their NDA partners to take them across.
Yes, yes,
I'm
yes.
so
I
sorry.
mean, I'm not sure whether they will. They may cross the 272 mark,
So
but
is Prime Minister Modi on the cusp of history? Well, the three women journalists here are of the opinion that yes, he is. He's all set to, but we'll have to wait for the exit poll numbers. It's about just realizing that in the next few minutes, the exit poll numbers will start coming in, and the pollsters have gone to several villages. Some of them have massive sample size, which I was looking at access numbers. They have talked about how it's almost like 5 lakh sample size.
That's huge.
So that's relatively a huge number. But let's go to Nagaland to get a view from Temjin Imna Along, someone who is seen as a very prominent figure of the BJP in the entire Northeast. Mr. Along, thank you so much. Sabse pehle namaste, because you speak and you love speaking in Hindi. So let me begin by asking you, kya hoga aaj और 4 तारीख को?
नमस्ते। क्या होगा हो चुका है और ज्यादा कुछ होना नहीं है। अपना एनडीए की गठबंधन का सरकार बनेगा 4 तारीख को, और आपने बोला है, मैं सुन रहा था काफ़ी हमारी जो वहाँ जर्नलिस्ट लोगों की बातों को, मगर 2019 को भी मैं याद करता हूँ जब बोल रहे थे कि मोदी जी बीजेपी एनडीए गठबंधन 170-80 क्रॉस नहीं करेंगे, नहीं होगा, 200 क्रॉस नहीं करेंगे, नहीं होगा, और आज भी बहुत कुछ सुनाई देते हैं। मगर मैं भी एक कार्यकर्ता हूँ और मोदी जी की नेतृत्व में विश्वास रखने वाला एक नागरिक हूँ इस देश का, और आप चौंक जाएंगे 4 तारीख की शाम को कि हम लोग एनडीए की गठबंधन 400 पार जरूर होगा।
Temjin sir, let me ask you, despite all of us, it's known as the Seven Sisters of the Northeast, but every state in the Northeast is different. They've got separate issues, and it's been a difficult couple of years for the Northeast. Manipur has been burning. We've got a pretty precarious situation on the border. There is the entire issue of drugs, and of course the entire issue of development as well. Do you not believe that this might challenge parties which are close to the BJP or the BJP itself?
My dear sir, being a man living in the Northeast and of the Northeast part of India, I want to tell you one thing to all the viewers of NDTV today who are watching, that it is the BJP's Narendra Modi ji's leadership that has mitigated the needs and the issues of the Northeast region and have been successfully able to build the agenda of a vibrant Northeast of India, a strong Northeast of India, a developed Northeast of India. Yes, you are right, sir. There are different issues in each area. precarious border is there. But today, if you look at the border issue, we are strong. We are not at the receiving end. We are strong. The government of India, the military has been able to assertively mitigate those issues.
Right.
Manipur has been burning, but Manipur had local issues and issues also pertaining to drugs and poppy cultivation. And those are ethnic issues which have to be today taken care through course of time by the proper humanitarian and political assertment, not only from Delhi, but also the people of Manipur have to allow peace to come together. And in terms of development, 60 years of Congress rule and this 10 years of Modiji's government, it is completely different. I need not say more. I travel by the road which Modi has given. I go build the colleges which have never been built, which government of India, the Modi government has given. And in terms of tourism and in various sectors, needless to say.
Right. Tenjin sir, thanks so much for sharing us with that. We've got Sanjay Kumar, who's also joined us now in the studio. I think there's nobody else better, Maria, to tell us about exit polls, their veracity, sample sizes, and how they've got it right and wrong in the past. Let's talk about 2019 with Sanjay. Firstly, how reliable would these be, and what are the factors that these rely on to get it right? Sometimes they get it wrong.
And let us also welcome you on NDTV, because you have decided to be with us all through this, through the exit polls, because your CSDS isn't doing a poll.
We are doing a post-poll survey. We are not releasing anything today evening.
Okay.
You're welcome to do that, by the way.
But tomorrow we will try and do a teaser of the vote share. We don't want to get into the whole business of seat share estimate because it's very tricky. You can get your vote estimates right, but you might get your seat estimates very, very incorrect. And if you don't get the seats right, then people think your poll has been absolutely wrong. That's not the best way to judge how reliable is the exit poll or how reliable is the poll. I think when you do a poll, what we do, generally you go and ask the voter which party you had voted for. So first you get the estimates of the vote, and based on the estimate of the vote, you convert those into seats. It's like going to a doctor, and if you say, I'm feeling unwell, I have temperature, the first thing he has to do is to check your temperature. He will not prescribe medicine without checking your temperature. The problem, Vishnu, is these days, doctors are not checking temperature. I'm talking about the pollsters. They're just prescribing the medicine. Just you go and take the medicine and you will be all right. Sometimes that works. Sometimes it doesn't work. So methodology is important. It is important for a doctor to check your temperature and then prescribe medicine.
So where do pollsters or some of these groups not potentially go wrong? Is it the sample size that you're talking about? Bigger is better? Is it the nature of the questions which are asked?
Very difficult to say where do pollsters go wrong, but on a very sharp question, are bigger sample necessarily better? No, not necessarily better, but bigger samples helps you in disaggregating the result. If you take a sample of 9 lakh, like one pollsters did in 2019 Lok Sabha election, you are able to say with some degree of confidence or with greater degree of confidence for each and every Lok Sabha constituency. If you take a sample much smaller, 20,000, 30,000, like we do, we should be able to tell the viewer or the reader what's likely to happen in the country, even in terms of, if we want to get into the seat business, we can say about the country, not about each and every constituency. Again, to give an example, it's like I am celebrating my birthday. It's not my birthday. And I have decided to invite only 4 friends. So I can order a cake of 1 kg, and 1 kg cake should be enough for 4 people. But suppose if I wanted to invite 500 people, I needed a much bigger cake. That's pollsters are doing these days. If you want to predict each and every constituency, you have to have a bigger cake. And remember, if you prepare a cake of 2 kg or you prepare a cake of, like 10 kg, if you maintain the same process, I don't think there is any difference in the taste. It's only about how many pieces you can cut of the cake.
Okay, so if we were to look at this election and, all the journalists who are there on your left have come to this conclusion that the BJP is firmly in the pole position. It will be around 272. What's your assessment?
No,
You may not give the
I
numbers.
I would go along with the majority view.
We were still trying to get the best that we could since you've done a survey. I just wanted to go across to Dr. Pooja Tripathi, spokesperson of the Congress Party as well. Dr. Tripathi, thank you very much for being with us. We are also joined by Akshay Marathe of the Aam Aadmi Party, Tom Vadakar of the BJP. Dr. Tripathi, we'll know what the trends are in a little while from now. They haven't started coming in as yet. But there was an important meeting which took place a little while back where members of the opposition, the India Alliance, said that they would participate in these discussion programs. Is that perhaps because there is a sense that, look, there is merit in exit polls, whichever way they go?
Vishnu, to be honest, this will come as hilarious take, but I actually slept off. So it's thinking we were not going to participate in the.
Well, you've got a lot of hard work now, Pooja.
And I got a call 15 minutes back that we are participating in exit polls. I'm sure the India Alliance leaders met and decided, and they saw that the numbers are in our favor, and they thought that coming to exit polls would be a good idea, would be a healthy democratic process, and here we are. Here I am. Just
yes,
right
and those are the visuals coming in of the meeting of the India bloc, which was held a few minutes back, and Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, has come up with his own numbers, and so have Akhilesh Yadav and Tejasvi Yadav. They are talking about somewhere in the range of 290 plus. Tom Vadakar, should that make you worried? I mean, first they said that they will not be participating in exit poll discussions, and then they said yes, they will be. But there are some internal numbers. They are hoping for a miracle. Mr. Vadakar, if you heard me.
Do I look worried? Question number one. I said, do I look worried?
No, but Mr. Vadakar, it has to be said you don't usually look worried.
With the No, I don't look worried, but there has to be some reason to be worried. They are themselves confused a lot. First they say that they would not come for the exit poll, and now they are there. It's good. We are welcoming them. I mean, we are happy that they're all there because discussion is part of a larger democracy. And if exit poll was boycotted, then I think it was a clear indication that there is a larger picture to it, and the picture was just a trailer. So let's see as the game processes, and let the figures come, then we'll take the debate forward.
Okay, let's bring in Akshay as well. Akshay, 13 seats of Punjab went to polls today, and of course, I'm sure in some constituencies, people would be still casting their vote. What are the reports coming in for the Aam Aadmi Party? Let's not forget that in 2019, after Kerala, the second highest number of seats that the Congress won was in Punjab. So your gain or Congress Party's gain will be at the cost of an India partner.
Maria, first of all, I want to say that between 2019 and 2024, Punjab has gone through a sea change in terms of its political dynamics. The Aam Aadmi Party won 92 seats in a historic mandate just 2 years ago and fulfilled several of its promises, including 300 units of free power, free and high quality education, several promises kept on the agricultural sector as well. So there is a wave in favor of Aam Aadmi Party. As Mr. Bhagwant Mann has said, Punjab banega hero 13-0. That is the scorecard that Aam Aadmi Party still stands by, and we are hoping that India will sweep the state of Punjab. Even if there is 1 or 2 seats that go to another party, it will not go to the Bharatiya Janata Party, that is for sure. And when it comes to the question of exit polls, I was just listening to your discussion. I want to just say one thing, that in the last several election cycles, we have seen that exit polls have been wrong by a lot. There have been 1 or 2 exit polls every cycle that get it right. So to take exit polls very seriously, I think would be a mistake that I don't think that opposition parties and opposition voters are ready to make. We are participating in this debate to put forward our internal assessment, and our internal assessment is that India Alliance is winning 295 seats. The BJP is winning 220 seats. The NDA may come close to around 235 seats. That is the assessment of all the India Alliance parties. They met today. They shared their internal data. We shared what we saw in Delhi, in Punjab. Other parties shared what they saw in Bihar, Jharkhand, Maharashtra, Haryana, Rajasthan, UP. All these states are states where BJP is losing by a lot.
No, but Akshay, just to get some clarity on what you're saying, is this the Aam Aadmi Party's estimate, or is it the estimate based on what India partners compiled today?
No, Vishnu, Aam Aadmi Party, of course, doesn't have an estimate for the whole country. We have an estimate for the states where we contested. But like I said, all the alliance partners met today and shared our internal estimates with each other. And on the basis of that, this 295 number has come up.
That's interesting.
Mr. Uddhav Thackeray ji shared their numbers from Maharashtra. Tejasvi Yadav ji shared their numbers from Bihar. Akhilesh Yadav ji shared their numbers from UP. On the basis of all these aggregated data sets, we have come to the conclusion that India Alliance is winning 295 seats in this election.
Let's rewind and go back in time in 2019. Again in 2019, despite the dominant Balakot sentiments that was there, nationalist sentiment, there was this narrative of the opposition having done well. But this time around, there were issues that the opposition parties were pushing for, which had almost come on the surface, where people were talking about it aggressively, be it about rural distress, or of unemployment, or of mehengai or inflation.
I think there is a difference. Yes, before the Balakot airstrike, there was a narrative that opposition might do well, and the issues of unemployment and price rise, and rural distress was very prominent. But I think suddenly we have one big event which actually changed the mood of the voters. And I think we kept saying at the time that it was kind of a Balakot bump which gave maybe 60 to 65 additional seats for BJP. I am using the word maybe because we can't figure it out exactly. But if there was no Balakot, if that incident had not happened, I am not saying that BJP would have lost election, but still we would have been discussing at that time whether BJP will be able to reach 272 or not. The way we are discussing at this moment, I still believe that BJP is far ahead in the electoral race of 2024. But I think the contest is more keen in 2024 or more close in 2024 compared to what we saw in 2019.
Okay. Tom Varakhan, would you like to react to what Akshay Marathe said, where the India Alliance has their sense that it's going to be 295 in their favor and the NDA would be 235, of which I think he said 225 would be the BJP. Would you like to react to that?
Well, everybody has a right to speak and give a view. I mean, I accept that. But my view is very clear. We are getting about almost 370 seats. And if you take the combined, it will be around 400 plus. That's the position we have said, and we are still holding on. And I'm confident that the figures will match. Now, whatever the other party says they have a wish list, so be it. Till the counting day and the cows come home, they can continue the debate, and they are the only ones that will survive on this planet. Well, let them have that. Let them have their day. No opposition to it. But yes, our positions are very clear.
Okay, let me bring in Nija, Aarti and Nishtha here in the studio. Beginning with you, Aarti. They have done their calculation, and they may be, there are leaders also who are on the ground, like Tejasvi and Akhilesh Yadav, and also Maharashtra. There were sentiments which forced the BJP to go back on its 400 Par slogan, because they realized that the Dalits could be moving away, and first signs of that came from Maharashtra.
Yes, I know. But, elections are not just about narratives. I mean, I think in this election, the BJP, for the first time, was on the back foot as far as the narrative was concerned, because the narrative was being set by the opposition, and the BJP was, was batting on the opposition's pitch, starting with this whole thing of changing the constitution. But, that may be it, and the opposition may have got its people, may have had these enthusiastic rallies and so on. But elections, winning an election is also about management. It's about vote management. It's about, getting your voter out, getting your voter to the booth and pressing the right button. And, we know that the BJP has a superior machinery. It has many more resources than the opposition does. So, whatever the enthusiasm may have been, maybe the narrative of the opposition actually struck a chord with people when it talked about unemployment and inflation. But does the opposition have that ability to convert all those crowds and that, sort of the response into actual votes turning into seats. That's what my doubt is there. And I think the BJP is definitely more superior in that kind of management.
Neeta, would you quickly respond to the point?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. What we saw was dissatisfaction.
Yes.
What was not there was what I call akrosh,
or anger.
Fury, what we saw in 1977. So when you don't have a clear leader as an alternative, and you don't have a huge machinery organization that Aarti spoke about, which are the minuses on the India Alliance side, then if you have akrosh, it overcomes everything. But if you have mere dissatisfaction, are you able to convert that dissatisfaction into actual votes? That has been the challenge for the India Alliance.
So in another few minutes, the first set of exit poll data will start coming in. We'll try and get you that. But for the moment, we are going straight to Varanasi or Kashi, where Tanishq is joining us. And Tanishq, are you taking a boat ride?
Yes, of course, Maria. Elections are, the long-drawn elections are finally over, and with me are, of course, two esteemed guests. One, of course, political analyst who supports the BJP, one Congress spokesperson, and we will bring the political analysts of the 1.5-month long-drawn election, just after this small break from the Ghats of Varanasi.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
The 18th Lok Sabha Elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground.
With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide?
Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion?
Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revanth Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Jagannaught be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan?
Can BJP win back its only stronghold in the south? Or will it be a Congress consolidation?
Can BJP make a dent in the Dravidian den?
The 2024 Lok Sabha polls are crucial for the future of this country. Having covered elections for 35 years, I hope to cut through the cacophony of a long, hot summer campaign and help to understand and decode the issues, the challenges, and finally, the outcome.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other. And NDTV covers elections like no other. When India votes, you can count on us.
Welcome to NDTV. I'm right now on the Ghats of Varanasi, one of the hottest political seats, especially in Uttar Pradesh, from where Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself is contesting against India Bloc's Ajay Rai. Now, it has been a long-drawn elections, around more than 1.5 months, 7 phases, and Uttar Pradesh went to polls in all 7 phases. Now, I have with me, of course, two very esteemed guests who are joined here, Pritesh Acharya ji and Mr. Vaibhav, the spokesperson of the Congress. Mr. Acharya is, of course, a political analyst who supports the BJP. Now, we're going to break down the 7 phases of the Uttar Pradesh here with these two gentlemen, of course, here. Pritesh ji, सबसे पहले मैं आपके पास आऊँगा. बीजेपी ने शुरू किया बोलकर हम 400 पार का नारा था, लेकिन उन्होंने शुरू किया बोलकर उत्तर प्रदेश में 80 में 80 सीट है. अब 7 चरण हो गए, चुनाव खत्म हो गए. क्या लगता है ये 80 का जो आंकड़ा था इनका, कितनी रियलिटी है इसके अंदर, या इसके अंदर दूर दूर तक कोई रियलिटी आपको नहीं दिखती है फिलहाल?
निश्चित रूप से मैं कह सकता हूँ अपने अनुभव के आधार पर कि वो एंटी इनकम्बेंसी जो कही जाती है वो इसलिए असर नहीं कर रही है क्योंकि कोई सशक्त विकल्प विपक्ष दे नहीं पाया. कोई विज़न, कोई अपना डॉक्यूमेंट, कोई भी अपनी 100 डेज़ का एक वे कि हम इस तरह से चलाएंगे जब जनता के पास कोई विकल्प नहीं है. मैं इसका भी लाभ भाजपा गठबंधन को मिला है. और दूसरी सबसे बड़ी बात कि 2 बातों को अगर हम ध्यान में रखें. पहली एक कि विरासत, उस पर काफ़ी काम हुआ है पिछले 10 सालों में. आप संस्कृति को देख लीजिए, निर्माण को देख लीजिए, धर्म, अध्यात्म, कल्चर, हेरिटेज. साथ साथ आप एक तरफ चंद्रयान, मंगलयान की बात अगर करते हैं तो उनका सफल प्रक्षेपण, मतलब विज्ञान.
आप विपक्ष की बात कर रहे हैं ना कि विपक्ष का एक नैरेटिव नहीं बन पाया. हमारे पास विपक्ष के कांग्रेस के स्पोक्सपर्सन हैं. वैभव जी, एक बात बताइए, कहीं ना कहीं देर तो आए, ये बात तो माननी पड़ेगी. गठबंधन का जो पावर थी या पावर हो या है, वो थोड़ी सी देर में दिखी. इंडिया अलायंस की जो सीट शेयरिंग थी वो काफ़ी देर में सॉल्व हुई. तो क्या इनका, प्रीतिश जी का कहना कितना सही है कि ऑपोजिशन कन्विंसिंग नहीं है ऑडियंस के लिए, जनता के लिए? सॉरी,
नहीं, देखिए मैं ऐसा नहीं मानता. कब क्या होना है वो तभी होता है, समय पूर्व निश्चित होता है, मैं ये मानता हूँ, क्योंकि हम सनातन में विश्वास रखने वाले लोग हैं. लेकिन एक बात बड़ी ये कह रहे थे कि हमने जो भी बात की 1 साल पहले जब हमने इंडिया का गठन किया, पहली मीटिंग हुई तो यही बीजेपी के लोग कहते थे कोई नहीं जा रहा है, सब पहुंच गए. फिर अगली मीटिंग नहीं हो पाई, छीटाकशी हो रही थी. बट इंडिया ने अपने विजन को पब्लिक तक पहुंचाने का काम किया. हमने, जो हमारे नेता राहुल गांधी 10,000 किलोमीटर पूरे देश में यात्रा किए. जनता के बीच जो समस्याएं थीं, जो मुद्दे थे, जो उनके समाधान, उनके तरफ से जो सुझाव आए, उस पर हमने काम किया. और हमने 5 न्याय और 25 गारंटी का वादा किया. सभी जो इंडिया जनबंधन के साथी हैं वो सब जनता को हक और न्याय देने की बात कर रहे हैं. हम नौकरी
वैभव जी, सवाल ये उठता है कि क्या ये मैसेज जो है पहुंच पाया जनता तक? एक तरफ न्याय और आपने गारंटी की बात करी, दूसरी तरफ जो भाजपा का वो था, एजेंडा था, वो मोदी की गारंटी बार बार कहा जा रहा है. तो क्या वो पहुंच पाया?
देखिए, हमारी जो गारंटी थी वो गरीब के लिए थी. किसान को MSP की गारंटी, कर्ज माफी, महिला को न्याय की बात, महिला को 50% आरक्षण की बात, उसको प्रतिमाह 8,500, साल का 1 लाख देने की बात, युवा को नौकरी की गारंटी. और मोदी जी ने क्या कहा? हमने 80 करोड़ लोगों को 5 किलो चावल दिया और आने वाले 5 साल और देंगे, ये है मोदी की गारंटी. तो जनता ने कहा कि 5 साल तक और 5 किलो चावल देने की गारंटी नहीं, हमको रोजगार चाहिए. यही मोदी.
मैं प्रीतिश जी के पास ये सवाल
10 सेकंड में पूरा करता हूँ. मोदी जी का जो रोड शो नामांकन से पूर्व हुआ था, उसमें दुर्भाग्य,
आपके पास वापस आऊंगा, मैं आपके पास वापस आऊंगा.
जनता ने कहा मैं राशन नहीं, रोजगार चाहिए.
राशन नहीं, रोजगार चाहिए. ये एक, प्रीतिश जी, मैं जरूर मैंने देखा है कि कहीं ना कहीं लोगों के अंदर ना, भले ही वो भाजपा के सपोर्टर क्यों ना हो, वोटर क्यों ना हो, उनका फिर भी ये कहना था कि भैया महंगाई बढ़ गई है ना, बेरोजगारी को टैकल करने की ज़रूरत है. तो क्या आपको लगता है कहीं ना कहीं कोई ऐसा वोटर बेस था जो डिसइंचेंट हो गया, जो थोड़ा सा हट गया बीजेपी से, आपको लगता है?
देखिए, अभी तो आज एग्जिट पोल है और मुश्किल से जब जान रहे हैं कि परिणाम आ जाएंगे तो कुछ कहने को रह नहीं जाएगा. लेकिन मैं कम शब्दों में 2 बातें कहता हूँ. कांग्रेस या उसका गठबंधन कितने वर्षों तक राज किया? आप मूल शरीर में धड़कन होती है, धड़कन बंद है तो कौन सी चिकित्सा आपको ठीक कर लेगी, कौन सी थेरेपी आपको ठीक कर लेगी? उस तरह से एक गृहिणी धुएं से मुक्त हुई थी, उसके घर तक नल था, उसके घर में शौचालय था, ग्रामीण की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं. तो जब नल नहीं, मैं अपनी बात पूरी कर लूँ, बेसिक एक महिला घर का आधार होती है, उसको धुआं है, उसको शौच के लिए सुरक्षा है, उसको शौच रोकने पर रोग है, उसमें नल नहीं है, बिजली का कनेक्शन नहीं है, गैस कनेक्शन नहीं है, और एक बात और, सुरक्षा.
ये दावे के साथ देख लीजिए, आंकड़ों पर बात करिए, मैं बहुत कुछ कह सकता हूँ, आप बहुत करेंगे तो मानेंगे नहीं। आंकड़े क्या कहते हैं, कितनी FIR है, कितने अपराध हो रहे हैं, क्या ये बम विस्फोट पूरे देश में बंद कम हुए कि नहीं, जहर खुरानी ट्रेनों में कम हुए नहीं, ट्रेन एक्सीडेंट कम हुए कि नहीं। उसके अलावा गृहिणी आज जो एक महिला है उसको लाभ मिला है, आप इस बात को मान लीजिए। कितने घरों में नल पहुंचा, जल पहुंचा, कितने घरों में गैस पहुंची, धुएं से मुक्त हुआ, शौचालय बने। और दूसरी बात कि अगर गृहिणी सक्षम है तभी परिवार की जो एक शुरुआत होती है सीधे। और आयुष्मान योजना से लेकर जनधन योजना से लेकर इन योजनाओं का लाभ पहुंचा। और आप देख लीजिएगा, साइलेंट वोटर के रूप में बीजेपी को सफलता की ओर ले जाने वाली यही महिलाएं हैं।
ये बात हो रही है वैभव जी, है ना, कि बीजेपी ने सबसे ज़्यादा जो टारगेट किया है वो महिला वोटर को किया है, चाहे चुनाव से पहले 33% आरक्षण की बात हो, या फिर अभी आने वाले समय में सब्सिडी जो दी गई गैस के ऊपर। और कहीं ना कहीं उत्तर प्रदेश की महिलाओं की अगर मैं बात करूं, उनके लिए लॉ एंड ऑर्डर काफ़ी मुद्दा रहा है इस बार वोट देने से पहले। उस पर आपका क्या?
मैं एक तो पहले आप कुछ सवाल बोल देते हैं, उनका सवाल फिर पीछे छूट जाता है।
हाँ ठीक है, आप दोनों।
महिला सुरक्षा, BHU IIT में भाजपा के IT सेल के 3 दरिंदे बंदूक की नोक पे गैंगरेप करते हैं और मोदी जी उनको अगल बगल फोटो खिंचाते हैं और प्रमोट करके उनको मध्य प्रदेश चुनाव में उनको प्रमोशन दे देते हैं, प्रचार का जिम्मा दे देते हैं। 2 महीने तक उनको बचाते हैं, जबकि 4 दिन में ही उनके स्केच आइडेंटिफाई हो गए थे कौन लोग थे। ये है मुद्दा। दूसरी चीज़, महिलाओं को टारगेट करने। 33% आरक्षण में भाजपा ने महिलाओं के साथ ये छल किया कि एक ऐसा राइडर लगा दिया कि जब तक अगला सेंसस और परिसीमन नहीं होगा तब तक ये आरक्षण नहीं। जबकि कांग्रेस ने उस बिल को सपोर्ट किया और कहा कि तत्काल आप इसको क्यों नहीं लागू करते हैं, इसी चुनाव से लागू कर दीजिए। तो ये छल किया बीजेपी ने। तीसरा, धुआं की बात करते हैं। बहुत सारे लोग हैं, लोअर मिडिल क्लास के लोग जिनके पास 2 सिलेंडर होगा। मैं दावे के साथ कहता हूँ 90% घरों में 1 सिलेंडर खाली होगा, क्योंकि जो 400 का सिलेंडर कांग्रेस के समय में मिलता था तो वो भराना आसान होता था। आज की स्थिति ये है कि 1000-1200 तक चले गया। ये 400 से 1200 करते हैं, कोई नहीं जानता है, लेकिन 100 रुपये अगर घटाते हैं तो ढोल पीटने लगते हैं। ये बातें हैं, इस पर हमको ज़्यादा विचार करने की आवश्यकता है। रही बात महंगाई और बेरोजगारी, 70 साल की ये बात करते हैं। चंद्रयान 1 फेल हो गया, जो पहला मिशन, उसकी बात नहीं करते हैं, जहां मोदी जी खुद गए थे लॉन्चिंग के समय। दूसरा जो सफल हो गया वो उसकी ये वाहवाही लेना चाहते हैं। लेकिन हम जब नेहरू जी के समय में इसरो वगैरह ये सब जब गठित हो रहा था, हम इसका प्रयास कर रहे थे, तो यही जनसंघ के लोग कहते थे कि देश में खाने को नहीं है और ये लोग आसमान में उड़ने की बात सोच रहे हैं, तो मजाक बनाते थे। लेकिन वो विजनरी पर्सन थे नेहरू जी, जिनकी वजह से हम मंगल पर पहले प्रयास में पहुंच जाते हैं, जिसका क्रेडिट खुद मोदी जी ले रहे हो।
चलिए, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हम दोनों ने मैं आपसे बस एक शब्द में आप मेरे को बताएंगे, क्योंकि हमारे पास समय की बहुत कमी है। बस एक शब्द में 80 में से कितनी सीट भाजपा जीत सकती है इस बार? देखिए, एग्जिट पोल का आने वाला परिणाम एक बार में
बस एक शब्द बता रहा हूँ। मुझे लगभग, अगर कोई अनहोनी होती है जो कि कैलकुलेशन से ऊपर की बात है ना, तो 80 में 80 यूपी में आएगी। और एक बात और, यह शिव की नगरी काशी है। 10 सेकंड में अपनी बात कह रहा हूँ। यहाँ शिव तत्व, यहाँ से प्रधानमंत्री हमने चुना है सांसद के रूप में। मैं अपनी बात सुर में कहूँगा।
देखिए, हमारे पास समय की थोड़ी कमी है, सुर जरूर सुनना चाहेंगे।
बस मैं 1 मिनट के कर रहा हूँ। बतावा मितवा कहाँ नाही हो भोला, बतावा मितवा कहाँ नाही हो भोला, बतावा मितवा कहाँ नाही हो भोला, जब नाही हो अंत त जन्म कैसे होला, बतावा मितवा कहाँ नाही हो भोला। यही सब कुछ देवे यही मांगे लेके झोला, यही सब कुछ देवे यही मांगे लेके झोला, आदि अंत दोनों में मगन रहे चोला, बतावा मितवा।
हम बहुत धन्यवाद प्रीति जी। बस जल्दी से एक शब्द में, इंडिया गठबंधन कितनी सीटें? एक शब्द में, खाली एक नंबर।
देखिए, 30+ हम इंडिया गठबंधन को देते हैं। और जो भाई साहब कह रहे हैं ना, ये शिव की नगरी, शिव तत्व, ये सबके लिए है।
हमारे पास समय का बहुत अभाव है। बट ऑफ कोर्स, you know, from the Ghats of Banaras, one of the hottest political seats in Uttar Pradesh, from where Prime Minister himself is contesting. Exit polls figures will be out very soon, and NDTV will be giving you accurate analysis of all the exit poll data. Right now, time to slip into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर। ओरिएंट एरोसेंस विद वॉइस कमांड। एलेक्सा, स्विच ऑन द फैन। ओरिएंट BLDC फैन, द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस।
मैं सरकार दोबारा बनाने के लिए सरकार नहीं चलाता, मैं देश बनाने के लिए सरकार चलाता हूँ।
बार बार ये विपक्ष का कहना है कि साहब चाइना जो है हमारे यहाँ घुसा है।
रक्षा मंत्री होने के नाते आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूँ, भारत की 1 इंच जमीन पर भी कोई कब्जा नहीं करने पाएगा।
बैटल फॉर 2024।
केजरीवाल झूठ की दुकान खोल रखी है और झूठे बातें करके लोगों को बरगलाने का काम करता है।
क्या शांतिपूर्ण चुनाव हो रहा है? शुभेंदु अधिकारी कहते हैं तृणमूल जो हिंसक घटना हो रहा है उसके लिए जिम्मेदार है।
इन द लास्ट लैप
काफ़ी बड़ी रैली हुई, सारे ऑपोजिशन लीडर्स उस पर आए थे, तो आपको क्या कहना है, किस तरीके से परफॉर्मेंस रहेगी इंडिया ब्लॉक की?
NDTV has kept you ahead with extensive ground coverage.
शायनी घोष जो तृणमूल कांग्रेस के जादवपुर कंस्टिट्यूएंसी से उम्मीदवार है।
Not just studio noise, but ear to the ground.
फिर से आपके चैनल पर कहना चाहता हूँ, हम 400 पार करेंगे और शेयर मार्केट भी बढ़ने वाला है।
Elections is equal to NDTV.
तो फ्रेंड्स, अभी टाइम आ गया है फॉर मी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस जो आपने पूछे थे इन दिस सेगमेंट व्हिच इज आस्क टीजी, वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स, बिकॉज मजा आता है आपसे बात करने में, थोड़ा सा सवाल जवाब करने में। लेट्स सी द क्वेश्चंस वी हैव फॉर दिस वीक्स एपिसोड।
हाय टीजी, क्या आपको लगता है कि फोन को बैटरी सेवर मोड पे रखने से सही में कोई फायदा है?
Well, technically, yes, there is an advantage. See, usually battery saver mode क्या करता है? Basically, वो आपके फोन की कुछ settings को इस तरीके से tweak करता है so that your battery can last for long. अब उसमें कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जो आप खुद से कर सकते हो. For example, reducing the time जितना आपका screen on रहता है while your phone is idle, उसको आप जितना कम रखेंगे, it's good for you. आप जो है वो अपने networks को बंद कर सकते हैं. You can turn off the background app activities जो बैटरी सेवर मोड में हो जाता है. बट देयर इज वन मोर थिंग, काफी फोन्स में जो होता है, जहां पे इट ऑल्सो लिमिट्स द मैक्सिमम ब्राइटनेस जो आप एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं फॉर योर डिस्प्ले, एंड ऑल्सो इट लिमिट्स योर सीपीयूज मैक्सिमम क्लॉक स्पीड. तो ये जो दो चीजें हैं थोड़ी सी ग्रैनुलर हो जाती है, और इनफैक्ट अगर हम कंपेयर करते हैं तो येस, यू डेफिनेटली गेट सम एक्स्ट्रा बैटरी व्हाइल यू आर यूजिंग दीज बैटरी सेवर मोड्स और लो पावर मोड्स.
I want to install an antivirus software in my MacBook. Please suggest.
Okay, I would suggest.
Welcome back. Well, the numbers are coming in fairly fast, as you would expect at this stage. We are talking about the exit poll numbers. These may or may not be accurate. We'll know on the 4th of this month. But here's what it is so far. India News, the D-Dynamics are, let's have that up. They are saying that the NDA, a clear sweep for the NDA at 371, the India Alliance at 125, others at 47. So that's the first set of rail numbers which have come in. We've got a couple of other details also coming in. Go ahead.
Of Tamil Nadu, the numbers are coming in of Jan Ki Baat and also of Access My India. They have given an upper range again to the India bloc. TV9 Bharat Varsh is giving 35 to India bloc in Tamil Nadu. Not much of a surprise, one would say. And if you look at these numbers, so it has come in India Today Axis, 33 to 37 for India in Tamil Nadu. NDA 2 to 4, so BJP could very well be opening its account along with its alliance partner there. Jan Ki Baat giving 0 to 5 to NDA. TV9 Bharatvarsh giving 35 to India. When we look at this number, not much of a surprise, Nishtha. Tamil Nadu all the way. Despite the push that came in from the BJP, even BJP leaders was estimating that it would be about increasing the vote share, not as much a seat.
But that's their strategy. Increase in vote share is the first step towards making a dent in Tamil Nadu's politics. Otherwise, it is considered a state where BJP was never expected to do anything.
Sure.
So even if they get an opening account there with one seat, I think it's going to be a big gain for them, because that's exactly what they accomplished in Bengal.
Can I just interrupt you for half a second? This is the other big one coming in, the Republic Bharat numbers, which have given the NDA more than 350. Let's just flip the page and just go to the next one, which has come in, the Republic Bharat PMARG survey, the NDA at 359, India at 154. So you've got two of these surveys, Maria, which have come in, which are projecting the BJP, the NDA, I should say, well above 300.
Yes. But this one has not broken down state-wise, so we'll have to wait and see what is the state-wise picture, because the others again is about the BJD and also the YSRCP. These are unattached or equidistant partners from India and NDA. Sanjay Kumar, which is it that you are looking at in all this number? In fact, Jan Ki Baat has given numbers also now from Andhra Pradesh. They are talking about, and even also of Haryana numbers have come in. Jharkhand, in all 14, we have yet to do the calculation, because on the left side of your screen is NDTV poll of polls. We are going to give, that will be an average of all the states, but on the ticker and also on the other page is the data that is coming in state-wise. Yes, so this is overall Haryana number. We'll try and get that. But yes, Kerala, let's look at Kerala, important state. Again, their LDF and UDF are in a way distributing their numbers, 14 to 15 and 14 there. That's how it looks like. Sanjay Kumar, would you speak about Haryana or Kerala?
No, very difficult to figure out all these numbers, because at one point of time we are talking about the national figure, and then we jump to Haryana, then to Kerala, then to Tamil Nadu. I think very, very difficult for me to comprehend these numbers. But what's the number in Haryana? My own sense is that Haryana would be a split verdict, but advantage BJP. Still, I believe advantage BJP. I don't know what are the numbers on the screen by the two pollsters which have given their numbers. What's the number now?
But Sanjay, let me ask you, and you make a valid point that numbers flying all over the screen. Let's focus on the two big ones that we have, the All India picture. India News and D Dynamics is predicting the NDA at 371, India at 125, and Republic Bharat PMARG are looking at the NDA at 359 and India at 154. So just focusing on these two before we get more national numbers, any thoughts?
No, if I have to pick between these two, then I would, side with Republic Bharat, because I don't expect BJP and the allies NDA to be performing so well that they are coming close to 371. I know this is the figures for the NDA, but I don't even see NDA going close to 371. So out of these two, between these two, I will see Republic Bharat more realistic, but to give a sense of my numbers, I think, I would put the NDA numbers a little lower than what is being shown at this moment, 359.
Okay.
In my opinion, it's much lower, and for India Alliance, it is going to be much higher. That's my assessment at this moment.
When you say much lower, Sanjay, what will that range be?
I think we need to wait for more time, because today is the last day of poll, and the way we do our post-poll, our people have not gone to the field for the last phase of polling, for which 57 constituencies went to poll. And we should not forget, this is a round which is the bastion of TMC. TMC in West Bengal, 9 constituencies went to poll. All the seats were held by TMC.
Sure.
And And also, this is the region where TMC has a very large number of
we've
votes.
got, Sanjay, and all of you, in fact, one more number that's come in. This is Republic Bharat and Matris. They are putting the NDA at between 353 and 368. The India Alliance, Nija, you want to come in at 118 to 133. So 3 big national survey results are out presently. That's the latest one that we're talking about. Republic Bharat and Matris are put the NDA at 350. So 3 of them are out. India News has them at 371. Republic TV has them at 359. And Republic Bharat has them at 353. Nija, you want to jump in over here? Any initial thoughts?
I agree that the overall, obviously, all 3 are giving very convincing leads to the NDA.
Huge leads.
Huge, absolutely. So let's see what the others say. The very interesting things that are coming on the states, which you lingered on. You know, Kerala, Haryana was 7 for the NDA, 3 for the India, which means the Congress here. So that means that, interestingly, it would mean that there was a Jat anger against the BJP. So it would mean non-Jat versus Jat polarization has taken place. Mota, I would read it like that. And Kerala was very interesting.
Sure.
UDF getting 17 to 19 seats in Kerala, which is very interesting.
So TV5 Telugu has also come out with its All India numbers, placing the NDA at 359. So that's what, the 4th one? That's actually placed the NDA at... So directionally, we seem to be above 350.
In all these pollsters.
So I would say that if these
That's the
numbers
latest
are
one,
correct, I mean, you've given a health warning, and I'm also going to give a health
Lots
warning.
of health warnings.
But, you know, I mean, if we're looking at something like 350 plus for the NDA, it would mean that in South India, it has done better than we
Considerably
expected.
better.
Considerably better.
Which would mean Karnataka, right? Presumably.
Karnataka, that they've held on to, you know, the number
And
that they
possibly
had
Andhra
last
Pradesh
time.
as well,
Andhra
with the
Pradesh,
TDP.
Somewhat. And you know,
Telangana unsure.
for me, the big breakthrough, I mean, what we're seeing is in Kerala. See, in Tamil Nadu, the BJP has won seats in the past. Just, you know, in 2 elections ago, they won 1 seat in Tamil Nadu. Last time they didn't. But to have a breakthrough in Kerala where you can actually win 1 or 2 seats, and one of the polls shows LDF at 0. So that's, you know, that is a pretty shocking statistic that I'm seeing up there. It's pretty stunning. So,
you know, if you want to talk about Kerala, I've got a couple of them. ABP News says the 20 seats, remember, in Kerala, places the UDF at between 17 and 19. Times Now places them between 14 and 15. TV19 has them at 16. And India News, sorry. Yeah, that's right. 17 to 19 and 14 to 15. We've got 2 of them, and sorry, a third one has just come in. TV9 Bharatvash places them at 16. So between 16 and 19.
But
the
all
UDF
of them
out of 20.
are saying that the NDA is opening its account there.
Yes.
That's
so,
true.
Yeah,
That's
so 1
2,
or 1 to
3.
3.
That's
So
LDA.
even if it is 1, they are opening their account in a state
which has been denied to them all these years. You know?
It may not be the BJP, but their alliance partner, which have got they won the seat last time also. I don't remember that scene, but we have to figure that out. There's one seat which NDA had won last time also.
Yes.
But it is interesting. 1 to 3 would be the NDA. That's what 3 or 4 of them are now saying. All of them are saying, whether it's Times Now, Jan Ki Baat, ABP News or India TV, are giving the NDA either 0 to 1 or 1 to 3. Times Now is giving them 1.
But what you're really looking at is a wipeout of the left.
Yes,
you know, that is the really significant thing about these numbers.
Again, even that, I'm not sure that's the case.
Let's look at Karnataka numbers now, Vishnu.
Because 3 to 5, Jan Ki Baat places the LDF at 3 to 5. Times Now has them at 4, right? So it depends on how many the UDF actually wins. If they win, say, 14, then there is scope for both the ND and the LDF to get the rest. I wouldn't say it's a wipeout on the basis of the numbers which I have on my screen.
Yes, so let's look at Karnataka numbers, and I'll ask the producer to put that on our television screens, because India Today, Access My India is giving 23 to 25 for the BJP, Congress 3 to 5, India TV, CNX 19 to 25 for the NDA, and 4 to 8 to the Congress. Jan Ki Baat 21 to 23, Congress 7 to 5. Nirja, again this number 23 to 25, so it is the range that they actually had last time. 25 they won out of 28 seats.
Yeah, I mean, if it is, that's right. If it is that, Congress is this is very poor show then. That's where the
India Alliance over here, let's get a quick reaction. Dr. Pooja Tripathi of the Congress Party, would you like to come in over here? We are now looking, Pooja, at 3 or 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 nationwide results in terms of exit polls. I shouldn't use the word results, which place the NDA between 359 and 371 and the India Alliance between 118 and 154. How would you respond?
I think exit polls are just a prediction. Look at Kerala and Tamil Nadu.
That's a typical
members,
answer.
right?
But really, I mean, is this not 4 of them, right? Not 1 or 2. It's unlikely to have four outliers.
Come back on 4th June. I don't believe that BJP can open its account in Tamil Nadu and such a poor show in Karnataka. I can't simply believe this, and I don't stand by these exit poll numbers.
Okay.
And you have to see, in 2004, all the exit polls were giving something short to 287 to 90 seats to BJP. And see how Congress returned back to power. And why go back to 2004, 2023? Chhattisgarh Assembly elections, Congress was given a clean sweep in exit polls.
Right.
And we lost the elections to Bharatiya Janata Party. So I'll take it with a pinch of salt.
Okay.
Tamil Nadu and Karnataka numbers give me an assurance that it's not correct.
Okay.
I think
you haven't
Karnataka
really
is the
got
story.
much of a setback, I would say, in Karnataka. It's a state which has, always given that message of split verdict, votes differently in the state elections as it did recently. And in the center, just as the previous elections, be 2014 or 2019, it was about the BJP.
But let's look at Karnataka and these numbers.
Yes,
Maria,
23 to 25, similar to what they had won last time around.
NDA. So again,
Yes,
this
NDA.
was a state where there was a sense that after the recent assembly elections, and yes, there is no link, and this goes to prove that there is no link. If these are correct, then it's a wipeout for the Congress, just 3 to 5, and it's up to 25.
Tom Vadakkar,
So, I
on
mean,
this.
it's not a vice, sir. It's no gain for
It's
the
no
Congress
gain. I mean,
party.
Mr. Vadakkar, you want to come in over
Yes.
there? Mr. Vadakkar, firstly, the All India numbers, and secondly, what I find fascinating is Karnataka.
Karnataka.
Go ahead, sir.
Well, that's the backlash of guarantees. When guarantees are promised and not delivered, this is bound to happen. And this is what we talk about, freebies. And if they do it and overdo it, I think people of Karnataka have woken up to the reality. If you don't deliver basics, water, law and order, if these issues are not under control, well, this is what could be expected. I mean, the people of Karnataka have woken up. I mean, they've gone out from the freebie circuit. So now the satellite is off the control from the control room. So Congress, if this is what we have to go by, is a clear indication that Congress party has lost control of its satellite in Karnataka.
In fact, we are now surprised that Tom Vadakkar is not giving credit to Modi for the Karnataka numbers, if these numbers are correct. Because, I don't think it's anything to do with what's happened to the Congress or whatever. I think if these numbers are correct, it's very clearly a vote for Modi. And as we know that Modi is a very towering, figure in Karnataka.
Thank you, Aarti.
Yeah.
At least you have realized it.
I'm
I mean,
surprised,
I didn't say it,
Tom.
but I let you do it.
I'm surprised, Tom, that you did
No,
not
I
say
let
this.
you do it.
I think
I let you do it. I was
you
waiting
better
for
be-
this.
You
It's
better be
my
a little more wide
opportunity.
awake. You're looking
It is my
sleepy
opportunity
and very
that
morose.
it's come from you.
So I think you need to wake up a little
you're
bit
an old friend.
and defend
I
your
know how
leader
you think,
a little
and
better.
I was waiting for this. I was waiting
And
for
be
this.
happy.
Tom,
And be
you are
happy.
very
waiting for
happy
this.
that the
Thank you.
poll of
Yeah.
polls at this stage has the NDA, and poll of polls based on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 agency-wise polls. The poll of polls has the NDA at 365, the India Alliance at 142. It's a one heck of a sweep. It's a huge sweep.
And perhaps, it's bigger than 2019.
There is,
It
it
is,
is bigger
right?
than
It's
it is bigger than 2019.
Why don't we call it a landslide?
It's a landslide.
Yes, it is a landslide thing. And when you talked about Karnataka, that these numbers are surprising, I don't know because how surprising they are for any of us or some of us, because the BJP has maintained from day one that their most significant gains are coming from 3 states: Karnataka, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh.
I
They
think
were
Telangana
is
extremely.
worth talking about,
No,
by the way.
I'm saying let's wait for 4th of June. Why have we started concluding that this is a landslide in favor of BJP in Karnataka? Wait for 4th
It's
of
a
June.
landslide in the exit polls.
Landslide in the exit poll estimates.
Yes.
So,
yeah, we have,
ri-
there has to be a
rider-
caveat.
Yes.
That
Maria,
these are
look at-
exit poll numbers.
Health warning, health warning.
Health
Please
warning.
Give the
Let's
health
All right,
look
okay,
at
can we
Telangana.
just look at Telangana,
Yes.
everyone,
Discussing
because
as if
here
these
is
are the
where
results.
it's a bit of a bit of a
Landslide victory.
difference. Nishta, come in on this. 17 seats in Telangana, 1, 2, 3, 4 exit poll results are out, placing the Congress at between 7 and 9. The lowest number is 4 for the Congress, and it goes up to 9. The BJP, again 7 to 9 is what ABP says. 8 to 10 is what India TV says. 9 to 12, Jan Ki Baat. So it's a bit of a fight.
It is a bit of a
It
fight.
is a bit of a fight,
Yes.
but again, in favor now of the NDA once again. But it's closer.
Yes, and because we have to see the BRS numbers
7
here.
all,
Yes,
according
BRS
to Indian
numbers
news.
are the indicator because it is the space that BJP has moved to take.
Right.
And that's very clear. And BJP has done it in all the state. It has taken up the space of dying and dead parties.
Okay, West Bengal. West Bengal, absolutely huge. 42 seats. This is what so many of us, I'm a bit of a parochial Bengali, but excuse me for that. 21 for the BJP, 19 for the Trinamool is what India News says. Republic Bharat Matriz says 21 to 25 for the BJP, 16 to 20 for the Trinamool Congress. Again, I would suggest fairly neck and neck. Certainly in one of them it's just two adrift. But again, the BJP ahead.
Yes.
The BJP ahead of the Trinamool. If this happens, this will
I
be a
would
huge
wait for
reverse.
access numbers there and also Chanakya numbers to see. But Sanjay Kumar, looking at the trend, are there surprises? Any of the states?
No, if we are looking at the big picture, which is about which party is ahead or which alliance is ahead, I don't think for me there's no surprise. The surprise is only to the extent that maybe the kind of victory these polls are indicating for BJP or for the NDA alliance, I am not expecting such a big victory for NDA alliance. I am certainly expecting a victory for BJP and NDA alliance.
And if you're wondering about what the situation in Delhi is, Republic Bharat Matriz, they've been actually very fast off the blocks. They've got the BJP at between 5 to 7,
So that
off
means
7, but they've also got
Chandni Chowk is going to be the spoil spot
India at 2. So if
So
the
it's not like the full
BJP
strike rate.
gets 5,
Yeah.
then India would get 2. But presumably if they got 7, then
this
it would be a
is
repeat of
Chandni
last
Chowk.
time.
I'm telling you, this is
But
the
can I
Chandni
say
Chowk
something?
constituency.
In my long experience of covering elections,
Yes.
the Delhi verdict is usually a reflection of the national verdict.
Absolutely.
Delhi and Haryana are said to be bellwether states.
Not Haryana so much, but
Delhi.
Delhi.
But Delhi, yes.
Definitely,
Delhi
because
always.
Delhi is like
The
a
mood.
mini India. You know, you get
Delhi is
people from all over. If the BJP is actually losing seats in Delhi, then I think this
If the
359
BJP is losing seats in Delhi, then there is reason to... Akshay
There's
Marathi,
reason to doubt this 371, 359 kind of number.
because it is a bellwether sort of thing. Akshay, last 1 minute to you. Delhi so far very close. Not very close. It says that 5 to 7 to the BJP, but the India Alliance is 2. But that's 2 more than last time around. So how would you look at that?
Vishnu, let me make 2 quick points. You've given me 1 minute at the end of the show. But number one,
we'll have a lot of you 9 o'clock onwards, Akshay. Go ahead, yeah.
If you're an India Alliance voter who has voted for the India Alliance in this election, I want to address your viewers directly. Don't look at these numbers and lose heart. These are mahal building exercises. It is the media's and the pollsters' job to do this. Every cycle this happens, BJP is shown to get some inflated numbers of 400 par and all that.
BJP says
but the
that
final results will happen
the
on June
pollsters
4th.
underestimate them, and it will be bigger than what we are saying.
No, Maria, let me finish that second point. The second point is that I know NDTV does polls of polls. I'm a student of statistics. I think you should add to it the factor of what was the poll the last time, what was their track record, who do they overestimate, who do they underestimate. If you just add, unironically, if you add pollsters who have no credibility and say this is our poll of polls, that is, I don't think it is an accurate way of aggregating these polls. And I hope Mr. Sanjay Kumar ji will agree with me, because all over the world polls of polls are done and they take into account what is the level of exaggeration for any party that the poll has shown in the past. You look at a lot of these names that you're taking, India News, Republic, Bharat, all of them have shown insane numbers for the Bharatiya Janata Party time and time again and have
Half
been
a second,
proven
Akshay.
wrong.
I just need to get Sanjay to make a quick technical point before I take a break.
No, I fully agree to your point, except that this is a mahal building exercise by the pollsters and the media. Except that I agree that polls is not doesn't give you the right direction.
All right. Well,
with that, it's a wrap from Vishnu and me. We'll be joining you shortly in some time. Over to Vasudha and Veera will be taking the numbers ahead because the numbers are coming in thick and fast. But NDTV hasn't done any exit poll.
And there should be lots of riders. If these are exit polls, these aren't the results, but 4 or 5 of them at this stage are clearly saying NDA. So if we look at trends, then that's clearly a trend. That's all we're saying, nothing more, nothing less. Take a short break. And we'll be back on NDTV with more with Veera Raghav and Vasudha.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The 2024 Lok Sabha polls are crucial for the future of this country. Having covered elections for 35 years, I hope to cut through the cacophony of a long, hot summer campaign and help to understand and decode the issues, the challenges, and finally, the outcome.
मैं सरकार दोबारा बनाने के लिए सरकार नहीं चलाता, मैं देश बनाने के लिए सरकार चलाता हूँ।
बार बार ये विपक्ष का कहना है कि साहब चाइना जो है हमारे यहाँ घुसा है।
रक्षा मंत्री होने के नाते आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूँ, भारत की 1 इंच जमीन पर भी कोई कब्जा नहीं करने पाएगा।
Battle for 2024।
केजरीवाल झूठ की दुकान खोल रखी है और झूठे बातें करके लोगों को बरगलाने का काम करता है।
क्या शांतिपूर्ण चुनाव हो रहा है? शुभेंदु अधिकारी कहते हैं तृणमूल जो हिंसक घटना हो रहा है उसके लिए जिम्मेदार है।
In the last lap,
काफ़ी बड़ी रैली हुई, सारे ऑपोजिशन लीडर्स उस पर आए थे, तो आपको क्या कहना है, किस तरीके से परफॉर्मेंस रहेगी इंडिया ब्लॉक की?
NDTV has kept you ahead with extensive ground coverage.
शायनी घोष जो तृणमूल कांग्रेस के जादवपुर कंस्टिट्यूएंसी से उम्मीदवार है।
Not just studio noise, but ear to the ground.
फिर से आपके चैनल पर कहना चाहता हूं, हम 400 पार करेंगे और शेयर मार्केट भी बढ़ने वाला है।
Elections is equal to NDTV.
Okay, so दोस्तों अभी जो सेक्शन आ गया है, you all know it's my personal favorite because यहाँ पे मैं जवाब देता हूँ all the questions जो आपने पूछे होते हैं उन सभी के। The section is known as Ask TG. Let's see what we have this week और क्या-क्या अलग-अलग सवाल हमको मिले हैं regarding अलग-अलग gadgets.
मैं अपनी बिटिया के लिए एक फ़ोन लेना चाह रहा हूँ। उसको फोटोग्राफी का अच्छा शौक है और साथ में उसकी पढ़ाई के भी काम आएगा, तो 25,000 तक कोई बढ़िया सा मोबाइल सजेस्ट कीजिए।
Okay, I'll just give you one recommendation for your daughter. If the budget is rupees 25,000, I strongly recommend that you get her the OnePlus Nord CE4. It's a great device, packed with performance, has all the features, battery काफी अच्छी है, and I have seen quite a lot of youngsters use OnePlus smartphones, and 25,000 के budget में the OnePlus Nord CE4 is an amazing smartphone to get as an all-rounder. Your daughter will definitely love it.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Welcome back. The numbers are coming in thick and fast, and so are the newsmakers. We now have, I believe, live with us former Home Minister, former Finance Minister, Mr. P. Chidambaram, who was the man who dare I say, was the architect of the Congress's manifesto. Sir, I know your party has taken a decision not to engage or speak on the exit polls, but I want to ask you this before we go ahead. What would you believe are the two key things that worked well for the India Alliance in these elections, and what would be the two things that did not work as up to expectations?
Well, I can't speak for all of India. I can only say from my personal experience in Tamil Nadu and visits to a couple of southern states, what worked for us was one, the manifesto. Number two, the aggressive, assertive campaign mounted by the India bloc leaders. And three, the cohesion between Congress, DMK, SP, RJD, Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray, and NCP Sharad Pawar. I think all six leaders worked together and mounted an aggressive campaign. I have elsewhere described it as an unusually aggressive campaign. I think these are the things that worked for us. What may not work for us, may not have worked for us, I'll have to wait to talk to my colleagues when I return to Delhi.
Right. Mr. Chidambaram, the Congress manifesto was in some point the focal point of the BJP's campaign, because the Prime Minister consistently talked about it. In fact, he brought in the issue of Muslim quotas, things that the manifesto did not say, said, all that. How do you feel about that, sir?
Well, I was surprised that the Prime Minister did not speak about his own party's manifesto. I have not heard a single speech of the Prime Minister or any of the other leaders of the BJP where they went into the contents of their manifesto and sold the promises of the manifesto. In fact, the manifesto was only a string of praises for Mr. Narendra Modi. There was no structure or content to the manifesto. Okay. The manifesto was not even called election manifesto. Whereas in the Congress's manifesto, there were specific statements, specific promises, and specific schemes. And as far as I know, they became the widely talked about points among the people. For example, the Mahalakshmi scheme, the apprentice scheme, the 400 rupees minimum wage for Magan-Rega workers, the loan write-off for defaulted education loans, the 30 lakh vacancies that will be filled.
Right.
I think everybody, every section of the people knew about these specific promises.
Sir, while you make that point, and I know I don't want to ask you for a reaction on the exit poll numbers which are flashing on our screens as we speak to you. No, I'm not asking you for that. The Home Minister has said that the Congress is in denial mode and hence not participating in the exit polls conversation. How do you respond to that?
I have no comment. This is an indirect way of asking me to comment on the exit poll.
Okay.
I've never commented on an exit poll.
Okay, Mr. Chidambaram, a lot of us feel that, after the Ayodhya Pran Pratishtha ceremony, the Congress could have put in a lot of effort, but it seemed to a lot of us that the Congress started a little bit late. Do you think there were some problems with the party's campaign, at least with respect to, like starting early?
The campaign at the top was not slack. The campaign at the top was quite vigorous, quite aggressive, and quite intense. But I don't know the campaign at the constituency level or the district level. I don't know the campaign mounted by each candidate and the district Congress committees and the block Congress committees. I can't speak about that. I can only speak about Tamil Nadu and to some extent about Kerala.
And so what would your expectations be with regard to Tamil Nadu and Kerala? Because some of the earlier, initial trends are saying that the DMK-Congress alliance could be doing really well in Tamil Nadu, but the BJP could also be making a mark there.
I maintain what our alliance leaders have consistently maintained since April 19, when Tamil Nadu went to polls. For the last 1.5 months, we have all maintained, after intense analysis and getting feedback from the ground, that we are poised to win all 40 seats in Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. The margins may be lower than last time because the parties were fighting separately and they will poll their respective votes. But I think we are poised to win all 40 seats. Last time, we slipped in one seat because of internal problems. If there are special internal problems in a constituency of which I'm not aware, we may slip in one constituency or the other. But by and large, we are confident that we will win all the 40 seats.
As you say that, sir, would you agree that one of the problems for the Congress is that, like a Tamil Nadu or a Kerala in the south, you don't have that one state in the north, which is a direct Congress-BJP battle, where the Congress can claim to sweep. And sweep, by sweep, I mean win all the seats. Even in states where the Congress says it is doing well, it's only still looking at a close second position to the BJP. Would you believe that that's the key problem?
That's not correct. In 2019, it was practically a straight fight between BJP and Congress in Punjab, and the Congress won 8 of the 13 seats. Today, I think it's a straight fight between Congress and BJP in Haryana, in Rajasthan, in Madhya Pradesh. Therefore, either you win or lose, but those are straight fights. We have won in these states, we have lost in these states. Okay. So I don't agree that there are no states in which there are between the Congress and the BJP.
I mean, win or lose by a huge margin. I'm talking of sweep. I mean, doing away with the BJP in a state, like winning 25 out of 25 in a state. You don't have that kind of states in the north.
Maybe you're right. We may not have even a state in the south if the Congress and the BJP fought alone without an alliance against each other. There's no state in the south either. In the south, we have always had alliance on one side and alliance on the other. So you're asking a hypothetical question.
Okay.
Where there's no state in the south either.
Professor Sandeep Shastri here has a quick question for you as well, who's on the panel here. Go ahead, Professor Shastri.
Sir, with the polls more or less closing, would you believe that given the type of focus you had on the Congress manifesto, it may have been better if the alliance had come up with a manifesto, had come up with a common minimum program, had a common strategy in the campaign? Would that have boosted the chances of the alliance much more?
I can't comment on that, but I can point out the difficulty. The alliance parties are essentially single state parties. DMK in Tamil Nadu, SP in UP, RJD in Bihar, Shiv Sena in Maharashtra. It's very difficult for a national party joining hands with other state parties to evolve a common manifesto for the whole country. It's very difficult. It's possible if you form the government, you can have a common minimum program. But pre-election, before the election, it's very difficult to try to forge a common manifesto. I would not be able to do that. And maybe there is somebody you have in mind who can work on such a manifesto. It's very difficult.
Thank you, Mr. Chidambaram, for joining us. That was former Finance Minister and Home Minister P. Chidambaram joining us, talking about the pluses and minuses of the Congress campaign. But Veera, we look at the numbers there. The numbers have trickling in, and we do have some sense of clarity, at least with respect to some South Indian states. And we do have an esteemed panel with us, and a panel of guests. Professor Sandeep Shastri joins us, Professor Shugata Srinivasa Raju, and also Amitabh Tiwari, who's a political analyst, is joining us, also a data expert. Thank you all of you for joining us on NDTV.
That's right. You know, we've got all of them, and you've got both Sandeep Shastri and Shugata Srinivasa Raju from Karnataka. Let's start with Karnataka in terms of the numbers. Some of the polls predicting, they're 3 to 5 for the Congress, some predicting up to 7, but the Congress's own expectations was much, much, much higher. When you see these exit poll projections that are coming out in terms of Karnataka, what do we make of it?
Also, because there was so much talk about guarantees, Professor Shastri, I remember you telling me that it's going to be a close fight. But tell us, these are just exit poll numbers and we have to wait till the 4th of June. But clearly, there is something about the Congress campaign that may not have worked if the numbers are just going to remain the same as 2019.
If these numbers hold out, what it clearly shows is the trend continuing of the Karnataka voter making a clear distinction between a Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha poll. We have seen this in the past 3 elections. The Congress or the Congress-led coalition is in power in the state, but they lose the Lok Sabha election. So if these trends are going to be what we see on the 4th of June, it clearly indicates the Karnataka voter, mindful of the fact that you have a Congress government in Karnataka, has focused on the Lok Sabha elections and the government which is likely to come to power in Delhi.
So the JDS alliance did work out, isn't it, Shugata?
Yeah, see, people thought of the JDS as a South Karnataka party, but they forgot to sort of point out that the JDS has small numbers of, say, 1 lakh votes or 1.5 lakh votes in, say, Kalyan Karnataka or in the Belgaum area, in those areas. So even if the BJP, assuming that the BJP was not as buoyant or as good as last time, I think something made up. And it's an alliance of 2 dominant communities, Lingayats and Okaligas. And the OBCs, majority of the OBCs except the Kurubas, have always gone with the BJP. So I'm not really surprised with the numbers. I'm surprised with the, if there is a drop of, I was expecting around 10 for the Congress. And if there is a drop, then the old trends continue as
Let's just look at the numbers that we have. We have what? We have 1, 2, 3. We've got about 6 exit polls on Karnataka specifically. The highest number that I see on my screen for the Congress is about 8. Most of them predicting 6, 7 to 5, 4 to 8, 3 to 5 kind of thing. The India Today Axis My India poll saying 23 to 25 for the NDA, 3 to 5 for the Congress. Jan Ki Baat giving 21 to 23 for the NDA, 7 to 5 for the Congress. India TV CNX giving 19 to 25 for the Congress. That's a huge range. 19 to 25 for the NDA and 4 to 8 for the Congress. So by and large, directionally, the polls seem to be suggesting that yes, the Congress may gain seats compared to its 2019 performance, which was a disaster for the party when it had an alliance with JDS, but suggesting that the BJP still seems to be holding firm to its bastion there along with JDS. But Manisha Priyam also joins us very quickly. Manisha, what is the takeaway then for the BJP itself? Because much was spoken about the internal battles within the BJP. If these exit poll numbers, and obviously it's a big if, hold true on the 4th of June, what is the takeaway for the state BJP unit?
So definitely the shift away to Yediyurappa, going back to old style politics, that's what seems to have paid off for them. So, that plus whatever alliance has been made with the JDS, that's been a plus factor, definitely. I do believe that it's a dramatically different election, even as compared to the state elections for Karnataka. And I think that's what paid off for the BJP, definitely, to be in pole position. For the Congress party, lots of answering to do, because they had just about swept the assembly election with such large numbers. I think the soul searching will have to be done on their part as to why they are not able to move the ground, having done it just immediately in the past.
Yeah, the other point that I wanted to make is the ticket distribution of the Congress. When I've been writing about it, I was pretty skeptical about it, because 18 of the 28 were, it was a very incestuous kind of a distribution, children of ministers, brothers, daughters-in-law. So, they were very, very risk averse. So that is, I think, may have contributed. We still have to wait for the results. Right. But that's one thing. And the second thing is delivery of the guarantees. Nobody has been reporting that in the national press. The delivery of the guarantees, there has been a lot of last mile problems.
We'll have to hold all this and verify all this on the 4th of June. But Tamil Nadu is the other state, Amitabh, that's interesting here. We've got again about five polls that have come out, and some predicting 2 seats for the NDA. There 2 to 4 in some of the polls as well that's coming out. That is again an extremely interesting result, because the AIADMK, most exit polls seem to be showing 0 to 2. That's the highest range that we see for the AIADMK, whereas the NDA, in fact, the India TV CNX even predicting 5 to 7. ABP C Voter predicting 0 to 2. India News D Dynamics predicting 2. India Today, Axis My India predicting 2 to 4. Amitabh Tiwari, quickly your reaction on Tamil Nadu before I go to A. Saravanan of the DMK, who joins us live.
No, essentially it's in line with the estimates, because people were believing that the BJP will be able to open its account this time, because they have emerged as a clear alternative to the DMK, at least at the national level. And if you see, what is happening is that even the best estimates are showing 7 seats, which means if the BJP has been able to make severe dent in the AIADMK votes, which is largely anti-DMK vote, then the BJP will be able to do well in few seats like Theni or a Kanyakumari or Coimbatore, where Annamalai is contesting.
Right. We have A. Saravanan joining us. He's from the DMK. So how do you see most of the early surveys, exit poll surveys, predicting a clear, comfortable win for the DMK, but of course saying that the BJP is also going to make a mark with at least 2 to 3 seats. And today the Prime Minister coincidentally was also in Kanyakumari, and he has said that, his love for Tamil Nadu is not limited by politics. It's an ideological thing for him. So clearly you do have a rival in the making. If not, it's being manifested now straight away. But clearly the BJP is rising in Tamil Nadu, isn't it?
See, if the exit polls in the state of Tamil Nadu is how exit polls are conducted across the country, take it from me, BJP will not be able to get 200 to 220 seats, not more than that. BJP is not winning this election.
Saravanan.
It is the India Alliance which is going to win this election. We all know what the Godi media does.
Okay.
The Godi media in the last 10 years have been an enabler of the BJP government, and they are trying to do the same even now. I'm telling you, we are having reports from the state of Tamil Nadu. In the state of Tamil Nadu, we have been there on the ground. BJP will not be able to win even a single seat. The next dominant party in the state of Tamil Nadu is ADMK. If for something people are not going to choose DMK, they will choose only ADMK, not the BJP, because BJP has not done anything for the state of Tamil Nadu. They will not be able to win any seat from the state of Tamil Nadu. They have betrayed. If the Prime Minister is doing his tapas at Vivekananda, let me finish. At Vivekananda Rock, probably that is to atone for his betrayals to the state of Tamil Nadu. And you are discussing about Karnataka as though already...
Saravanan, hang on, my friend.
Let me finish.
Hold on to Tamil Nadu first. No. You made a lot of points, and I'm just going to ask you a very quick question in terms of Tamil Nadu. Very quickly, even if the BJP wins 1 seat in Tamil Nadu and gets a significant vote share elsewhere, would you agree that that's a big threat for the DMK? A. B, while you say that, and I agree that these are all purely just exit polls at this stage, the indication seems to be that the NDA alliance, that's with several different factions of different parties in Tamil Nadu, seems to be doing better than the AIADMK-DMDK alliance. Is that the other threat that you're saying? Let's just for a moment take the exit polls on face value.
If the exit polls are to be taken on face value, it is the ADMK which has to do a lot of soul searching. See, we have told it is the USP of the BJP, ally with a local party, regional party, demolish that and try to take their votes. That is what the ADMK is the party which has to be afraid of the BJP, and I think Mr. Edappadi Panichami took the right call by not allying with the BJP. And let me come back to Karnataka. And you are discussing that they are not going to, the trend is last elections. In Karnataka, BJP won 26 seats. If they are not getting 26 seats, if all the exit polls are not giving them 26 seats, then it is a climb down.
Okay,
and you think after, just let me finish this. See, after Prajwal Revanna's episode, and after Mr. Modi campaigning for Prajwal Revanna, at least in the 14 seats, you think the people of Karnataka are not going to vote NDA because they supported Prajwal Revanna? What kind of a joke is this?
Yes.
What kind of a joke are this?
Okay, Saravanan, we've got it. You'll have enough time to argue this after the 4th of June.
Yes,
until the 4th of June as well, we can debate about the exit polls.
It is my
but
duty.
for the moment,
let me finish this.
you know, let's...
No, Raghav, let me finish this. See, prior to that, this is just a perception management, and today, what you have to discuss is this. Mr. Jairam Ramesh has put out a tweet that Jai Shah had spoken to 150 collectors.
Mr. RP
What is
Singh,
the
would you
reason?
like to respond
Why should he
to
speak
whatever
to
Mr.
150
Saravanan is saying?
collectors?
Because you know,
That is
the
what you
exit
should
poll
discuss.
survey seem to
Not
suggest that your
imaginary
party
exit poll
could be headed to a
where
comfortable
the Godi media
victory.
is again
Was it
exposed.
within your expectations, sir? Mr. Singh?
I didn't get you.
Mr. RP Singh, would you like to respond to what the DMK spokesperson has been saying? Clearly, some exit polls have shown BJP to be, getting 1 or 2 seats in Tamil Nadu and also in Kerala. What are your expectations from the south of India?
Well, all exit poll has shown that we are getting 1 or 2 seats, and some have shown that we are touching 5 also. So don't say that some exit poll shows. Some exit poll shows 2, but there is some which shows 5 also. So this time we are going to open our account in Tamil Nadu also, and then it's very clear that people are fed up of the DMK style of working, the corruption in the DMK government, the way the DMK government has performed. And then it's also the way they have tried to bifurcate the country on the name of Sanatana, and they are trying to divide the society on the name of Sanatana. So people are going to respond on that. And then from here on, we will take the journey forward. And then we are very sure that we will do better in forthcoming assembly election also. And we will be power to reckon with in forthcoming assembly election. And it's not only Tamil Nadu, even Kerala, we are opening our account. In Karnataka, in spite of all the best efforts by Mr. Siddharamaiah and Mr. Sheikh Kumar, we are doing quite well. As per your exit poll, we are touching almost 25 to 26 seats. Give me a second, please. In Telangana, we are increasing our tally. In Andhra, we are doing much better, and we probably will win 4 seats. I don't know what your exit poll shows, or you have shown the exit poll on Andhra and all. So put together, we'll be one of the leading parties in South this time.
Okay, we'll have a special focus on Andhra Pradesh. Remember, it's a simultaneous election there, both assembly as well as parliamentary election later in the show. But for the moment, we have Professor Jyotsna Tirunageri of the TDP. Ma'am, most exit polls, and I only have the numbers as far as the parliamentary election is concerned, suggesting a clear win for the NDA. The lowest number that seems to be is from the Jan Ki Baat poll, giving just 10 to 14 for the Alliance and 13 to 8 for the YSRCP. ABC voter saying 21 to 25 for the NDA. In terms of the assembly election, is the worry then really of whether the TDP by itself will have a majority, or will it be just possibly falling shy of that? Is that the worry for the TDP at the moment?
I don't think it's a worry at all, because we are winning, and we are winning big. Let me reiterate my statement. We are winning, and we are winning big. Because when it comes to the assembly numbers, almost majority of the surveys have given anything plus 125 to the alliance. So our alliance is doing really good when it comes to the assembly thing. And also in the parliament, as you rightly suggested and noted it down, Raghav, we are very going very good in terms of parliament numbers also. The maximum that has been given to us is somewhere around 20 plus, and the minimum, as you said, is given to us is somewhere around 13. So we are doing good. No worry at all when it comes to Andhra Pradesh. We are forming the government. And the major issues, as I earlier quoted also in NDTV, were the governance issues and the unmet promises by YSRCP. The pulse of the people is very
Also
clear.
joining us now is Tausifur Rahman of the TMC. Sir, most of the exit polls, the trends that have come in right now say that the BJP could be increasing its tally of 18 seats to at least 21 to 26. In fact, there are at least 3 surveys that say that the BJP could be somewhere around 22 to 25, and the TMC could be reduced to say 18 to 16 seats. And so that, I mean, there was a lot of stuff that happened in your state in the last 1 year, from ED raids to arrests of ministers to Sandesh Khali, and of course there's also the Lakshmi Bhandar which Mamata Banerjee also sort of in some ways put in place. But clearly with the BJP rising, it means that people of the state seem to be looking for a change, isn't it? If the numbers hold true, that is.
Asking votes on the basis of work we have done in last 10 years, you know, and I want to ask Shri Narendra Modi ji, if he has been working for last 10 years, he wouldn't be seeking for 45 years of meditation. Actually, this meditation is a sheer kind of media attention, but nevertheless, that's his habit, and he will continue doing that. And about this exit poll, of course, you know, when last time, 2021, when Amit Shah was in town, he was, you know, expecting 200 seats from West Bengal assembly seats. But everyone knows how much he got. Now again, the BJP will say, we hum teen the, fir 80 aage. That's a different narrative altogether. You know, but while the BJP is only focusing on the number of seats they have won in Lok Sabha, or they will win in the Lok Sabha, they are conveniently ignoring the dismissal performance in the assembly election across India, not only West Bengal, ma'am. I mean, out of 28 seats of India, BJP has faced a humiliating defeat. West Bengal, Karnataka, Himachal Pradesh, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Delhi, Jharkhand, Kerala, Punjab, Tamil Nadu. I mean, if you see, if we leave aside the coalition, the BJP is in power in only 6 states. I mean, that speaks the number. So we are not concerned much about the exit poll. We understand even you guys are under pressure. This is NDTV and other channels as well, but you are doing a good job. So let's see. I mean, with this meditation or media attention, Modi ji will face the exit gate on 4th June, or his meditation will be working there. Let's see.
That's an interesting point that you make there. Pawan Verma as well joins us. From the initial numbers that we have, Pawan, at the moment, what would be the overview? It seems to be comfortably putting the NDA well past 300 mark.
Well, I believe that the NDA will come back to power. I say this because I have no particular bias for the BJP, but at the moment I don't belong to any political party, so I can give an objective assessment. It is a victory, but it is a victory largely by default and some achievements. The achievements, I think, are still the continued popularity, personal popularity of Prime Minister Modi, and I think some degree of genuine success in the policies of welfareism, especially rations, the 5 kilo of rations which have reached 80 crore people and will influence Mahila votes in particular, which have become very important in this election.
Okay.
The con side to this is that, I'll just take a minute more, that it is a positive, not a positive vote for the BJP, but a vote by default. When I say vote by default, I mean that while there is visible and legitimate discontents, when faced with the question, if not Modi, who? The opposition does not appear to be a very attractive proposition.
Right.
And these are parliamentary elections.
Right.
Right.
So therefore, while the brand Modi of Modi ji has declined, his popularity has declined, there is a sense of fatigue also with him. But the opposition has been remarkably ineffectual in channelizing these discontents into a coherent and electorally effective narrative.
Right.
Okay,
So
that's
it's
your big
advantage
takeaway from
BJP and
the exit polls.
Yes.
But we'll have to take a very short break because we'll be going state by state as well in terms of numbers and doing a deep dive and understanding how it plays, including the important state of Andhra Pradesh, remember, where Vasudha, an assembly election as well.
And remember, these are just exit polls. The final numbers are to come on the 4th of June, so we'll have to wait for that.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Dinner for Modi cabinet. President Draupadi Murmu to host dinner for the outgoing cabinet on the 5th of June. President will host this dinner after the election results are announced. The India bloc holds a critical strategy meet as Lok Sabha elections draw to a close. Sources indicate the focus is on keeping the flock together. Mamata Banerjee is not attending this meeting, citing the cyclone relief work in her state. Arvind Kejriwal's regular bail plea deferred to the 7th of June. In fact, the court has reserved its order on Kejriwal's interim bail. Delhi's CM had sought bail on health grounds, so he'll return to jail tomorrow. In the Pune car crash, teen's mother now has been arrested after the grandfather and, of course, the father. NDTV exclusive with the victim's family. Every name involved in the cover-up should be revealed. That's what the family has said.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other. And NDTV covers elections like no other. When India votes, you can count on us.
मैं सरकार दोबारा बनाने के लिए सरकार नहीं चलाता, मैं देश बनाने के लिए सरकार चलाता हूँ।
बार बार ये विपक्ष का कहना है कि साहब चाइना जो है हमारे यहाँ घुसा है।
रक्षा मंत्री होने के नाते आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूँ, भारत की 1 इंच जमीन पर भी कोई कब्जा नहीं करने पाएगा।
Battle for 2024.
केजरीवाल झूठ की दुकान खोल रखी है और झूठे बातें करके लोगों को बरगलाने का काम करता है।
क्या शांतिपूर्ण चुनाव हो रहा है? शुभेंदु अधिकारी कहते हैं तृणमूल जो हिंसक घटना हो रहा है उसके लिए जिम्मेदार है।
In the last lap,
काफ़ी बड़ी रैली हुई, सारे ऑपोजिशन लीडर्स उस पर आए थे, तो आपको क्या कहना है, किस तरीके से परफॉर्मेंस रहेगी इंडिया ब्लॉक की?
NDTV has kept you ahead with extensive ground coverage.
शायनी घोष जो तृणमूल कांग्रेस के जादवपुर कंस्टिट्यूएंसी से उम्मीदवार है।
Not just studio noise, but ear to the ground.
फिर से आपके चैनल पर कहना चाहता हूं, हम 400 पार करेंगे और शेयर मार्केट भी बढ़ने वाला है।
Elections is equal to NDTV.
This tip is about WhatsApp. मैंने ऐसा आज तक एक भी इंसान नहीं देखा जो एक स्मार्टफोन यूज करता हो बट WhatsApp यूज ना करता हो. That's how deeply penetrated WhatsApp is. And the tip is just to maintain your privacy over some chats. Now, अगर आपके WhatsApp में there are a few chats जिनको आपको lock करना है, you want to make them private. Now you can use this option of chat lock. This is not something new. ये काफी time से है, but then not many people are aware about this. So if you want to lock any particular chat, आप सीधा उस chat को open करने के बाद में when you go at the options, you can lock this chat so that वो केवल आपके fingerprint या आपके face से या किसी password से ही open हो. Becomes very convenient अगर आप अपना phone किसी को देते हैं and you don't want them to open your WhatsApp and then open a particular chat and then scroll all the way up. मतलब you know the drill. So you can use chat lock अपनी chats को private रखने के लिए.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app.
Welcome back. Our continuing coverage of all the exit polls that are coming in now. Let's focus on the state of Andhra Pradesh. Most polls, at least in terms of parliamentary seats that's being projected, seem to be suggesting a clear win for the TDP, BJP, JSP alliance in that state with 25 parliamentary seats. But it's also a state with 175 assembly seats up for the elections, and my colleague Uma Sudhir tracks that state very closely along with several other states across the southern and the rest of India. Uma, you've got a special panel as well. I want to begin with a focus on Andhra Pradesh because that seems to be very interesting as well in terms of the exit poll numbers coming out.
Thank you, Veera. Yes, indeed, Andhra Pradesh is certainly the more exciting of the two Telugu states for us here, observing these two Telugu states as well. And yes, the poll of polls seems to indicate an 18 number for the TDP plus, as we would call it here, the NDA, and only about 7 to the YSRC, and the Congress that would hope to reopen, should I say, its account in Andhra Pradesh. The bifurcated state they were never able to open the account, and that seems to be getting a 0 as of now. I have with me, yes, as you mentioned, a very special panel. Mohan Guruswamy, who's a policy analyst, political analyst as well. Mr. Ramchandra Rao, who's a senior BJP leader. And I have Balu Pulipaka from the Deccan Chronicle. He's a political editor of the Deccan Chronicle. Mr. Mohan Guruswamy, I'm going to go to you first. This 18 number for the BJP plus, or should I say TDP plus in Andhra Pradesh, no surprise?
Well, it's a surprise to me, because there are several polls in Andhra Pradesh, both are varying wildly. So, I must admit it's a surprise. I think I could conceptualize a half as a plausible scenario there. But I don't believe in exit polls. Exit polls are really way off. I'm watching other exit polls here. We show completely different trends, even in UP. One exit poll is showing the Gathbandhan ahead of NDA. So let's wait. There's only 3 more days now. It's all there in the box. The fates have been sealed.
Yes, indeed, excitement. Balu, what about you? Like Mr. Mohan is mentioning, it could be 17 YSRC and people would still say, oh, okay, that happened.
I wouldn't be surprised if people say that happened. I wouldn't be surprised if people say that happened. But the fact is that there's been a lot of resistance, and it's not really surprising to see these numbers right now, the exit poll numbers, giving NDA, TDP alliance 18 or around that, and YSRCP 7. I'm not at all surprised at these numbers. I'll stop there for just for now, but not surprising at all. There was a lot of resistance to YSRCP from whatever I have understood during the campaign, and it's reflecting in the Lok Sabha
And the
exit
coming
polls.
together of these three parties, really. I mean, if the BJP didn't have a presence at all, if you're hoping to get those numbers, at least a couple of them you're hoping will actually come to you from Andhra Pradesh as well, where you have not been, really having a presence on the ground.
Surely, I admit that we don't have that much of presence, but we have presence definitely, because it was our vote share that made the TDP and BJP alliance to come into power in 2014, because the slender margin was there between the YSRCP and the TDP alliance, NDA alliance then. But even now, BJP and TDP and also PRP, with the Janasena, we are in alliance now, and definitely that alliance will definitely get more seats than the YSRCP. And moreover, we have the Modi image is also there. People want Modi as third-term Prime Minister. So that will also help, whatever may be the local conditions politically. But as far as the national scene is concerned, the people of Andhra Pradesh, especially Telugu people, would definitely vote for the NDA alliance. And definitely BJP will win more seats and the NDA will have more seats than the YSRCP.
We also have Ravikant Reddy joining us. He's a political editor for the Hindu newspaper. Ravi, the numbers that the NDA seems to be getting in Andhra Pradesh, you think the caste factor is a big factor in Andhra Pradesh when we talk about elections and voting. So does that mean that the Kamma-Kapu combination has really worked?
Work with it.
Am I audible now, Uma? Uma, am I audible?
Yes, please go ahead, Ravi.
Yeah. Going by the numbers,
yes, please go ahead.
Going by the numbers that exit polls threw up, I think definitely the Kamma-Kapu combination seems to have worked out. But I still feel you can't rule out YCP because it's a big, strong force in Rayalaseema region, and that is where I think they are going to get most numbers. And like exit polls, they are throwing diverse figures. So as Dr. Mohan Guruswamy said, it's very difficult to gauge sitting here whether these numbers are true or not. But definitely the Kapu-Kamma combination definitely worked this time for the Mahakutami, and BJP also throwing up with their lot, with their weight in several other factors. I think it seems to have worked out for Mahakutami as far as increasing their numbers. But I really can't say these are the real numbers.
Okay, skepticism over what could be the real numbers. Very often we find parliament and assembly elections, when they happen together, people tend to vote on similar lines. YSRCP and Jagan Mohan Reddy have mounted their campaign on that big welfare agenda that he had. So does that mean that paying people, taking care of welfare, doesn't really translate into votes if these numbers really hold?
Well, if these numbers hold good, then of course it's going to stand politics completely on a different footing in this country. Question of welfare politics working is questioned. But I don't think it's going to happen. People are generally grateful for what they get. And even in Telangana, where BRS got defeated, it lost only by 2%. It had 36% to Congress's 38%. So there is a residual base which travels with you. So I don't think Jagan is going to lose hugely, but electoral losses are possible.
Okay. We are also joined by Tejasvi Surya. Mr. Tejasvi, the numbers that seem to show up in Andhra Pradesh, so that is of course good news for the BJP, for the NDA per se, but having no ground presence in Andhra Pradesh, what do you think really worked for the combination? Obviously, Mr. Naidu and Mr. Pawan Kalyan, and of course the Prime Minister and Mr. Amit Shah, all of them campaigned very extensively.
I think there has been, multiple factors that have influenced our results in our performance in Andhra Pradesh. One, of course, has been the Prime Minister's growing charisma, growing popularity all across the south of India. If you look at the projected numbers in states like Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, in every state in south of India, especially also in Karnataka, where the Congress is in power, the BJP is indicating to be performing exceedingly well. So I think the first factor is the Prime Minister's leadership, his charisma, and the delivery of the central government schemes. Second, specifically in Andhra Pradesh, there has been massive anti-incumbency against the Jagan Reddy government the last 10 years. They have been in power the last 10 years, ever since the formation of the state government. And just like how people of Telangana wanted a change and they voted in favor of the Congress party, the people's choice in Andhra Pradesh has been the Prime Minister's leadership and the NDA. And the coming together of Chandrababu Naidu, Pawan Kalyan and the Bharatiya Janata Party, it was a formidable force. We gave a lot of hope to people. It represented change. And I think all of these is what is reflecting in the numbers.
So are you saying in Kerala and Tamil Nadu as well, you're hoping to be able to win seats there?
Absolutely, madam. 100% we are confident. In Telangana, we are going to get to double digits. Though your exit polls may not be showing double digits in Telangana, I am very confident. Even yesterday, late night, I was talking to a lot of our party karyakartas, our MP candidates in Telangana. All of them are confident that BJP will cross double digits in Telangana. In Karnataka, most of the exit polls are showing somewhere around 22, 23 seats. I'm confident that we will at least have 1 or 2 more seats in Karnataka. In both Kerala and Tamil Nadu, I'm
you're
sure
going to get double
the
digits.
BJP
There
will
was
open
a
the seats.
BJP tweet. BJP handle, there was a tweet that suggested that Telangana, you're going to get only 4 to 5 seats. Yesterday.
I don't know which tweet you are speaking about, madam, but I am telling you that in Telangana, the reports that I have, the BJP will do very well. We are going to better our 2019 numbers.
Okay. Mr. Tejasvi is confident that you're going to better your 2019 numbers. Is that the same confidence that you're seeing? Is that the loss of the, the fall in a sense of the BRS that the BJP is really capitalizing on in this election?
Definitely, the people's mood in Telangana appears to be in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party. And we have seen the vote percent even increase in the assembly elections also. And as far as the BRS is concerned, it has already lost its ground in assembly, and now they are going to totally lose their ground in parliament elections. Perhaps they will end up with 0. And that will be the Bharatiya Janata Party's gain. And we not only hope to gain from the BRS, but we also hope to gain from the Congress base also, because the performance of the Congress party in these 5-6 months, people are not happy. So I think even that vote bank also we will go. That is the reason why we are going to get this number of seats in Telangana.
I just must interject here to say that we had just about half an hour ago, we had an informal interaction with the Congress Chief Minister here, Revanth Reddy, and he says he's preparing to get 4 ministries at the center for Telangana, and he's confident of making double digits, and he's thinking that the BJP is going to be back in single digits. Back to you, Veera.
One is confident till the 4th of June, Uma. After the 4th of June, the exit pollsters, politicians, all will put their confidence to test. But we'll see that. Tejasvi Surya is still with us. Before I go back to my panel, Tejasvi, very quickly, the exit poll numbers seem to be a big boost for the BJP as far as Karnataka is concerned. This was considered a crucial state for the Congress to win at least double-digit numbers after many decades. What do you make of the exit poll numbers? I know they are just exit polls still at this stage, but you must be smiling at them.
Veera Raghav, I think, there are 2-3 things that I would draw, as lessons from this, decision of the people of Karnataka, this mood of the people of Karnataka. One, that the collective intelligence of the voter must be respected. The people of this country are very clear between what is a state election and what issues go into a state election, what factors are involved in a state election versus a national election. So people were very clear that they were voting for the country's Prime Minister, they were voting to elect the country's leader for the next 5 years, and they had a national context to keep in mind. So people have made very clear difference between the assembly electoral choice and the parliamentary electoral choice. This is the first lesson. Second, I think This is also rejection of the Congress party's economic model that the Congress party wanted to, take to all over the country. The Congress party's economic model was a sure shot recipe for economic disaster all over the country. And the Congress has been the laboratory for this the last 1 year. While not a single rupee was spent on capital expenditure, on building infrastructure, while capital expenditure was, reduced, recurring expenditure and the money that was spent was only to further the freebies. This was a model that the people of Karnataka have rejected decisively at the national level. I think this is the second thing. The third thing is, again, people of Karnataka have shown that insofar as election of, the voting to BJP is concerned, there's a clarity of who is going to be the leader of the country. So if you vote for the BJP, people know that Modi is going to be the Prime Minister. And the Congress party is a confused lot. The India bloc is a confused lot. So they do not know who is going to be the leader for the country. So I think on all of these three counts.
We're sorry, we're really out of time, but thank you so much for joining us on NDTV. And the time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर। ओरिएंट एरोसेंस विद वॉइस कमांड। एलेक्सा, स्विच ऑन द फैन। ओरिएंट BLDC फैन, द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस।
दिस इज अ सैमसंग फोन और इसमें एंड्रॉयड है। यू नो व्हाट हैपेंड, सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे, अगर हम रिवाइंड करें अबाउट द हिस्ट्री ऑफ एंड्रॉयड। वेल गाइज, द क्रिएटर्स ऑफ एंड्रॉयड जब उन्होंने बना लिया ये ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम, दे वेंट टू सैमसंग बिकॉज दे वांटेड कि सैमसंग उस एंड्रॉयड को खरीद ले. So they all went to Seoul in South Korea. They met with the Samsung people, but Samsung was not that impressed, and Samsung said no. और उसके बाद क्या हुआ? Just weeks later, Google in fact bought Android for $50 million. Imagine करो अगर Samsung ने उस टाइम पे Android खरीद लिया होता, would have been the case that Android would have been Samsung's own exclusive operating system. Like today we see how Samsung is the king of Android. They basically rule the Android market. But वो एक ना आज कैसे मोबाइल हिस्ट्री को पूरा बदल चुकी है. It's all for you. Did you know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know by writing all your emails to tg@ndtv.com. Okay, so दोस्तों अभी जो सेक्शन आ गया है, you all know it's my personal favorite because यहाँ पे मैं जवाब देता हूँ all the questions जो आपने पूछे होते हैं उन सभी के. The section is known as Ask TG. Let's see what we have this week और क्या-क्या अलग-अलग सवाल हमको मिले हैं regarding अलग-अलग gadgets.
मैं अपनी बिटिया के लिए फ़ोन लेना चाह रहा हूँ. उसको फोटोग्राफी का अच्छा शौक है और साथ में उसकी पढ़ाई के भी काम आएगा. तो 25,000 तक कोई बढ़िया सा मोबाइल सजेस्ट कीजिए. Okay, I'll just give you one recommendation for your daughter. If the budget is rupees 25,000, I strongly recommend that you get her the one.
Welcome back. fact, all exit polls seem to be showing a comfortable majority for the NDA. And with us, we have this esteemed panel of guests. We're going to get closing remarks from all of them. Manisha ji, most surprising for me is Uttar Pradesh, because most of the surveys that I have on my laptop seem to be saying that the BJP could be improving its tally of 62 seats that it won in 2019. So, what
most surprising for me still remains the southern citadel for the Congress, the state of Karnataka. The state of Karnataka that had just about voted the Congress very comfortably into power, and it was believed would write the script for the resurgence of the Congress party, really coming down to the margins of the Lok Sabha elections. So I think I'm very surprised by Karnataka.
Amitabh, you are the state that shocks you the most in this.
No, I would say that as a concept, what shocks me the most is that the elections are not fought on social media. It is ultimately fought on the ground. And if you don't have soldiers on the ground, you will not be able to convert any mahal in votes in your favor. So that's what the message, what the exit polls are showing.
Shugata.
I mean, I agree with him. Social media is not social base. I think that's the thing that comes out from this. Congress was very, very aggressive on social media, but social media is not the social base.
Because there are ifs, you can't have shocks. You see? So, because the if always allows you to deal with the shock. I think the overall numbers seem to suggest the range that we have been talking of on NDTV is more or less correct. That's, I think, one point. On Karnataka, I think once again the Karnataka voter focusing on Lok Sabha and not the state is what this result which we are having in our exit poll shows. Yeah. But again, a big if there, going by what Manisha ji also said. We thought there was some movement going on in Karnataka, but if the exit poll is right, I think
let's also not forget state like Kerala, where some of the exit polls are saying 0 to 3 for the BJP. Now, that could be a shocker. State of Tamil Nadu, where the exit polls are suggesting 2 to 4, some of them for the NDA. So all of them could be extremely, extremely interesting.
I think the predictability of the election, the predictability of this election that we thought before the Pran Pratishtha ceremony and after that remains some ways very similar to what we are seeing right now.
Well, that's all we have time for on this, but Rishika Barua is up next along with Vasudha to take you through more of these exit polls and the poll of polls that we are putting up here.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Farewell dinner for the Modi cabinet. President of India, Draupadi Murmu, to host dinner for the outgoing Modi cabinet on the 5th of June. President will host this dinner after election results are announced. India bloc holds a crucial strategy meeting at the residence of Mallikarjun Kharge. This is after Lok Sabha elections draw to a close. Sources indicate that this meeting is to ensure that the parties put out a face of unity. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea has been deferred to the 7th of June. Court, in fact, has reserved its order on Kejriwal's interim bail. The Delhi Chief Minister had sought bail on health grounds. In the Pune car crash case, teen's mother has been arrested now after the juvenile's father and grandfather. NDTV exclusive with the victim's family. In fact, the family has said that every name involved in the cover-up needs to be revealed.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, because it's already here. Orient AeroSense with voice command. Alexa, switch on the fan. Orient BLDC fan, the future of fans.
In the heat and dust of politics, perspective should not get lost. Watch me decipher hard politics through an academic lens, only on NDTV.
Elections in India enter the crucial slog overs. We at NDTV decided to take another train journey.
400 पार हो जाएगा तो फिर
फिर हमको लग रहा है भाजपा ही बंगाल को सुधार सकता है।
इस बार चुनाव में विकास मेन मुद्दा है।
मेरे को लगता है कि अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट एक इशू है
कि टीएमसी वहाँ पे जो अत्याचार शुरू कर दिए, जैसे सीपीएम किया था उसी तरह, क्योंकि उसी का ही कैडर है, उसी का ही सब कुछ है।
विश्वास है, हम तो चाहते हैं फिर मोदी जी आए।
दिस इज अ सैमसंग फोन और इसमें एंड्रॉयड है। यू नो व्हाट हैपेंड, सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे, अगर हम रिवाइंड करें अबाउट द हिस्ट्री ऑफ एंड्रॉयड। वेल गाइज, द क्रिएटर्स ऑफ एंड्रॉयड जब उन्होंने बना लिया ये ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम, दे वेंट टू सैमसंग बिकॉज दे वांटेड कि सैमसंग उस एंड्रॉयड को खरीद ले। So they all went to Seoul in South Korea. They met with the Samsung people, but Samsung was not that impressed. And Samsung said no. और उसके बाद क्या हुआ? Just weeks later.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. Vasudha and I are going to get you the key takeaways as far as the poll of polls is concerned. It is the Narendra Modi hat-trick if the exit polls are to be believed, though 400 par, Vasudha, remains a pipe dream.
It's another win for the party, and of course Narendra Modi has led from the front. And if the exit polls, Rishika, are to be believed, there probably was no contest. The predictability of this whole election was after the Pran Pratishtha ceremony that people felt there was no contest. But of course, in the last 3 months, the Janta and the opposition tried to sort of do a lot of things. But of course, the numbers are here. But these are exit poll numbers. We'll have to wait for the final numbers on the 4th of June.
Lots of health warnings, but Vasudha, we have in-house expert Sanjay ji joining us in the studios. NDTV's Sanjay Pugalia, thanks very much for being with us. We've had to drag you from NDTV India and get you onto 24/7. So we want to begin.
Not only me, Sanjay
Yes,
ji
we also have other
Yes.
wonderful guests. Aarti Jaira joining us, political social analyst, and Sanjay Kumar, CSDS, somebody who has helped us understand so many data-related points. Thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Pugalia, Sanjay ji, you have done 2 wonderful interviews, and tell us, right from the beginning, you kept telling us that there's no contest. So I would want you to elaborate on this. Was there no contest right from the beginning?
The biggest weakness we all have is to say, I told you so. So when we began coverage of this election, I did begin by saying that this is the most historic election, but most boring because it is too predictable. And that's what exit poll numbers are again showing. In between, there was some noise, some conversations in certain echo chambers and bubbles. Nothing has worked out the way they thought, and we tried to discuss that is something changing, has something changed, is there a wave, is there an undercurrent, is there a dissonance, are we getting the public mood wrong? I think everything has been proven wrong. It was expected that BJP will do well. Only because opposition could not really put up a good fight. They definitely put up a good fight on social media, and they have won hands down there. Yes. But this big democratic exercise that we were hoping that opposition shall perform, it has not performed. Right. And BJP again is seems to be getting very, very strong endorsement by the electorate.
Absolutely. Sanjay, but there's been a lot of talk about Ram Ration representation. You know, these are the 3 biggest tools that the BJP has had, and this I would want Sanjay Kumar to also talk about, because UP results, the exit polls seem to say that BJP could be improving its tally of 62 seats of 2019. So, Mr. Pugalia, do you think this UP thing that people kept talking about, that the PDA will work at some point, Purvanchal will twist, maybe that really didn't work probably if the exit polls are to be true?
Yeah, Akhilesh could never capture the imagination. That was the biggest weakness of UP. Congress is a non-player in the whole state. And Mayawati went solo we will have to actually see on 4th what happens, what is the vote share of Mayawati, and that will tell us a bigger story, how our state UP and how our society is thinking and what are they thinking. But yeah, UP, because of the combination of factors, was always very favorable for BJP, and that's what these exit poll numbers are also showing, that they are going to do pretty well.
Yes,
right. But if you look at the poll of exit polls, it's looking at Uttar Pradesh very interestingly, because I think the highest number as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned is being given by the Republic poll, which is pitting it at around 69 to 74. Many would say that they would have hoped to do better.
I will skip this answer and we will bother Sanjay ji with this.
And you know, Sanjay ji,
how do you look at it?
Yes, Mr. Kumar, they're also saying that, you know, BSP may not win even a single seat. Last time the party won almost 10 seats. So clearly that was exceptional.
No, I think it's very difficult to compare 2019 and 2024 with regard to UP, because in 2019 election there was an alliance of Samajwadi Party and the BSP. This time BSP is contesting election separately alone. So last time BSP had won 10 seats. The BSP seemed to be performing very badly. I don't think there is any disagreement about that. Everybody saw that performing very badly right from the beginning. So BSP, the indication is that BSP is not picking up any seat from UP. I am not surprised about that, but I would be surprised to see if BJP is reaching anywhere close to 69 or 70, which some of the polls are indicating. My own sense was that BJP may not be able to increase the tally in UP. That was my sense. But at this moment, we have no choice but to at least go along with most of the exit poll, because most of the exit poll indicates BJP is improving the tally in UP.
Aarti Chairat, you know, a lot of us did talk about the language that was used in the elections, the discourse, you know, a lot of it was centered around reservation. Reservation became so important, the sanctity of the constitution, democracy. But really, people seem to be voting on very different lines, or what is it that you think?
Well, you know, I mean, let's, you know, sort of put the health warnings that these
yes,
are
these
exit
are just
polls.
exit polls, yes.
But yes, I mean, you know, there was this buzz that the opposition had managed to create a fear particularly amongst Dalits, about the constitution being changed, the reservation policy being scrapped, and so on and so forth. So, I mean, if these numbers are correct, clearly that strategy did not work. And, you know, Dalits have voted, you know, maybe this whole thing of Modi or a sense of nationalism, you know, this whole caste divide and so on that we kept talking about in UP, that, you know, I mean, Akhilesh tried some new experiments and, you know, with caste and so on. And, you know, maybe all that didn't work and it did not materialize. And, you know, just like in 2019, there was a kind of overall nationalist, you know, feeling which drove people to the, you know, to vote the way they did. Maybe this time also there was that nationalist feeling, you know, which was centered in Modi, right, in the whole image of, you know, brand Modi. And, you know, people have voted for that.
Right. I want to just, I know the Uttar Pradesh numbers have just come in and, you know, everyone's sort of obsessing about Uttar Pradesh, but I think one of the most interesting aspects, at least as far as these exit polls, Sanjay Pugalia, if you'd agree with me or not, is going to be Bengal. The fact that it was always neck and neck, even if you look at the vote share in 2019. And right now, what we are seeing as per the data that's coming in with a lot of health warnings is that the BJP is ahead of the TMC according to 3 polls.
Wow. Yeah, that was the sense anecdotally also everyone got, and the people we spoke to were saying the same thing, that BJP will maintain or actually improve the tally. They fought very well as far as TMC is concerned, but the ability to get your supporter to the booth and convert into vote is much sharper with BJP compared to other parties, even though TMC is pretty cadre-led party. But still, I think West Bengal is a kind of undergoing through a significant change, and that is what exit poll numbers are reflecting.
But if you look at Karnataka,
but look at this, still it is neck to neck.
Yes, it is neck to neck. That's what I said. Yes.
But Karnataka seems to be a different story altogether, because that was the laboratory of the opposition's welfare. You know, you had Congress guarantees, you had Siddaramaia's guarantees, free bus travel for women. You had, you know, this whole Lakshmi Yojana, where Mahalakshmi Yojana, where every woman gets about 1,000 rupees. But, you know, the numbers, exit poll numbers are presenting BJP in a very good spot. They're saying that the BJP could be retaining its 23 to 22 seats. The Congress could be making gains, but just about 4 to 5 seats, whereas Congress was hoping for much more.
So if these numbers are correct, I think there is another history being made here, which is that BJP has always done very, very well in all Lok Sabha elections of the past many decades. So that is one point. We also thought that because Congress had just won the state, BJP may lose a few seats, but that may not be happening only because outside Gujarat, the Modi premium vote is highest in Karnataka.
Yeah. Professor Kumar, would you like to respond to that? The Karnataka result, the exit poll
Yes,
results.
actually, if you could just look at it in terms of a larger picture, Vasudha, because if you look at the 129 seats in the south, and you look at how the BJP performed in 2019, it was 29 out of 129 in 2019. Given the fact that the BJP is now opening its account in 3 states, do you think that this very concerted south-focused strategy of the Prime Minister has actually paid in rich dividends, or do you think that this is again with a lot of health warnings right now, and you see the situation on the ground to be very
No, I don't think I would put a lot of health warnings on these estimates.
Okay.
I think right from the beginning there was a sense that BJP is making a lot of effort to make inroads in the southern state, and except for Karnataka, where there were opinions, or I think shared belief that in Karnataka BJP would be losing. The exit poll indicate that they are not losing much in Karnataka. If they are losing only by a couple of seats. But except for Karnataka, I think there was a shared view that BJP will improve its tally in Andhra, Telangana, if not tally, but at least the vote share in Tamil Nadu and in Kerala. I think all the exit polls are indicating that BJP is expanding its footprint in all the southern states. We still don't know whether BJP will be losing in Karnataka compared to 2019, or BJP is improving. Improving very difficult because BJP had won 25 seats last time, and this time they are contesting only 25.
Vasudha, I want you to come in here because Vasudha covers the party, and you've of course reported on this very extensively, that this was all part of the plan. I mean, these numbers that we are seeing right now shouldn't surprise those within the BJP, because this is perhaps what they've been working towards. It was a very concerted strategy as far as the party is concerned.
And they were very confident right from the beginning, because they knew that Modi guarantee works.
Yes.
And in some ways I also feel, and I'd like to ask this question to Aarti Jairath, in some ways you also feel that the BJP got the socio-political context of south of India right this time, because I know that the vote share might increase, they may not really get that many seats, but they're finally doing the Sengol outreach. The Prime Minister is going to Tiruvallur. He's presenting himself in a veshti in the right way. It's not really offensive to a Tamilian. So do you think that is something that he has gotten it right?
No, and particularly as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, he drew a lot of linkages with Kashi.
Yeah.
They did that whole Tamil Samagam, and there were sort of trips going back and forth, exchange of food festivals and sort of literary festivals and so on. So, I mean, he made a very, very concerted outreach to Tamil Nadu. And, so the way the BJP works is very interesting. It has been focusing on the East since the last elections. And this time, in this elections, it's paying them dividends. At least that's what the exit polls suggest. It started focusing on, the South only recently. And so this time, I mean, apart from Karnataka, which has been their thing, but this time they may not get those dividends. But, the BJP looks ahead.
Yeah.
They always plan ahead.
Right.
So, the next time around, they may get those dividends that they're looking for.
Right.
Because, again, the whole political situation in Tamil Nadu is so fluid. AIDMK is dying. DMK is, will obviously they can't be a vacuum forever. Another party has to come in, and the BJP seems to be the up-and-coming party over there.
Okay.
So, these are all plans for the future, because the BJP thinks ahead.
Right.
It doesn't think only for today. It thinks for tomorrow and even for day after.
Right. Sanjay, also one question. If the numbers are to stand true, what would be your advice to the opposition? Because clearly there are things that the opposition has gotten wrong. Do you think that they could have started their campaign much earlier? Do you think that the seat sharing arrangement could have been reflected, maybe in January or maybe in December?
And what do you think is the biggest disappointment? I mean, we are seeing these numbers.
Vasudha.
No, just to add, whom do you expect him to advise? Because opposition is not just one party, there are multiple parties. And as you know, that two parties are fighting against each other in one state, but they form an alliance in the other state. So what kind of, it's very difficult for anyone to give an advice.
So let's say
but
what would you look at as the biggest disappointment?
So Sanjay ji can
you all have made things very complex for me. I will try to answer by saying that in Delhi Vasudha, and pardon me for saying that, we have this very bad habit of advising opposition all the time for free. I shall not do that.
Yes.
But one thing I want to say here. BJP by its strategy and opposition led by Congress by its stupidity misled themselves to social media environment, and they thought there is a fight building up. They have misled themselves to such a fatal level which is unbelievable. The biggest villain in the piece, of course, is Congress party because it was the leader. It did not handle the India alliance story well. They could have done better. When you were supposed to distribute ticket and work on constituencies, you were doing your yatras in a very complex words which people did not, even Congress supporters could not understand. Now it is time for opposition and Congress party learning, you were asking about learning, to think and imagine new ways how to say Jai Ram Ji to the old style of working of opposition party.
Okay. And some of the complex ideas like wealth redistribution, do you think some of those things could have been avoided? Because at the end of the day, it's an election for the masses. And these ideas could also be open to interpretation, which means people might get misled.
Opposition led by Congress party does not have the ability to understand the change that India is going through. They are stuck in an old time warp. They are not able to connect with the people, and they are not able to get that language right. That is the problem. These are very old, rear view mirror ideas, and they are not able to understand how Mr. Modi is working. If you want me to conclude on this point, I want to say what was the biggest story of this election?
Yes.
The one word is aspiration, on which BJP worked. Modi-led BJP worked very effectively, and Congress just did not get that.
Right.
Their entire language was of anguish and grievance, not of hope and aspiration.
Right. Thank you.
All right. We also have GVL Narasimha Rao joining us. Clyde Castro is also with us, and Shri S. Gurumurthy. Yes, also joining us. Let's just shift our focus to Maharashtra for a bit, Vasudha, because this is, I think, going to be perhaps one of the most fascinating contests to watch out for. I think nobody is really sticking their neck out and saying much, but the numbers are very interesting. Again, predicting an advantage to the NDA, but a neck-and-neck fight. GVL Narasimha Rao, how are you looking at the numbers specifically in Maharashtra? You're a numbers man, so before we get you on the overall picture, just Maharashtra in particular, because the NDA is nowhere near the position of strength it was in last time around. How do you look at this entire rainbow of parties and the politics in Maharashtra playing out? Do you think that these numbers are still too hard to predict?
Good evening to you and all the panelists. I haven't been able to see the numbers, Maharashtra numbers on your screen. So I think I'll benefit if you can just tell me the numbers, your predictions as to who's making these predictions. As I see, another comment is I see vast differences in state level projections by across different channels or different agencies. But what's the number that you are picking up? If you give me that, I'll certainly give you.
We have a poll, sir, as you're aware. Out of the 48 seats, I mean, most of them are predicting between 22 to 26. As far as the NDA is concerned, some even going to say 23 to 25 as far as India is concerned. Some, of course, predicting 34 for NDA, 13 for India. So the numbers are very dynamic and very, very diverse. Vasudha, if you just look at the Maharashtra set, it's very, very interesting.
Okay. See, certainly repeating the last performance might be somewhat tougher.
Yes.
But what we are very hopeful for is to retain most of the strength, certainly touch a number like 40. The reason I tell you, because these are Lok Sabha elections. Certainly a closer contest might become a reality going forward in assembly poll.
Okay.
Where people will vote based on local issues.
Right.
Here, the only issue in this election, the only issue, only man in contest is Prime Minister Modi ji.
Right.
I think therefore it does not matter when people are voting for BJP or for Shiv Sena candidates or for NCP candidates, they certainly see them as representatives of Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Right, absolutely,
so therefore,
sir.
we don't expect any significant dent in our strength. Certainly, we will have a very big tally from Maharashtra as well. And certainly, I do foresee a challenge going forward in assembly polls. But as far as parliament is concerned, I think we are very, very pretty and comfortable, and we'll get a substantial
To you,
tally.
Gurumurthy, sir, let's talk about my home state, Tamil Nadu. At least 4 surveys are saying that the BJP could be winning up to 0 to 2 seats. And thank you so much, Mr. Gurumurthy, for being on NDTV. And we heard your thoughts before the elections. From OPS to Rajnikant to Sengol, the BJP has made every outreach to Tamilians. Finally, is that clicking, and is the discussion going beyond vote share to actual seats?
In fact, when I spoke to you last time, I said what is more important for the BJP or for any nationalist party in Tamil Nadu is not the number of seats, but the percentage of votes. For example, the Congress may get even 7, 8, 10%, 10 seats now because they are contesting 7, they will win the major part of it. But that's not going to help the Congress to build itself in Tamil Nadu. So Tamil Nadu had an anti-God, anti-Hindu, anti-North, anti-Hindi politics running for the last 40, 50 years. And the society has changed. The society has become godly. If there is any state which is most godly and worshipping different gods and deities, and temples are full of crowds and going back to the traditional methods of worship which the entire Dravidian folks hated, it is Tamil Nadu. So the society has changed. The politics has not changed. That is where the BJP has got an entry point, that the ecosystem is ideal for the BJP to enter. And it is good that the BJP did not strike an alliance with the ADMK. Because if it had struck, it would be in the same position as the Congress is to the DMK. And the BJP would not have been able to show its own advancement in terms of occupying the nationalist vote space, which has gone into the ADMK. Actually, the rise of the BJP will affect the ADMK more than the DMK, because the anti-DMK votes constitute essentially the nationalist votes which the Congress lost. And the BJP is now entering to recover it. So I always felt that this is some kind of a semi-final for the BJP.
Right.
If it crosses 15 to 16% vote share, it would make a huge difference to Tamil Nadu politics.
But Gurumurthy, sir,
regardless of the number of seats.
Yes. So the DMK seems to be still in its 30s, winning about 34 seats is what exit polls are predicting, which means that there is a certain voter base which, probably if not Periyar, but still understands the Stalin way of giving out welfareism, be it free transport for women. So that Dravidian model seems to be still working in some aspects, isn't it? So it'll probably take you more time, take BJP more time to get there, isn't it?
I disagree. There is a Dravidian model working. It's only a name plate.
Okay.
Tamil Nadu has got de-Dravidianized long back. The rise of M.G. Ramachandran and Jayalalitha signaled the decline of the Dravidian ideology. It is not ideology. It is that you need two parties to compete, and that is how the DMK and ADMK have been competing. The moment DMK aligned with the Congress, it lost its Dravidian bite. So to say that there is some Dravidian model, Dravidian ideology functioning, it is only to take some label and show that we are different. It's not. DMK, like any other party, has to offer freebies, has to offer something to the people. No ideology to offer.
Right.
The ideological bite is not there. Okay. So the field is open with no tall leader on either side, with no ideological bite between the nationalist forces and the regional parties. So the BJP now finds it advantageous to enter, and I compared the 1989 polls when Rajiv Gandhi made a huge attempt when the ADMK got divided to enter Tamil Nadu, and he secured almost 19 to 20% votes. But it could not be sustained later, as the Congress and the BJP had to ally with one of the two Dravidian parties.
Right.
And so the nationalist space remained unoccupied and surrendered to the ADMK. And now I think, by force of circumstances, by the ADMK discarding the BJP fortuitously got this opportunity.
Right.
And I think if the BJP vote share is 15, 16, 17%, it is in that range that is being estimated, it would be a break point for not only BJP but also for nationalist politics and the decline of the Dravidian politics.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Gurumurthy, for joining us. Quick question to Clyde Castro. You know, the numbers that exit polls show of Maharashtra seem very interesting. I remember talking to you last time, and you seemed to say that Sharad Pawar-led NCP will do well, but clearly the split seems to have not really worked, at least when you go by the exit poll numbers. What are your expectations?
Well, Vasudha, you mentioned that, I did speak about this before, and if you remember me telling you this, that if BJP was alone in Maharashtra, they would have done much better, but they are going to, find it difficult to wash the sins of the Eknath Shinde group and the Ajit Pawar group, and the exit polls seem to show that, because, it's like the India Alliance is getting about 23 to 25 seats, and the NDA is getting, the equal number. So the point here is very simple, that what Bharatiya Janata Party tried to do in Maharashtra has backfired. What Devendra Fadnavis said, that he went out in disguise in the middle of the night trying to break the Shiv Sena, then he broke the NCP, that was our original party. And I think it has backfired on them, because we went to the people and spoke to them about the kind of work that we did, and all the time the Bharatiya Janata Party went to the people saying that everybody is corrupt in the NCP, everybody is corrupt in the original Shiv Sena. I'll give you a simple example. Where I live in South Mumbai, the candidate here from the Eknath Shinde camp was accused of 1,000 crore scam by Bharatiya Janata Party's leader Kirit Somaiya. He gave us a lot of food in this whole election, because all we had to do and go out and ask the people, are you going to vote for somebody who's been accused of 1,000 crore scam by a BJP leader himself? So things like these that happen around Maharashtra is backfiring on the Bharatiya Janata Party and the group that they've got together, the NDA here. And that's why you see the numbers that are going down here. And we have done exceptionally well. According to the exit polls, I still believe that we are going to do a couple of seats more. And, we can say that overall the picture is going to be different. But like I said, we went to the people with the kind of work we did. We have an 84-year-old man.
We're running short of time. We also have Pawan Khera joining us, the Chairman, Media and Publicity. Thank you, Mr. Khera, for speaking to NDTV. First of all, the question everybody wants to ask you, what made you change your mind, and what made the Congress persons actually take part in exit poll discussions today?
Welcome to NDTV, and thank you for being here as well.
Thank you, both of you. It's a good question, and that's the Gathbandhan Dharma that we believe in. Our India Alliance partners persuaded us, and we agreed with them. And then we analyzed individually, all parties got their data on the table. We analyzed our data, and we call it the Janta Ka poll. We don't, we'll compete with the Sarkari poll. So let the Sarkari pollsters be happy and rejoice today, and we'll be celebrating on the 4th of June. So our numbers are 295 minimum for our alliance. We are very confident of a victory. And as I said, on the 4th of June, we'll meet again, we'll celebrate.
Okay, but how do you look at the exit polls then? Because the exit polls and your numbers don't come together by a mile.
Well, I don't know if you were around in 2004. I'm sure you were around. 2004, this is a repeat of 2004, when all exit pollsters gave BJP a decisive edge, and there was a cabinet formation in front of Advani ji's house. The lists were ready. People had gotten their clothes stitched and so on and so forth. What happened in 2004? We won. And this time around, there is no, Mr. Pramod Mahajan is not here, late Mr. Pramod Mahajan, but these two leaders from Gujarat, who are now on their way back to Gujarat on the 4th of June, are there, and people are really afraid of them, much more afraid of them than they were of Mr. Pramod Mahajan. I'm just trying to recall the history of 2004. That
but Pawan, if the numbers were to hold true, would you agree that the Congress could have started its campaign earlier? Could there have been better alliance cohesion amongst partners? Do you think some things could have worked upon?
Even after the 4th of June, when we win this election, we'll analyze what could have been done better. That's the way we should be always in life. Whether we win or lose is not the issue. We should always analyze our performance and try and better it.
Be that as it may, like I said, your numbers and what the pollsters, what the psephologists are saying aren't reconciled by a mile. Where do you think they've got it horribly wrong, and where do you think you've got it absolutely right?
Well, they got it from somewhere. We all know from where. If they had actually gotten it from the ground,
no, I mean
geographically.
I mean geographically.
And Pawan, 40 exit polls can't be completely wrong, and they couldn't have gotten it from one place.
Geographically also they got it from a particular address in Delhi.
No, but 40 exit polls can't get you in the same place.
Geographically, my question is purely academic, because like I said, these numbers, I mean, your numbers and the exit poll numbers, poll of polls, and we don't do our own polls, so we're only saying what pollsters are saying. Where do you think they've got it horribly wrong and you've got it absolutely
And many
right?
of them have predicted victories for you in assembly elections, and they've been proved right.
Yes.
Listen, this is the stakes for Mr. Modi and Mr. Amit Shah are very, very high in a Lok Sabha election. So geographically, academically, theoretically, politically, emotionally, financially, every which way, this data comes from a particular address in Delhi.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we'll know on the 4th that it's not going to be it's not too far. So we will know whether you've got it absolutely right and all the pollsters have got it horribly wrong. I'm told that we do have some political reactions as well that are coming in, Vasudha. So let's just quickly listen into those.
एग्जिट पोल में सभी एजेंसियों का जो सर्वे आ रहा है, सभी में एनडीए को 350 सीट के आसपास सीटें मिलेगी, ऐसा एक पॉजिटिव सर्वे आ रहा है एग्जिट पोल में. तो यही होने वाला था कि फिर से तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी बनेंगे और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ बाकी अलायंस जो एनडीए की पार्टी है वो बहुमत प्राप्त करेगी और एनडीए की सरकार बनेगी. देखिए, कांग्रेस पहले से ही जानती है और इसलिए वो एग्जिट पोल का उन्होंने बहिष्कार किया है. एग्जिट पोल को मानते ही नहीं है और चुनाव के नतीजे आएंगे फिर ईवीएम को भी नहीं मानेंगे.
जनता ने भी एक एग्जिट पोल किया और उसका आंकड़ा 295 इंडिया के फेवर में आ रहा है. ये साइंटिफिक तरीके से जो हमारी मीटिंग यहाँ पर चली, हमारा हर एलआई वहाँ पे प्रेजेंट था, उन्होंने आंकड़े लिखकर कौन कौन सी सीट है, कितनी मार्जिन से भी जीत सकते हैं, इस पर भी चर्चा हुई. तो मेरा अपना मानना है कि सब घटक दलों के नेता यहाँ पर थे, शीर्ष नेतृत्व के लोग थे, उन लोगों ने उस पर चर्चा करी. बड़ा साइंटिफिक तरीके से हम लोगों को अंदाजा है कि हम कितनी सीटें जीत रहे हैं. 295 से एक सीट कम नहीं होगी. ये वृहद परिवार अभी बढ़ेगा ही. और
Okay, going to you, Mr. GVL Narasimha Rao. Sir, how do you predict at least the party, BJP's performance in Telangana? Because BJP did, extremely well, not extremely well, but did slightly well in the assembly polls. It was expected to do much better, but clearly exit polls are saying that BJP and Congress could have equal number of seats, maybe 7, 8 or 8, 9. So that's very good improvement for the party.
Yeah, certainly, because from winning 8 assembly seats 4 months ago to winning 8 plus Lok Sabha seats. I know that if you see the poll of polls is giving us 8 or somewhere around 8 or 9 seats. We are confident of winning actually a double digit. But I think I haven't seen on the screen. What is your poll of polls showing? About 8 or so? So 8 assembly seats to 8 parliament seats is like a huge 7 times improvement in terms of seats tally, because one parliament equals 7 assembly seats. We have seen such a geographic jump, a progression, even in the last round. In the last 2018 assembly polls, we won 1 assembly and 4 parliamentary seats. Right. We are certainly confident of doing even better than the Congress, which won the mandate in 2023. But today it has become a direct contest, like one of those BJP Congress states, like Madhya Pradesh or Chhattisgarh. So we are confident of actually winning a double-digit tally. But even if we win 8 or 9, it will still be a big gain for the BJP.
Right. Professor Sanjay Kumar, what do you think is working for the BJP? Aarti Jairat, would you like to talk about Telangana? Because what do you think is working for the BJP? Because clearly, the party seems to be increasing not just its vote share from 4 seats in 2019 to 8 assembly seats, and now exit polls are predicting that the party could be winning 9 seats. 9. And does Revant Reddy, a figure or personality like Revant Reddy, actually, is he a threat to the BJP in Telangana, or is he actually not?
So I think the expectation was that the BJP would do well in Telangana. Although the Congress rules the state and did very well in the, in the assembly polls, but in a national poll, the figure of Modi comes in. And Modi, apparently what I've heard is he has a pretty strong following in Telangana. And what has really happened is that Telangana, because of the collapse of the BRS, has become a two-party state. So it's Congress versus, BJP.
Yes.
And, although Revant Reddy has been pretty dynamic and, he's been popular and he did lead the Congress to victory in the assembly elections. But in a national election, I think Modi trumps.
Yeah. Right.
I think that is what seems to be working. But still, the BJP still has a long way to go before it can really capture the state.
Professor Sanjay Kumar, do you agree with that? Do you think that's the kind of story that's played out, at least as far as the exit polls are concerned, both Telangana and Karnataka? We're not seeing the Congress really capitalize on the fact that they did so well in the state elections.
I think one factor which is key to the success of BJP, we don't know exactly where would BJP stop. We would get to know only on the 4th. But it is clear that BJP is doing very well in these elections as well. So one trump card for BJP is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And the big disadvantage for the opposition is who is going to be the Prime Minister. I don't think that this election turned out between a contest between Modi and who is going to be the Prime Minister. But when people go out to vote on the election day, I think this looms very large on their mind that they are electing a national government. They are voting to elect a national government. So who is going to be the Prime Minister, who is going to lead the country must be there on the back of the mind of the people. In many states, including Telangana and Karnataka, the 2 states which we are discussing at this moment.
Right, sir.
Right. Also, I want to ask you about Kerala, because one of the other key takeaways as far as these exit polls are concerned, again with a lot of health warnings, is the rout of the left. And do you think that advantage BJP means that in a certain sense, at least as far as Kerala is concerned, or even if you look at what's happening in West Bengal for that matter?
Well, I don't think that if we see in Kerala left being routed out, maybe it's one factor, maybe that the state government is led by the left party. So there must be some anti-incumbency against the left. Plus, this is the national election, and clearly in the minds of the large number of voters is that whether it is the Congress or the BJP which can lead the national government. So I think the scales are tilted in favor of Congress in Kerala. But if you look at the West Bengal, left doesn't seem to be doing well, Congress doesn't seem to be doing well. But it's a direct contest between Trinamool Congress and BJP. And most of the exit poll indicates that BJP is increasing its tally. Still remains a direct contest between Trinamool Congress and BJP. But I think BJP seems to have an advantage. Again, the same factor, because for a very large number of people, they have this in their mind that this is for the national election. And that sometimes trumps even if they wanted to vote for the regional party.
I think there was this general speculation that the allies of NDA did not perform well. But if you go by the exit poll numbers, TDP seems to have done well. Even the Maharashtra allies seem to have done okay. And then, of course, JDU is the only exception here. But everywhere, JDS seems to have done well. So do you think that really worked, the alliances for the BJP also?
So have we got full breakup, because mostly people are giving NDA figures. And we don't seem to have the breakup between the BJP and, what its allies have got. So it's very difficult actually to, sort of talk about the performance of the allies unless we get that breakup and get a state-wise breakup. But, if the Andhra figures are correct, yes, clearly, because the BJP was contesting very few seats in Andhra, and, I think just 5 or 6 seats, and the rest were being contested by TDP. And if they're doing well in that state, clearly the TDP they're riding on the back of the TDP to win. Maharashtra figures again are very, very variable, as you see. They're going all over the place.
That's true.
And I really don't know on the basis of these figures what kind of analysis one can do at this point. So I think for that we should wait till the 4th
Professor
of
Kumar,
June.
what about Maharashtra, sir?
No, before Maharashtra, I think I wanted to focus on Bihar because most of the exit polls also indicate that NDA is not losing as much as many people expected.
Yes.
So if BJP is only contesting 17 states in Bihar, and if there is an estimate that NDA is winning roughly say 30, 32, 33 seats, then there is an indication that yes, allies are not doing as well as they had done in 2019, because remember in 2019, NDA has won 39 out of 40. But still, there is an indication that the alliance partner of BJP is not doing so badly as the narrative was building during the campaign.
Okay.
Maharashtra, I think there is a clear indication that BJP allies are not performing as well as BJP has performed. Now the question is how badly BJP alliance have performed. I think that for that we need to wait for some time.
Okay, I'm told, Vasudha, that we're almost out of time. So before we slip into a short break, how do you look at the exit polls overall, both of you? I mean, do you think the exit polls are perhaps close to the sense that you've gotten on the ground? Do you think the numbers perhaps could be a bit exaggerated? Because like we've been saying from the very outset, these come with a lot of
No, but when you say exaggerated, for whom? Definitely.
Both sides. Do you think the losses are exaggerated and the gains are exaggerated?
To be very frank, my own sense is that BJP or NDA is not, or my own sense was that BJP will not be heading for such a big victory.
Okay.
NDA will not be heading for such a big victory.
Okay, so you are putting your money on exaggeration at one level.
But I have been consistent on one aspect, that BJP is close to a majority, or BJP is. I always maintained that BJP is crossing the majority mark.
Fair
but
enough.
I also expected that BJP will not cross 300.
He has always said that. He's been consistent.
Fair enough. Aarti Jairat?
Yeah, so I think I would go along with Sanjay Kumar. I'm a little surprised at the kind of numbers that are coming for the NDA. Also because one had not expected the allies to do that well, but suddenly we're finding that the allies are not doing as badly as we thought they were doing. But the very fact that it was going to be a BJP-led government,
Yes.
I think that was pretty clear from the beginning. I don't think the opposition was really in the game.
Well, one of the biggest takeaways as far as these exit polls have been the inroads in the south, Vasudha, like we've been saying. And Sam Daniel joins us live now, and he's joined by guests as well. Sam, it's over to you. Take it away. Tell us what people are thinking about these numbers.
That's right, Rishika. After the break, we'll speak to politicians and an analyst in Kanyakumari on the Tamil Nadu story from the exit polls.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, because it's already here. Orient AeroSense with voice command. Alexa, switch on the fan. Orient BLDC fan, the future of fans.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
मैं सरकार दोबारा बनाने के लिए सरकार नहीं चलाता, मैं देश बनाने के लिए सरकार चलाता हूँ।
बार बार ये विपक्ष का कहना है कि साहब चाइना जो है हमारे यहाँ घुसा है।
रक्षा मंत्री होने के नाते आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूँ, भारत की 1 इंच जमीन पर भी कोई कब्जा नहीं करने पाएगा।
Battle for 2024.
केजरीवाल झूठ की दुकान खोल रखी है और झूठे बातें करके लोगों को बरगलाने का काम करता है।
क्या शांतिपूर्ण चुनाव हो रहा है? शुभेंदु अधिकारी कहते हैं तृणमूल जो हिंसक घटना हो रहा है उसके लिए जिम्मेदार है।
In the last lap,
काफ़ी बड़ी रैली हुई, सारे ऑपोजिशन लीडर्स उस पर आए थे, तो आपको क्या कहना है, किस तरीके से परफॉर्मेंस रहेगी इंडिया ब्लॉक की?
NDTV has kept you ahead with extensive ground coverage.
शायोनी घोष जो तृणमूल कांग्रेस के जादवपुर कंस्टिट्यूएंसी से उम्मीदवार है।
Not just studio noise, but ear to the ground.
फिर से आपके चैनल पर कहना चाहता हूं, हम 400 पार करेंगे और शेयर मार्केट भी बढ़ने वाला है।
Elections is equal to NDTV.
वैसे शेयरिंग से याद आया, sometimes you know it's a thing that we need to share our Wi-Fi network. घर में कोई दोस्त आया हो, maybe there's some guest coming in and you would want to share your Wi-Fi. The problem comes if your password is very complicated or maybe you not want to say it out loud कि आपका password क्या है. ऐसे में आप Wi-Fi network कैसे शेयर कर सकते हैं? Well guys, it's a very interesting method. बहुत आसान सा टिप है. Just go into your phone's settings. वहां पे जहां पे आपको Wi-Fi का नाम दिखता है, just next to it or maybe if you go deep into settings, आपको एक ऑप्शन मिल जाएगा wherein you can share your Wi-Fi network just by using a QR code. आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे QR कोड आएगा. The friend or the guest just needs to scan that code and he can connect to your Wi-Fi network without even you telling the password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 or whatever it is. अगर आप चाहें तो इसी QR कोड का एक प्रिंट आउट लेके अपने घर में कहीं लगा सकते हैं so that anyone coming in can just scan that QR code and वो आपके Wi-Fi से कनेक्ट हो जाएगा. Quite easy, quite convenient and quite time saving as well. कैसी लगी ये टिप? मुझे जरूर बताना. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
Some people say
Hello and welcome. I'm Sam Daniel. We come to you from the fishing harbor of Chinnamuttam in Kanyakumari district of Tamil Nadu. And with me, Mr. Talavai Sundaram, an AIADMK leader, MLA from Kanyakumari and also a former minister. Ms. Vijay Dharani, BJP leader, former MLA who was switched from the Congress to the Saffron Party. Mr. Mervyn Alexander, a seasoned senior bureaucrat who's now retired and become a political analyst. Thank you all very much for your time. Yes. Tamil Nadu witnessed a four-cornered contest this time, but the key contest was only between the ruling DMK and the opposition, the AIADMK, and the BJP chose to fight this time alone. The DMK retained its 2019 formidable alliance which swept the polls last time, and it seems that alliance arithmetic has worked this time. But for the AIADMK, it's not so good news, and for the BJP, there was so much of hype, so many visits by the Prime Minister, Padayatra by Annamalai. Call it a poor show or call it a good beginning. First to you, Mr. Mervyn Alexander, what do you have to say about the broad trends you see from these poll of polls?
Thank you. As far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, the results, the opinion polls are seems to be in what in what we had actually sort of predicted. DMK was expecting almost a sweep, almost like what they had last time, and BJP also was doing really hard work. So result seems to be in the expected lines only. And if you ask me what exactly did the trick for both these parties, I'll begin with BJP. BJP put a lot of efforts, the number of visits the Honorable Prime Minister made to the state, the Sengol, which was a token of Tamil's participation in the parliament. Then, of course, they have actually a very dynamic and young leader, Namalai, who is ex-bureaucrat, educated engineer. So a lot of youngsters were looking at a leader with somebody like him. So all these possibly had contributed to the good beginning which BJP has achieved, at least what we see from the opinion polls, in spite of not being able to have a partnership with any of the major parties here. When it comes to DMK's performance, again it was in the expected lines. I will actually attribute it to the good governance of the Honorable Chief Minister Stalin. They are in power for the last 3 years.
Okay. We'll come back to you again. Good news for you for the BJP at the national level, but in Tamil Nadu, the projections are you may get around 2 or 3 seats. Poor show still, despite the Prime Minister's frequent visits?
Of course, first I would like to appreciate the central BJP as well as the state BJP. We have done a lot of hard work, and our state president Mr. Annamalai has done a great job, and the Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Home Minister both visited the nook and corners of Tamil Nadu. I first want to congratulate every single BJP worker for doing his work throughout India in getting such a big mandate, enabling Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji to become the 3rd time hat-trick Prime Minister of this country, and particularly he is breaking the record of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. So I first give my wishes for that, and what is expected is happening, as Mr. Mebin said, what is expected is happening at the central level, what is expected is happening at the state level in Tamil Nadu. Whatever 2 seats or 3 seats or increase in vote percentage, it's definitely not only a good beginning, it's definitely we have made a mark up. From 0 we are coming up. That's what.
Sir? Yes.
It's a good news.
Is there a suspicion among the voters that the AIADMK could still support the BJP after elections? Is that why you haven't been able to improve your tally?
Yes, sir. No. As far as the AIADMK is concerned, our General Secretary take a stand. We are not aligned with the BJP. Because as far as the Tamil Nadu is concerned, we are seeking for the voters. When we are interact with the voters, when you are aligned with the BJP, you cannot get the minority voters. So as far as the BJP is concerned in Tamil Nadu, exit poll only 1-2. Now my party is concerned, we got 10 to 15.
You may get 10 to 15?
Yes. I won't believe exit poll. As far as the BJP is concerned, no way. Because we are major partner, originally in 19...
Are people still suspicious that the AIADMK may support the BJP after elections?
No. We are, our General Secretary clearly, all the propagandas, we are saying that we are not aligned with the BJP. So, we are, our aim is 2029. So, we have hard work and we are fighting with the internal party and we are, some legal battles are there. Now somebody says you are going to alliance with the BJP.
This is the first election under the singular leadership of Mr.
Edappadi Palaniswamy.
You lost already 2 elections after Ms. Jayalalitha died.
Yes.
Is this result an indication of weak leadership?
There is no weakness. As far as the Edappadi Palaniswamy, former Chief Minister and the present opposition leader is concerned, this is the first election for the Lok Sabha election.
Right.
1991. Our General Secretary, Amma got only 11. 89-11.
Right.
2008, she got 18.
Right.
And 2009, 9 seat. And 2014, out of 39, our General Secretary, Amma got 37. But we achieved. Now it's 2019, only 1 seat.
Okay. One more question to you, Ms. Vijayadharani. Would Mr. Annamalai win, or do you think the 2 or 3 seats could be your other ally, like PMK?
See, now we are still in the exit polls.
Right.
Definitely we would win more also. We never know. So we have to wait and see the results. So we definitely, Mr. Annamalai has an edge of winning. Strongly I feel that he will win. His winning is a whole winning of the BJP itself in Tamil Nadu, I strongly feel. And the alliance partners also are likely to win a few many seats.
The BJP should have been cautious to not have led the AIADMK to snap ties with you. You should have saved the alliance. Do you think this could have changed the tally now?
So, no, it is actually that It's a very vulnerable situation,
When
which
you
I really
blame
don't
Mr.
want to
Annamalai.
comment on the ADMK. It's a very vulnerable situation. But despite that, I would really make a comment that had ADMK would have travelled together, things would have been different. But what they expected out of this, to secure, as Anna said, to secure more minority votes, it is not going to materialize. It is not materializing.
Do you think you should still patch up
they
with
are on
ADMK?
they are on a wrong footing.
For the next
they
election, do you
decided
think-
on a wrong footing.
For the next election, do you think should patch up with
No,
ADMK?
we never know. We have to see the calculation. We have to see after June 4th, we will have to see where the ADMK went wrong and how it has to face the elections in future. These things are lessons what we will be learning. So it is all that we have to wait and watch how it goes, and still they feel that minority votes, where the minority votes has gone, now they have to search. It's very important they have to search where it has gone.
Any rethink in terms of patch up with BJP?
No, nothing.
No, clear.
Clear.
Right. Coming to you lastly, Mr. Mervin, what do you think has worked well for DMK besides the alliance arithmetic?
Of course, as I said earlier, there is good governance. Last 3 years they have been ruling, and I mean I have seen the CM personally monitoring so many schemes, personally with the district administration. A lot of investments have flown into Tamil Nadu also.
The popular schemes like 1,000 rupee women.
Yeah,
monthly.
exactly. You know, it's one of the most popular schemes, and obviously you'll expect all the ladies to vote for the DMK. Then there are a few other things at the macro level, like this delimitation is an issue, along with this one poll, common poll for the state and this thing. You know, traditionally Tamil Nadu has been a very, always been has fought for the rights of the state, and these are two issues which possibly would not have gone well with many of the voters also. One more thing I would like to add here is, the lot of central government employment in the state, particularly in the railways and all. There are a lot of reports that none of the locals are getting, due appointments. That may not necessarily be by
We're
design.
running short on time. Okay. Thank you very much for your time, and a health warning. This is just a perspective on the exit poll results, and we should wait for the official counting on the 4th. Thank you very much for your time, and we'll slip into a short break and a lot after that.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर। ओरिएंट एरो सेंस विद वॉइस कमांड। एलेक्सा, स्विच ऑन द फैन। ओरिएंट BLDC फैन, द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस।
The 2024 Lok Sabha polls are crucial for the future of this country. Having covered elections for 35 years, I hope to cut through the cacophony of a long, hot summer campaign and help to understand and decode the issues, the challenges, and finally, the outcome.
Data drives our understanding of any election. What does a dip in voting percentage mean? What are the big factors to watch out for this poll season? Join me, Amitav Tiwari, in a data deep dive only on NDTV, where we decode and simplify the data for you.
मैं सरकार दोबारा बनाने के लिए सरकार नहीं चलाता, मैं देश बनाने के लिए सरकार चलाता हूँ।
बार बार ये विपक्ष का कहना है कि साहब चाइना जो है हमारे यहाँ घुसा है।
रक्षा मंत्री होने के नाते आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूँ, भारत की 1 इंच जमीन पर भी कोई कब्जा नहीं करने पाएगा।
Battle for 2024.
केजरीवाल झूठ की दुकान खोल रखी है और झूठे बातें करके लोगों को बरगलाने का काम करता है।
क्या शांतिपूर्ण चुनाव हो रहा है? शुभेंदु अधिकारी कहते हैं तृणमूल जो हिंसक घटना हो रहा है उसके लिए जिम्मेदार है।
In the last lap,
काफ़ी बड़ी रैली हुई, सारे ऑपोजिशन लीडर्स उस पर आए थे, तो आपको क्या कहना है, किस तरीके से परफॉर्मेंस रहेगी इंडिया ब्लॉक की?
NDTV has kept you ahead with extensive ground coverage.
श्रावणी घोष जो तृणमूल कांग्रेस के जादवपुर कंस्टिट्यूएंसी से उम्मीदवार है.
Not just studio noise, but ear to the ground.
फिर से आपके चैनल पर कहना चाहता हूं, हम 400 पार करेंगे और शेयर मार्केट भी बढ़ने वाला है.
Elections is equal to NDTV.
तो फ्रेंड्स, अभी टाइम आ गया है फॉर मी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस जो आपने पूछे थे इन दिस सेगमेंट व्हिच इज आस्क टीजी, वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स, बिकॉज मजा आता है आपसे बात करने में, थोड़ा सा सवाल जवाब करने में. लेट्स सी द क्वेश्चंस वी हैव फॉर दिस वीक्स एपिसोड.
हाय टीजी, क्या आपको लगता है कि फोन को बैटरी सेवर मोड पे रखने से सही में कोई फायदा है?
वेल, टेक्निकली यस.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Good evening and welcome to a very special program, NDTV's Poll of Polls. It seems to be a historic third term for the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now that's what exit polls are predicting as the seventh and the last phase of the Lok Sabha election concluded this evening. None though have yet carried the NDA crossing its dream score of 400 out of 543 Lok Sabha seats. The India bloc, 5 exit polls are predicted will fall massively short of the 285 seats predicted by the Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge.
In fact, a word of caution here, Vishnu. These are exit polls and they show trends. No exit poll can be considered as definitive. And of course, let's not forget that NDTV hasn't done any exit poll. We'll have to wait for the results on 4th. But yes, talking about the broad trend, just about every exit poll is saying that NDA under Prime Minister Narendra Modi is firmly placed to return to power. Mr. Modi is on the cusp of history. He is all set to become the next Prime Minister with an even bigger mandate is what the exit polls are suggesting.
You know, in fact, what a poll of polls is interesting and important because it is an aggregate. So it does give you, something directional and it is pretty clear. So I think before I introduce our guests, just for the benefit of our viewers, let's bring you the poll of exit polls. First, the broad national picture. We've got a breakup of states as well. So if you look at 6 exit poll results right now, then the overall situation now of 543 seats total, it's the NDA at 361 and the India Alliance at 145. Let's have the overall number up instead of just the specifics. If we can have the all India overall numbers up, I will repeat that. It's the NDA at 361, the India Alliance at 145. Now, obviously, there are variations over here, but just in going through many of the exit polls, and there are 6 of them at this stage, 1, 2, 3, 4, there are 7 of them at this stage. All of them have, the lowest one, Dainik Bhaskar, gives a margin, a huge one of 281 to 350 in favor of the NDA. The largest number is India TV CNX, which has the NDA at its upper margin of 401. So it's well over 350. I think that's the big story that has emerged.
But Vishnu, just look at the numbers in terms of Dainik Bhaskar.
Very interesting.
It's a range of 70. We have
for both sides,
yes,
India as well.
Yes, and we have eminent panelists joining us. Let's introduce them, Vishnu.
That's right. We'll be joined soon by Rajiv Chandrasekhar, the Minister, Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi of the Congress Party with us. In fact, Rajiv Chandrasekhar with us as well. KC Tyagi, the senior leader of the JDU, Shazia Ilmi of the BJP, Ghansham Tiwari of the Samajwadi Party with us in the studio. Amit Malviya, in charge of the BJP's National Information and Technology Department, will be with us. Dr. Surjit Bhalla. So it's a pretty packed panel. Ashok Malik with us, Amitabh Tiwari, Nirja Chaudhary, Vikram Aditya Singh, the Lok Sabha candidate from Mandi. So it's a big panel, it's a big show as well. But first, let me go across to Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Thanks very much, Mr. Chandrasekhar, for being with us. So on an average, it's quite easily, if you look at the All India figures, the poll of polls has the NDA well above 350 at 361 on an average, the India Alliance at 145. You'd expect it to cross 400, but would you say that, this is perhaps a more realistic estimate of where the NDA would have landed up?
So as Vishnu, thank you for having me on the show. And as Maria said, this is certainly not the result. This is the exit poll. And I certainly still will stick my neck out and say that the NDA results will be closer to 400 than 350. I still maintain that some of the losses that are being shown in Rajasthan and in Haryana and states like that are not really going to be losses for the BJP. But certainly it is very clear, as it was clear in the end of early Feb, when elections were being announced, that this will be the third term for Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. In the last 90 days, the Congress has tried its best to use all kinds of tactics, lies, misinformation, deepfakes.
Just one point, to interrupt you for half a second. Rajasthan, in fact, of 25 seats, the BJP, according to exit polls, poll of polls is projected to get 21, the India Alliance 4. So, it's still a very strong performance. But please go ahead.
Yeah, so no, I was making the point that I think the last 10 years of the BJP and Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, it was clear to anybody who was taking a reasonable view towards these elections that the people were decisively going to give him another mandate. Of course, we had this spectacle over the last 90 days of the Congress and the India Alliance trotting out all kinds of tactics and negativity into these elections. And we said all along that the people of India will certainly show them the right direction and their response to this type of politics. And I think that is what these exit polls are indicating. And we will see on the 4th. I certainly believe that the results will be even better than what the exit polls are indicating when the real results come out on the 4th.
Okay, but Mr. Chandrasekhar, what your political opponents and India bloc is saying is that they are at 295 and that just as 2004, when all the exit polls got it wrong, history will be repeating in 2024 as well.
Well, look, it's easy to be delusional till the 4th. I think they've done they've had a good run of about 90 to 100 days of talking utter nonsense. And the 4th will prove that they've been talking utter nonsense, including this delusional view that they were anyway close to fooling the people of India to giving them another mandate, especially after the people of India have seen what they did in the 10 years between 2004 and 2014. So there is no way that type of corrupt, dysfunctional politics the people of India will ever embrace anytime in the near term.
We are also joined by Mr. V. Muralidharan, the Minister of State for External Affairs. We'll go to him in a moment, but I wanted to go across to Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi first. Firstly, your broad reaction to this. It just seems that the India Alliance, a poll of polls shows them at just 145. And in many states where you would expect it to do well, for example, Karnataka, despite the recent assembly elections, it shows the Congress at just 6, the NDA at 22. Other than Punjab, where the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress have both done relatively well, it just seems to be a washout. How do you look at these exit polls?
Well, you have many guests and your time is limited, so let me be very pointed. See, number one, I am reminded of so many of these polls. Nobody suggested a West Bengal result in 2021. You know what happened to the exit polls. In fact, very recently in all the 3 assembly elections in the reverse direction in favor of BJP, nobody predicted Madhya Pradesh sweep, etc. in the exit polls. They got it wrong on both Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, but in favor of the BJP, they were wrong. And so on and so forth. The examples are many. So this caveat must be kept in mind. Exit polls, not opinion polls, can go grievously wrong. Number two, the 295 figure given today by the India Alliance was after a full day meeting in deep analytical consultation with local persons who were leaders who got inputs and they discussed and analyzed, and then they came to this figure. So it's not just a rabbit out of the hat which has been given. Now I'll tell you why. Obviously, the figures you've given in this poll of polls, or the average of all these polls, is very depressing if true. But that's a very big if. I'll tell you why. you have each of the polls has given some, although very small, seats in the south. I believe that in the 60 seats in the south of Tamil Nadu and Kerala together, if they get even one, would be a very great miracle. These 2-3 seats everywhere addition is wrong, because there is absolutely none of the so-called Modi wave, none of the so-called religious divide on which it has worked in some parts of the north. Number two, you have clearly overstated in many areas. Take, for example, all the sweep states, the saturation states, have been repeated with same saturation figures. 100% back in Gujarat, 100% back in Madhya Pradesh, 100% not back, but first time in Chhattisgarh, etc., etc. Now, I believe that yes, we may not win in those states, we may not cross the halfway mark, but to expect that you will have a 100% repeat there is very wrong.
Dr. Singhvi, I want to understand from you, out of these 295 that is being predicted by the India bloc, how much is the Congress itself looking at?
No, we have decided today itself that we are not going to speak in these bits and pieces and divisive voices. We have analyzed together in a very harmonious way. So we prefer to give you a 295 figure collectively. I'm not breaking it up because that's the decision. We don't want to break it up. Because ultimately we fight together, we win together, we lose together. And I'll tell you why there is so much of overstatement everywhere. I mean, I saw a figure somewhere that the vote share of the BJP in Punjab is more than the vote share of AAP. I don't think that's possible. I think they will do better in Telangana, but I don't think they'll do so much better as to put us way behind in Telangana.
There isn't a single outlier over here in any of the polls which shows the India Alliance winning. The lowest number is Dainik Bhaskar, which places the NDA at 281. So, I mean, it seems difficult to believe that all of them have got it wrong.
Well, as I said, there have been the examples I gave you in 2021 assembly elections for West Bengal. In the last assembly elections of 2023, nobody predicted the sweep in favor of the BJP, even remotely, in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Nobody. Tell me which did. None of them. In 2020 Bihar assembly elections, nobody predicted for the RJD-led Mahagathbandhan. There are many examples. So I think it can be possible. There is also, of course, a very big situation of tall claims, overstatement. The 400 ke par is exactly what they did in West Bengal. And they got 70.
All right.
They said 250. So I think you have to be careful, you discount. But anyway, now we are 2 days away.
Okay. Dr. Singhvi, I appreciate your time. Let me go back to Rajiv Chandrasekhar for a quick final comment. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, I'm looking at Kerala numbers. This is a state from where you contested, from Thiruvananthapuram. The pollsters are predicting that there could be some numbers, not just, in fact, they are suggesting that NDA could win one seat. Which is that lucky one seat that could come in your kitty, or is this your alliance partner?
Maria, I just want to respond to you and, of course, to Mr. Manu Singhvi. First of all, I think Manu is hanging on to a very, very thin thread as saying that exit polls are wrong. I just want to point out to him very respectfully, almost every exit poll got these types of numbers in 2019, and you know what the results were in 2019. So hanging on to some thread of hope, I think, is probably what the India Alliance has left, and that's fine. As far as the south of India, and again, Manu mentioned that south of India, we will do well, we will not do well. I will stick my neck out today and tell you that in the south of India, the BJP is going to be the single largest national party in the south of India. So forget about the Congress. It is going to be BJP, which is going to be the largest party in these elections in South of India, national party.
I just wanted to go across to Ashok Malik at this stage. Ashok, there are, despite the overall numbers which we've discussed, a couple of states which are absolutely fascinating, where there is a close contest. The BJP, it appears, is narrowly ahead of Mamta Banerjee in West Bengal. And there is a fight, certainly, in Punjab as well, where for the second consecutive election, the BJP hasn't done well.
But just a caveat here, Ashok, because, most of these pollsters are being careful about the 9 seats that went to polls today. In fact, Axis is not even releasing the Bengal data for a simple reason that because it went to polls today, they would rather wait and look at these 57 seats differently. Please go ahead.
Okay. Just a couple of points. Since these are various polls, and let's look at it directionally rather than go down to states.
No,
But
look at states
having
as
said
well.
that, having said that, if you look at the political trends, electoral trends over the past few weeks, what we've covered, what we've seen reporters telling us, what we've seen in terms of feedback from politicians and these polls, if these numbers are correct, if these numbers are anywhere close to being correct, that means the BJP has consolidated in the east, probably gained in places like
Certainly
Odisha. In Odisha, and
Massively.
it's broken through in the south as well. Okay, whether it's 1, 2 seats or 20 is another matter, but it's certainly broken through in the south. Okay, perhaps Telangana has delivered more seats and so on and so forth. In Bengal, whether BJP finishes ahead of Trinamool or the other way around is not something I don't want to go into. Mamta remains a very, very formidable local politician.
And it's very tight in the average of
I
averages,
agree.
yeah.
But the point is the BJP won 18 the last time. I can see it holding about that, at least holding over that much, which means that the BJP has emerged as a sustained its performance in Bengal. It's emerged as a pole. It wasn't just a flash in the pan in 2019.
No, not at all. And its performance has been consistently going up, Assembly and Lok Sabha.
True.
And if you're marginally ahead of Mamta Banerjee, that is huge.
As I said, I don't want to go into whether it's marginally ahead or marginally behind, but it's holding on to roughly half the seats. Okay, which means that it's there for the long haul, which means Bengal's politics has changed in a sustained manner. And in the case of Punjab offers something very interesting. 20 years ago in UP, there were 4 parties in contention, the BJP, the BSP, the Congress and SP. And if a candidate won 28% of the vote, he could win the election. Punjab this time is seeing a similar contest. It's seeing 4 parties. So you will have very narrow margins of victory.
Sure.
You'll have people getting 30% and winning. And it will consolidate 2 elections down the line, perhaps.
Manisha, he mentioned Orissa, and Odisha is absolutely fascinating. 21 seats. This projects the BJD at just 5. This was the party which had the largest number of seats in both Lok Sabha and Assembly last time around. The BJP at 15, the India Alliance at 1. So in terms of the vote tally, or the seat tally I should say, of the NDA, Odisha contributing significantly, and this is the poll of polls.
No, I think, again, the seats can be anything on the 4th, but as far as the state of Odisha is concerned, I think an important lesson here, because Naveen Babu is slated to be on the verge of a historic record 7th term, etc. But there's something that does not allow him to impact the national elections. And now one can see that when there's time for change in Orissa, the only alternative present there will be the BJP. And therefore, it is time now for even regional parties to understand that there will be change in states, and when that change is happening, a national party called the BJP is knocking in unexpected geographies. And that is something that, south of the Vindhyas is kosher, you're not going to go here, or you're not going to come to this side. I think those divisions are certainly being whittled down, and the message, even if there were 1 seat in Tamil Nadu and 1 seat in Kerala, the message will be the same, as you can see, is happening in the state of Orissa. What's the possible change when regional parties decline? And the answer will perhaps be the BJP.
Yes. So let me bring in Shazia Ilmi of the BJP, and Sujit Bhalla, psephologist, economist, is also joining us. Sujit
We
Bhalla.
have to ask Sujit which hat he is wearing.
Today.
Economist or pollster or both?
Yes, and Sujit, I remember in the conversation you and I had on how India votes, you had predicted a number that was between 320 to 350, and most pollsters are suggesting the upper range. So which number, according to you, in all these poll of polls, and polls of NDTV is also suggesting a number of 361, I would say. What's your estimate? Which is the outlier, or will it go on the upper range?
Well, thank you very much for having me. But what I will say, I've done the forecast, and I've been in the forecasting business for quite some time. And if you look at the exit polls, the usual caveat that this is not the real thing, but which is coming on June the 4th. At the risk of making yet another forecast and hoping to be right, these numbers are suggestive of a minimum number for the BJP. Because what happens, there is a wave. As you can see, that all the opposition has stressed narratives as an escape outlet from the reality. So when there's convergence in the exit polls like this, if anything, these are minimum estimates, because as a pollster, you're looking at these numbers and you say, it can't be right. What if I get it wrong? What if I'm 20 points off or 20 seats off than the other guy? So my last forecast is that these numbers will be exceeded. If you want a number from me, and I said that on your program as well, that it could go to 370 for the BJP on its own. And that's where I'm leaning towards.
Okay.
The second number, 400 par, is very likely to happen for the NDA. So I think this is a historic election. This election shows that basically of all the elections that we have held since 1952, Modi's leadership of the BJP and the NDA will exceed all the records, including likely Rajiv Gandhi's record of 49% votes and the Nehru record of 371 seats.
And Dr. Bala, just
that's
very
for
briefly.
the NDA. Yeah,
Sure.
That's for the NDA. You have to look at it because this is an alliance, whereas both Rajiv Gandhi and Nehru fought alone on the Congress.
I just wanted to, Dr. Bhalla, a quick comment on, numbers as staggering as this, assuming that, with the usual caveats, we keep saying that it will bring a great deal of cheer to the market, coming just a couple of days after the latest GDP results, which have placed us, quarterly results, or GDP, which have placed us at above 8%. So this would bring further cheer to the markets.
Absolutely. Look, also what will bring further cheer to the market is what is happening in the US, etc. So, we are living, stock markets are global, and the news from the US is also very positive. But independent of the news from the US, the stock market in India had been in the doldrums lately, or didn't rally as much as could have been expected because of the narrative setting of the opposition that, look, this is a close election, the BJP might lose, etc. So besides a relief rally, there would be, if you will, a reality rally likely to be again on Monday.
Okay.
If I could add something there, it's not just the stock markets, which are already a bit, some would say, overvalued. It's also the likelihood of a stable government in India, continuity in economic policy and strategy, leading to more investment, particularly in manufacturing, which is looking to diversify from China to numerous countries. India is only one of them. But this really opens up the opportunity for us.
Sure.
And Amitabh Tiwari, someone who has been watching market very closely, there'll be reasons to cheer, but we did see a lot of skepticism, which led to, in fact, Home Minister, Prime Minister, all of them give some kind of reassuring words during the course of interviews.
Yes, so markets have been nervous, perhaps impacted by the social media chatter. But as Ashok ji has said, markets like continuity, and any number above 303 for the BJP is likely to be good news for the markets, and we could see the markets going up on Monday. And of course, they would be adjusting based on the results on June 2.
Massive swing going down when that entire conversation started taking place on low voter turnout, right? To this, it's been quite a journey.
Yeah,
in the
because
last
a 7-phase election is like a roller coaster, right? There are sentiments sometimes in favor of the NDA, sometimes in favor of the UPA. But if you see this interesting 295 number, Pawan Khera ji on the Hindi channel said 115 Congress is getting, which means 180 allies are getting. The allies are contesting themselves only on 215 seats. So he means allies are getting 85% strike rate because the Congress has contested on 328 seats out of these 543.
Sure.
So 180 out of 215 is what perhaps Congress is expecting the allies to win.
Okay. I wanted to go across to Ghanshyam Tiwari.
We also have KC Tyagi of the JDU joining us.
We do. But just if I could just get a quick comment from Ghanshyam, who's been waiting very patiently. If you take a look at the Uttar Pradesh numbers, while it's again staggeringly in favor of the NDA by these exit polls, 68 of 80, the India Alliance is up to 12. So in a sense, you open your account and are doing better off. But again, it's still considerable. It is a whitewash. I mean, it's not significant.
Good evening to you, and I want to congratulate everyone who voted and everyone who was involved in the voting process in this grueling heat. As far as the exit polls are concerned, it's a wish list of BJP. As far as what we saw, this is not a sudden outcome. We covered the election from day one to till this date, and we saw that one, there was no wave. Nobody said that there is a wave for BJP. We saw the Prime Minister, his words went from Hindu-Muslim to all the way to meat, machli and mujra. We also saw the situation that every single complaint that EC has received, by and large, was about voters not being allowed to vote against BJP. So when you are seeing a consistent situation that the Prime Minister's confidence is down, there is no wave, the voting turnout is low, and voters are complaining that they are not able to vote against BJP, and then you see a massive turnout for India Alliance in Uttar Pradesh, in Bihar. I voted today in Bihar, and I can say that around those polling booths, I did not see anyone saying that they want to vote for BJP. So I am saying that clearly that the numbers put out by India Alliance are far more credible than the wishful list of
Shazia, will you respond to this, that exit pollsters are all wrong, and the numbers that has been projected by India, and particularly Mr. Kharge, is the right one, is what Ghanshyam is saying?
You know, it's very unfortunate. I feel sad when Ghanshyam talks the way he does, in the same old hackneyed manner. I mean, you know, you can only be subjective to the extent you want to be, and you can obviously will say only what you want to see, and be confirm the confirmation bias as many times as you can. But the fact of the matter is that there is a resounding victory. These are not the exact numbers, but clearly, you know, what Ghanshyam's creed is indicative of the agenda of the opposition. And this is exactly this negativity that has done them in. And I wish they could see through this as to how deluded this could be. There is so much more happening on ground zero. There is so much going on. So clearly there is a complete disconnect with the average voter, with what he or she wants. And how he, so I see Ghanshyam repeating that, and everybody in the opposition, right from boycotting the exit polls or saying, oh, it's not happening, these are exaggerated. But you know, time and time again, 2014, 19, and now this.
Okay.
Third time. And so I have a huge problem with this. And I think more than me, I think the voters are tired of this. You know, throughout they talked about inflation. We all know that this government, particularly despite the two black swan events, contained it. If you look at the 10-year average of NDA, 10-year average of UPA, we did much better. They went on and on about Berozgari. Nobody's saying things are great, and but you know, on everything they were caught, and now again they're caught out. You know, there's only
Shazia, K.C. Tyagi of the JDU is joining us. Shazia, just hold on to your thoughts because we are looking at Bihar numbers, Mr. Tyagi. The NDA doesn't seem to be, it's not really doing as well as it did in the last two elections, 2014 and 2019. The gains that are coming for India is more or less at the cost of JDU. So, you know, one would say that once upon a time, Nitish Kumar, who was the architect of the India bloc, has actually proved to be, when he jumped the ship, almost like a liability for BJP.
मारिया, मैं दो चीज़ें आपसे सामने कहना चाहता हूँ
जी।
एक तो मैं इंडियन डेमोक्रेसी को सैल्यूट करना चाहता हूँ। पड़ोसी मुल्क पाकिस्तान है जहाँ आउटगोइंग प्राइम मिनिस्टर जेल में है। दूसरा पड़ोसी मुल्क म्यांमार है, ऑन सोन सूकी जो इलेक्टेड प्राइम मिनिस्टर है वो जेल में है। तीसरा मुल्क बांग्लादेश है बाजू में, जहाँ चुनाव हुआ, नेता प्रतिपक्ष जेल में है, सारी पार्टी जेल में है। और हमारी डेमोक्रेसी सैल्यूट करने लायक है जहाँ प्रधानमंत्री भी बाहर है, आउटगोइंग दो प्राइम मिनिस्टर भी सम्मान के साथ देश में रह रहे हैं। एक तो इंडियन डेमोक्रेसी की ये खूबसूरती है, नंबर एक। नंबर दो, मैं ये भी कहना चाहता हूँ आपसे कि अभी इस किसी चैनल पे मेरे एक साथी ने कहा कि 1984 की जो जीत थी राजीव गांधी की, वो इससे बड़ी थी। मैं उस साल लोकसभा का कैंडिडेट था गाजियाबाद से, लोक दल से, विच वॉज द बिगेस्ट पार्टी। उस समय श्रीमती गांधी की हत्या होने के बाद सारा सीन बदल गया था। तो 1984 की जो जीत है वो सिंपैथी वेव की जीत थी, और जो आज की जीत है वो पिछले 10 साल में जो किए गए लोगों के लिए काम है, ये उसकी जीत है। दोनों में फर्क करना चाहिए। तीसरा, बिहार का मैं आना चाहता हूँ। इंडी गठबंधन से जब हम बाहर आए हैं, उसी दिन लिखा गया था इंडी गठबंधन का कोई भविष्य नहीं है। मेरे मित्र बैठे हैं घनश्याम जी, थोड़े दिन बाद ये रियलाइज करेंगे कि कांग्रेस पार्टी के साथ काम नहीं हो सकता है। डे 1 से ये तिकड़ में लगे थे, नीतीश कुमार को अलग करें और जो इसका पूरा सिस्टम है इंडी गठबंधन का, कांग्रेस के हाथ में आ जाए। इसीलिए नाराज थी ममता दीदी, इसलिए नाराज थे और लोग। और आने वाले टाइम में भी आप एक और चीज़ नोट कीजिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी सपा के साथ, कांग्रेस पार्टी टीएमसी के साथ, कांग्रेस पार्टी डीएमके के साथ, कांग्रेस पार्टी एनसीपी के साथ मिल करके लड़ने लायक है। जिन राज्यों में इट इज़ कांग्रेस वर्सेस बीजेपी, वहाँ इसका कोई फ्यूचर नहीं है। 10 आउट ऑफ 10 हरियाणा, 25 राजस्थान, 27 आउट ऑफ 27 मध्य प्रदेश, 13 out of 13 Jharkhand.
Okay, so Tyagi ji, I get the point that you are saying that working with the Congress party is difficult for its allies. I take that point. I'm only interrupting you because we need to take a short break at this stage. In just a quick reminder, the poll of polls has of 543 seats, the NDA at 361. That's the latest number. A wave and a half is what this looks like. Similar in a sense to last time around. Short of that 400 mark, but still a resounding win if these exit polls translate to results. We'll take a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The 2024 Lok Sabha polls are crucial for the future of this country. Having covered elections for 35 years, I hope to cut through the cacophony of a long, hot summer campaign and help to understand and decode the issues, the challenges, and finally, the outcome.
Okay, so दोस्तों अभी जो सेक्शन आ गया है, you all know it's my personal favorite because यहाँ पे मैं जवाब देता हूँ all the questions जो आपने पूछे होते हैं उन सभी के. The section is known as Ask TG. Let's see what we have this week और क्या-क्या अलग-अलग सवाल हमको मिले हैं regarding अलग-अलग gadgets.
मैं अपनी बिटिया के लिए एक फ़ोन लेना चाह रहा हूँ. उसको फोटोग्राफी का अच्छा शौक है और साथ में उसकी पढ़ाई के भी काम आएगा. तो 25,000 तक कोई बढ़िया सा मोबाइल सजेस्ट कीजिए.
Okay, I'll just give you one recommendation for your daughter. If the budget is rupees 25,000, I strongly recommend that you get her the OnePlus Nord CE4. It's a great device, packed with performance, has all the features, battery काफ़ी अच्छी है, and I have seen quite a lot of youngsters use OnePlus smartphones, and 25,000 के budget में the OnePlus Nord CE4 is an amazing smartphone to get as an all-rounder. Your daughter will definitely love it. Honestly, I'll tell you, there are two different ways to look at it. मतलब जो Polaroid cameras होते हैं ना, those instant cameras जहाँ पे आपने फोटो खींचा, उसका print निकला, they have a different vibe altogether in terms of the color signs, that rustic feel. मतलब वो जो आपको इफेक्ट मिलता है ना, इट्स क्वाइट यूनिक. एट द सेम टाइम जो पॉकेट प्रिंटर्स होते हैं, उनका एडवांटेज ये होता है कि यू कैन यूज योर स्मार्टफोन्स कैमरा एंड एसेंशियली इफ यू हैव एनी फोटो इन योर गैलरी, यू कैन गेट दैट फोटो प्रिंटेड इंस्टेंटली. एंड वहाँ से आप बहुत अच्छी फोटोज खींच सकते हैं अपने फ़ोन से एंड देन यूज दैट प्रिंटर टू टेक द प्रिंट आउट्स. यू नो, देर आर सम फिल्टर्स बिल्ट इन टू गेट दैट रस्टिक वाइब फ्रॉम दैट प्रिंट्स. बट देन अगेन जो वो इंस्टेंट कैमरा होता है, इट हैज़ अ डिफरेंट एबिलिटी ऑल टुगेदर. डिपेंड्स ऑन योर यूजेज. If I were you, I would take the pocket printer because मैं दो अलग-अलग gadgets लेके I would not be happy moving around. Mobile phone से photos खींचो, जिनका print चाहिए, print निकाल लो.
Hi, how can I make sure my AC cools efficiently in the summer heat? Sometimes my AC is not able to
Vishnu and me and our host of panelists who are joined us, but they have some, you know, they are contesting, particularly Nija had an opinion, should we go with this average? Average may not be the best way of talking about poll of polls. Nija?
Yeah, absolutely.
What are your
if you have
reservations?
One exit poll 281 and the other
that's
says...
the only one. That's the
only
outlier.
one.
That's
yeah,
the only
I know.
One. And that is a lower level of two. And
but there is an average, but I'm saying by and large poll of polls is not so accurate as some of the polls separately. But you know, the interesting thing that is coming across, the trend is very clear. Whether it's 303, 304, 305 for the BJP or they come down to 292, whatever, you know, in the results, the trend is that people have voted national. They have voted for the national government and they did not see India Alliance as a national alternative. Therefore, we have to see how the mindset of people, particularly the younger people, has changed. When they vote for the Prime Minister or for a government, they're voting for the Prime Minister of India. And their mindset, their psyche is rather like the voting for a presidential candidate. You know, and I think that we have to study. What is happening? What are the changes? What are the expectations from people?
So what will become clear post this election is that there has to be a new lexicon in Indian politics. It has to be about pro-incumbency, and another reading which has to be done. And perhaps the BJP's campaign style, they had moved away completely from social media, if these numbers actually hold. On the social media, the likes and the views were being taken away by the opposition, particularly Rahul Gandhi's YouTube was on fire.
But Maria, the absence of a clear leader on the Indian side, India's side, I think has hurt them.
And
no
also
matter who it
common minimum program.
If 37% people are voting in the name of the prime ministerial face in an election, and if you don't declare a PM candidate, you give a free field to a prime minister like Modi, who has been contesting for his third term and is banking on a pro-incumbency.
You know what? The other thing, Amitabh, that we need to actually over here as anchors, analysts, journalists talk about, just a few days back, we were asking the question or making the point that was there a national narrative, right? And this is the point I think Nija was mentioning as well. And a lot of us felt that perhaps there wasn't a national narrative. This would be decided on a state basis. Last time around, there was Balakot. There wasn't something like that this time. Usual considerations of caste, employment, jobs, etc., state-wise differences. But this result clearly seems to show that that wasn't the case.
No, it does show that BJP entered each state, fought with the regional parties, and it won many regional battles. So I think the big lesson of this election is that regional parties can no longer think that A plus B plus C put together can equal a national party and a national leader. This time around, the BJP went ahead, fought the battle on the terms that the India Alliance put for them. Let them win in the YouTube and the social media channel. The BJP went ahead and won on their issues, their regional parties, their YouTube channel. Now nobody can say that that was stop.
Let me very briefly disagree with the stalwarts. We are sitting in Delhi. BJP overplayed the Swati Maliwal case because it did not have a national story. The constituency that I spoke about, Karakat, nobody is voting for BJP on the national story. Even in Orissa, BJP had to bank on the failing health of Naveen Patnaik, now not the national story. In Haryana, it was not a national story. In Rajasthan, BJP is losing the seats it is not a national story. So let me disagree with all words.
Shazia, will you respond to this?
Only in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, you can say that this is a national story. Otherwise, BJP ran Prime Minister.
Let him finish half a second, Shazia.
I'm saying that the fact that Prime Minister could not build a national story shows that his brand has melted like an ice cream on a hot summer day and it cannot be created back.
But with these results, his brand is melted. Shazia, go ahead.
Incidentally, Ghanshyam, I'm having ice cream right now as you talk about melting ice cream, and mine is nice icy cold. Okay,
you're having ice cream, did you say? That cool, huh?
I don't know when you were going to cut to me, and I just wanted to treat myself to ice cream with the good news that is coming all around. So, Ghanshyam, the point I want to make is that you are saying that there is no national story, but you're missing the national story. And that is a huge miss. And I think it's important for you to get cued in, to smell the coffee, to know exactly what's needed. The connect and the national story is development, is good governance, is delivery, is the outreach, and it's a direct connection the Prime Minister has with the voter. It is looking and tick-marking every need and aspiration of the poor, of the middle classes, and taking India towards an economic goal, which is Viksit Bharat. And it's just not some promise in a vacuum.
Sure.
There is actually a track record, actual mission in place, and a vision for the future. And this comes, this is very solid in terms of what we have delivered. So I don't think it's happening in a vacuum. You must at least see what's going wrong with you before you remain deluded.
Okay, Shazia, hang on for 1 second,
yourself.
because there's one major state which we've not focused on, and I'll come back to Ashok in a moment. Andhra Pradesh, the YSRC routed just 7. This is the exit of poll of exit polls, of course. 25 seats in Andhra Pradesh, very important state. The NDA, if these exit poll of polls hold, likely to get 18. The India Alliance 0. So if this is the case, it's a sweep completely for the NDA. Would you like to take that on, Ashok?
It was on expected lines. It was a battle between the NDA, which has carved together a very good caste alliance of Chandrababu Naidu, the Kamma party, the Kapu party of Pawan Kalyan, and the BJP with Mr. Modi's leadership against the YSR Congress. The Congress wasn't really in the race.
No.
So it was expected, it is expected, not was. The results will come in 2 days. It is expected that the NDA will have an advantage there. There's one thing I'd like to point out. Maria spoke about a need for a new lexicon. Nija, my old friend, spoke about a national narrative. You know, just because there's no Balakot or something emotional doesn't mean there's no national narrative. Every election has state issues. Every election.
So what was the national narrative?
Hold on. It has state issues as well as national issues. We are living in a time in India of enormous internal migration. Internal migration caused for many factors, including economic factors.
Yes.
If I'm living in a village in Bihar and my daughter is living in Gurgaon, my local leader cannot fix that job, cannot ensure that job. A national leader can do it. So my vote in the local election and this national election will be different. I really look at different imperatives. And this is what Mr. Modi and the BJP have captured since 2014.
Yes, and to add to that, when Prime Minister Modi was interacting with gamers, there was a lot of criticism to that, why is that being done? When he was interacting with the youth in various events, there was again criticism to that. Perhaps the mood of the nation was captured by what the BJP does on a daily basis. And if you look at it, Tamil Samagam, which happened for the last 5 years.
There are some iconic moments and events which the BJP has learned to capture, and some other national party will.
But they lost the digital narrative.
Some other national party may do it.
I'm saying that you landed on the digital narrative late.
I'm saying
10 years too late.
Example was gamers. BJP squarely lost the digital narrative, not a single ad campaign.
Breaking news, everybody. In terms of exit polls, so all the riders apply. News 24 and today's Chanakya, with a single number, have placed the NDA at 400. Right? At India at 107, there is no margin over here. Amitabh, that's interesting, isn't it? Today's Chanakya has been one of the major.
It is a poll which is an outlier poll. It does not do adjustments, and we'll have to wait and see. In 2014, it was bang on because it was the only channel which gave 340, and the actual number was 332. So it is a agency which banks on outlier and its gut, and we'll have to see on the 4th whether this holds true or not. See, there is a national narrative, and as Manisha ma'am is saying, when BJP became aware that there were regional narratives also which was hurting this national narrative, they entered into alliances with TDP, brought Nitish Kumar back, entered into alliance with RLD. That's how they tried to diffuse
got
this.
it right when? In
2014.
2014
right?
they got it right.
Bang on.
You know,
What is the figure?
19 also.
400. No other number. 400 and India 107. No margin.
Someone spoke about the digital narrative being won or lost by somebody. There's an old line from the Spanish Civil War, which was fought between the Republicans and the Nationalists. The Republicans said they won the war, we had the better songs.
Right.
Yes, so it is the similar point that could be raised by opponents if the numbers hold.
I today feel that, let everybody speak. And I think the India Alliance now cannot say, they spoke out, people spoke out, everybody spoke out, but these are the numbers. Can any other number replace any one of this? So the point is that all kinds of issues have been spoken out. Everybody feels they've had their chance. Great for Indian democracy. And I still feel that Prime Minister Modi went into every trench, however difficult it was, and then won the battle from each one of those
just
in
half
many
a second.
languages.
We've got
What
Amit
do you do to
Malviya,
that?
who joins us at this stage. Thanks, Mr. Malviya, very much for being with us. I'm looking at
Bingo
10
numbers.
separate polls, in fact. And in all 10 polls, it's 350 plus, with one of them giving the BJP a single number of 400. Is this beyond your expectations, or do you believe that the upper level, close to 400, perhaps even 400, is still realistic?
Vishnu, this is pretty much in line with what we have been saying since the beginning of the election. Prime Minister had said that we will look to get to 370 on our own, and the NDA would touch 400 mark, and that is what directionally most exit polls seem to be suggesting. So we were quite excited about the result on the 4th of June, because we are quite certain that the mandate is overwhelmingly going to be in favor of Prime Minister Modi, and he'll become the only Prime Minister in independent India's history to come back for a third consecutive mandate with an increased